bringer of strange joy to Yuga through the void. Father of the million favored ones. Stalker among the stars. Through the sacrifice of you all. The truth shall now be revealed. Now this is the key shot. Detached from the pompous sham of this show, you can now listen to the whisperer in darkness among the stars.
I can see the sun. Leaving behind what
your eyes to close. Without chances of my eye, don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my force. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found everything, I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Deep and deep, the closing closer, cruising traces, more and more. Among the faces, through the wire, I must figure out. Even in the bright spot of all, I will get it cold. Bring the facts to light. Peer to the lens and snap a shot. Press the shutter button, I'm approaching the result. Let the puzzles be solved by joining up the dots. Time may tell that dreams could have been freely talked. I live without a shadow of a doubt. That the ending is not gonna stand out of the night. That perpetual night. I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lies and running forward for you. Running forward for myself. On the way to the reunion, to the time I meet again. From the ashes will rise. We'll get it from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Closing closer, cruising traces, more and more. Among the faces, through the wire, I must figure out. Step on the dusty over memories are recalled. Open up the album. The good times seem to come once more. That the wheel of fortune's turning, the golden days were gone. So I tried at any cost to escape from the loss. Time may tell, but that's never get caught. I live without a shadow of a doubt. That I'm reaching the light, gonna step out of the night. That perpetual night. I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lies. I'm running forward for you. Running forward for myself. On my way to the reunion, to the time we meet again. From the ashes will rise. Recover from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Someday we'll meet again. Twice-sided sun lingered in the misty wind, confirmed by the fire in my heart. But I choose to wake up. But I choose to run on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lies. I'm running forward for you. Running forward for myself. On my way to the reunion, to the time we meet again. From the ashes will rise. Recover from the pains. Someday we'll meet again. Closing, closer, cruising traces, more and more. Hair shine, night, let's be over.
Pre-tournament analysis, club analysis, highlights, call up the Big 6 Global Final Spectators Guide EP2 Playoff Special is here. 20 clubs from 6 tournament regions clash for 10 days in the group stages, culminating in 12 clubs successfully advancing to the playoffs. The playoffs will be held from April 30th to May 3rd. Lots will be drawn once again according to the results of the group stage. The battle is heating up. Who will take the championship? We can't wait. 12 clubs join lots again. Club Wolves, Club FPX FPX.ZQ, Club AXZ, and Club Do5 will be advancing directly to the top 8. The remaining 8 clubs will be facing each other in the round of 12 matches on the 30th. What kind of sparks will emerge from their clashes? Let's get into the pre-tournament analysis. In the upper left half of the round of 12, we have Club GG and Club ZT. The winner will advance into the top 8 and face Club Wolves. Club ZT is from Southeast Asia and the only non-professional club to advance. Club ZT has been using the veterans lineup to take their opponents by surprise in the group stage. Z had an average containment time of 122.2 seconds. Potato made a display of reliability with 1.73 average rescues. Meowpie's multiple skillful maneuvers and the Hunter dazzled the audience as well. At the champion of COA4 and the 2022 IVL Autumn event, Club GG is no pushover. The Hunter Zom is an extraordinary player who performed magnificently as Guard 26 and Breaking Wheel this year. Kipisha, the one who went from Hunter to Survivor, has never ceased to prove himself from IVL to CLA. His multiple astounding containment performances have left a deep impression on the audience. In their first match, Club ZT will face in powerhouse from the Chinese mainland, Club GG. Professional coaching has prepared Club GG with even more experience. It may prove to be an uphill battle for Club ZT, and the pressure they face is no laughing matter. The lineup, player strength, and match control displayed by Club Wolves was extremely mature. In Group D, aka the champions group of the group stages, they seized 4 consecutive victories and advanced to the top 8. Both Club GG and Club ZT have a fierce battle ahead of him, regardless of which club ends up facing Club Wolves. In the lower left half of the round of 12, we have Club FL and Club WBG. The winner of their match will face Club FPX.ZQ. Club FL is from Japan, Club WBG and FPX.ZQ are from the Chinese mainland. Club FL has been making a stable performance throughout this tournament. They made a huge show of strength in the group stages. The thrilling dungeon escapes of Umpire's Perspector left a deep impression on everyone. Hasha, their hunter, had an average elimination of 3, securing Club FL's smooth advancement. Club WBG's overall style leans toward a steady yet aggressive style. Their survivors have outstanding cooperation, allowing them to achieve 2.2 average escapes in a group full of professional clubs like Group C. Club FL versus Club WBG will be the first clash of professional clubs from China and Japan in the playoffs. WBG's advantage lies in its abundant tournament and training experience, while FL has an extremely daring and aggressive style. The outcome of their match is unknown, but the winner of the two will be facing Club FPX.ZQ. During the final match of Club FPX.ZQ against Club GG in the group stage, they played an extra round after 3 draws. In the end, their survivor endured the extreme pressure of needing 4 escapes to advance and relied on their mutual understanding and cooperation to see the victory, allowing them to successfully advance to the top 8 at the club with the highest points in their group, regardless of whether it's Club WBG or Club FL that ends up facing Club FPX.ZQ. A huge amount of mental fortitude will be necessary to seize points from them. Now that the analysis of the left half is over, let's move on to the right half. The first match in the upper right half is Club ACT versus Club GR. The winner of their match will face Club AXZ. Club ACT and GR are professional clubs from the Chinese mainland. After losing 2 points in the group stage in their final match against Club WBG, Club ACT survivor achieved 3 escapes twice. Their hunter, Yue, accumulated on average score of 11,675 to become the MVP. With their survivor and hunters working together, they succeeded in nabbing the ticket to the playoffs. In this year's COA, Club GR is picking back up where it left off in terms of performance. Super Rage made an amazing place with the Nayad, and even if they were put in Group D, the champion group in the group stage, their survivor win rate was as high as 70%. In the match between Club GR and Club ACT, the 2 professional clubs that both played remarkably well in the group stage will need even greater mental fortitude and meticulousness in the playoffs, and the better of the 2 will be advancing. The winner of their match will be facing Club AXG from Japan, and the first club from Japan to enter the top 8. Club AXG survivor and hunter have quite impressive status. Jimin, their new hunter, achieved an 80% win rate and average elimination of 3.4 right off the bat, and climbed to the top of the rankings for hunter status and average eliminations. In the quarterfinals, both Club GR and Club ACT will have to research and come up with strategies to counter Club AXZ in order to have a chance regardless of which club faces Club AXZ in the end. The first match in the lower right half is Club Zeta versus Club GW, and winner of their battle will be up against Club Do 5. Club Zeta has taken the championship for the 2022 IJL Summer and Autumn events, and they are just a COA championship away from the Grand Slam. Thus, they have a strong desire to take the championship in this year's COA. Besides the dazzling performance of their members, their cooperation is similarly outstanding. Their survivors have a win rate of 72.7% with multiple 3 and 4 escapes. The Hunter, Elf accomplished many overwhelming victories as well, with the Geisha that took everyone's breath away. It's Club GW's first time in the global finals. They advanced steadily and surely in the group stage, with the experts at the Dancer and Thief, Yin L and Dus on the survivor side, and an expert guard 26 player An E acting at their Hunter. They may be a professional club too, but when they compared with Club Zeta, Club GW still has room for improvement. In the match against Club Zeta, the pressure on Club GW is obvious, and they will have to bring their A game. The winner of their clash will be facing Club Do 5. Do 5's Hunter, Don X, is one of the best hunters in the world. Game psychology, metaglitch control, mastery of the game's rhythm, and character's pull. He's an expert on them all, and his advanced knowledge of the game keeps his opponents from creating a strategy against them. Even in the current region of COA where survivors have an advantage, he is still fully capable of contributing outstanding results like 3 and 4 eliminations. If Club GW advances to face Club Do 5, whether Club GW will manage to overcome the doubts about it and eliminate Club Do 5 will definitely be the talk of their town. If Club Zeta advances to face Club Do 5 instead, we'll be in for a treat with the clash of the two clubs from China and Japan that are the favorites to see the championship. Who will come out on top? In this year's COA 6 Global Finals, 20 clubs have come together to bring many thrilling battles that will take root deep within our hearts, and it allowed us to win their glories in the World Championships, although some clubs regrettably had to leave. Their outstanding performance will always remain in our hearts and minds. RC AKA's Mad Eyes and Smiley Face, SJ Mirai K's Nayed, Before You Sprinter, OM Nico, RD, Realms Hermit, GH God J and MS Imso Ovios, and Chentress. Let's look forward to their awesome performance next year. The playoffs are Identified's Call of the Abyss 6 Global Finals is about to start with a bang. Brutal battles are coming. Who will write history? Who will create a new legend? April 30th, we'll see you there.
对于18说的这件事，我表示不承认啊，我没有吃，我最近都没有吃，明明是他自己一个人吃的啊，对着朱雀这场比赛的话，我觉得接管者更加优势一点，因为我觉得上次没有发挥好，这次我应该能发挥得更好。大家都没有指责我嘛，都觉得我那天的思路出现问题，就一直在帮我复盘我的各种离谱的思路，然后就纠正过来，对。
调整心态的话，一般都是纯粹逗大家开心啊，然后说一些梗啊什么的，然后让大家逗大家笑嘛。想对粉丝说，一直以来谢谢大家对朱雀战队的支持，然后呢我们会努力的，就是争取后面2场全胜嘛，直接冠军嘛。对阵GG的话，我们还是很有信心的，因为的话，我相信我们的求生者和监管者还有教练。
GG 深渊6加油，猛猛冲拿冠军！皮皮虾请冲击自己的求生者 FMVP 吧。
GG 深渊6加油！希望你们可以发挥好发挥最好的状态，赢下比赛。
GG 深渊加油！小马猛猛冲！我们在一起的时候就是最强的时候。
我是朱雀战队的粉丝，朱雀深渊6加油！希望你们一步一个脚印，勇拿冠军。
绩拿下了比赛。
赢下狼队，对我们来说意味着很多。现在离目标更近了一步，今天绝不能止步于此。
一路走来，我们已经跨过了许多难关，现在我们要飞得更高。
可以先打这一刀吗？会选择先打吗？
哎，来了！
但是在直角旁边，要跑进去吗？跑进去了！我的天哪！不闪！哎呀，这个有研究的，站在左3连战斗，前进岛！
没有他们，你们完成4抓。
是时候该让我们继续书写历史。
前面这头话冲杀出就会拿到。
刀了，感觉这个走位是，但是被护到一口，减速了，冰到一波，冲了！
我们曾经备受质疑，现在是再次证明自己的时候了。
这个位置你太打到了，追不了。看到这里，网门守门是点开了，光不齐，拿下一个最好的成绩。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the semifinals of Call of the Abyss 6. Potch Spice and Nello Mello at your service on microphone duties. We'll be cast into action here. Nello Mello, Potch Spice, once again, this is going to be an explosive start, right? We got GG on one side, we have FPX.ZQ on the other side. For those of you that don't know, this is actually the grand finals of COA 4. So I'm excited to be sharing the mic with you, Nell. How are you feeling today?
Feeling great as always. I mean, I don't know, man. I finished up all my work. I cleared all my schedule just to be here with you guys and with you as well, sharing the mic with you, just to cast this amazing playoffs game. Because you know what? Feels like GG versus FPX.ZQ. It's like, it's gonna be one hell of a match. I mean, considering how the matches went yesterday, there was so many upsets. Yeah, I think the only prediction that was correct was Chocho betting 10k on No and moving on. Yeah.
She's very high risk, high reward. We'll get to that in a bit. But yeah, I feel like yesterday it was the day of the dogs, the underdogs, that is. Even though we say they're underdogs, it's not necessarily the case because everyone that has made it this far has a chance to win, right? It just so happened that GG versus Wolves could... I mean, I feel like you and Eli casted the grand finals, potentially. You technically casted the grand finals with IVL Autumn.
Yeah.
So now GG has made it through. Between FPX.ZQ and Weibo Gaming, a lot of people had their bets on Weibo Gaming winning it, but surprise, surprise, FPX.ZQ getting the victory. One huge milestone for them to be able to make it this far, and now what stands in their way is GG. So I would say FPX.ZQ is still the underdog, but you know, all bets could be off. I don't know. No, I'm not an Apple expert by any means. So before anything else, let's talk the audience through this.
Yeah, I mean, please continue to share your supporting submissions to Identity 5. Post your work with the tag hashtag COA6 Global Support. Remember to mention the official account at Game Identity V. You can see all those supports coming in, right? The messages coming in during intervals, intermissions. So that can be you up there as well. And lucky winners will win Season Essence and Random Store A costume. So why not win something while you're sharing your story?
Yeah, share your story, share your artwork, your fan cheers, your selfies. Just make sure to use the hashtag COA6 Global Support. We've been seeing amazing messages. We've been seeing a lot of people talk about fighting. We've been seeing a lot of people talk about flying high, no regrets.
No regrets.
What's your favorite
no
now? Because my favorite is XOXO. What's yours?
I was gonna say XOXO too.
I knew it. Yeah,
yeah, but I think my favorite's gotta be GG no GG. The second coming after XOXO. The reason being that GG definitely didn't go. Definitely won in that game against Wolves, and it was no GG, like gone game. It wasn't gone game for them. It was a good game for them instead.
Yeah.
So Feels like, yeah, no GG, no GG. So next time, like when you're supporting, no GG. It's gonna be a good game for everyone.
It's gonna be a great game. It's gonna be a great time for everyone. And we're just reminding you of the amazing prize pool we have. Again, the prize pool is comprised of 4,050,000 Chinese yuan. The champion is going to be going home with 1.7. Runner-up, 520,000, and the rest still follow. So again, if you just make it to the big stage, if you're still in 20th place, that's a huge accomplishment.
Exactly. Yeah. How much is that in real money? JK.
In apples. I want everyone's concerned about apples today. Now,
exactly.
Apples are on the line here with GG and FPX.ZQ. And then on the second half with Chocho and Eli, you got GR versus Do.
Yeah, I mean, both games are really hard to predict as well. But you know what? The lesson stands. Just be responsible with your apples. Don't put everything in one basket. Predict responsibly, and you will get to enjoy the rest of the games for sure. But right now, GG versus FPX.ZQ. You know what? The lineups are here. Let's just be reacquainted to them. They have been really amazing throughout the entire run.
Yeah, GG especially. I think they want to accomplish not just winning IVL Autumn, but also be the two-time Call of the Abyss champion. I know the numbers speak for itself, but you got to dig into it a little deeper because both Hunter and Survivor sided factions are very strong. They've gone toe-to-toe with the best of them in Wolves, taking it all out until a game number 4. So I feel like FPX.ZQ is going to have their hands full coming into this match.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to have a hard time. But you know what? It's going to be exciting nonetheless. I see you guys in the chat as well, Rini. Can we get a high from Caster? Sure, you're going to get more than a high. You're going to get a yo.
that's a level up, a sheesh.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm really feeling the chat right now. We see Kino, I see Divorced, I see a lot of the same places. Hypen TH, Cynthia is asking for a hello. Robert is here as well, always chiming in with the opinions and also his insights in the games. Jochi Mochi. Big shout outs to each and every one of you. We'll be checking the chat here and there as we cast this game. But now we're gonna see them. FPX.ZQ walk on stage, and Nell, I have to say, GR brings a flag to the stage. If you would be one of these players, what would you be bringing to the stage to just hype up the fans?
I'll bring in my pajamas. I don't know what. I'll show them what I wear.
I'm gonna call back to our dedicated survivor, the cleaner. I'm gonna bring a broom because it's gonna be a sweep. A sweep.
Wow. Okay.
A sweep for my team losing.
I love that. In that case, I will add on and bring in a mop. Because they're gonna mop the floor with them.
So yeah, usually you sweep the floor, then you mop it, right? But I'm not sure the LEDs if there's gonna be much to sweep or much to mop. And there's not much to be said here because Xiaoma wasted no time. He just marched straight down. He means business here, Nell. And you and Eli were able to cast the match yesterday, and you've seen how well he can perform. So FPX.ZQ gotta be ready. We're gonna introduce the survivors first, starting with Drop.
Yeah, I mean Drop. He's done amazing yesterday. Actually, he's done. He did a lot of support, especially with the toy merchant. And you can tell as well. He is a dedicated toy merchant player, and as well as the entomologist. Like yesterday, it's just a lot of the catapults actually helped out.
Right.
And in certain maps like Chinatown, in Ever Sleeping, that's just so good. So he's definitely very affluent in playing those characters.
Yeah, and speaking of affluence, I'm going to introduce Mao being affluent with the stunners. I think he was awarded, or he was actually recognized as one of the best stunners out there. We did see like an awarding, and I wouldn't be surprised because he gives the Hunter a huge headache with his Antiquarian, with his Prospector. Yes, he has Barmaid, but yeah, he's usually just relegated for those stunners.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much we can see from FPX.ZQ, especially after yesterday's intense fight. But next up, we are going to see Li Bao. He has the Seer, has the Psychologist. And I believe Psychologist is really seeing a lot of the limelight nowadays. Yeah, because of the meta. I talked about this with Eli, like the meta of body blocking. Especially when it's not against Bonbon. Body block, it's fine. It's fine, Merc can body block. What are you going to do? Are you going to continue chasing, or are you going to switch targets to the Merc? Because if you switch targets, the other one is guaranteed a heal. So that's just so strong. So yeah, the rise of the psychologist, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and like you said, the mercenary, also the first officer, always have a place in the meta, and Sans has been using it. Again, he used the first officer a total of 7+ times. Also has the merc. And yeah, when it comes to the support now, it's like it's very survivor-sided, this meta, and I think they figured out that how important body blocking is. Especially since you know how we feel about tunneling hunters, right? It's part of the meta, but it's also very frustrating because it's like you want to be able to create that distance, and body blocking can help you get that focus.
Exactly. Like here, sharing is caring. In this case, body blocking for your teammates is a very welcome altruistic action. So yeah, it increases your points in altruism. But of course, let us not shift our gaze away from GG's hunter, Xiao Ma. Gosh, I mean, he's just amazing, on fire yesterday. And who could forget the 3K disciple yesterday?
Yeah, one of our favorite hunters out there. Xiao Ma has that. He's also brought it. I mean, this is the same run that we kind of seen in COA 4, right?
Yeah.
He had an amazing disciple. He's also can play meta characters. People are wondering, like, can he go toe-to-toe with Alex? And it seems like, yeah, he's actually a little more stable since he was able to get victories out of his hunters, even in the survivor-sided meta. He's definitely, I mean, they already have a COA 4 to their name, right? And this is the same team technically, but he doesn't have his brother-in-arms PP Shah since he did shift over to the survivor side. But Xiao Ma has been holding his own in the house of GG.
Exactly. Like yesterday, his Bonbon was to be feared, getting a 2K against Wolves. That's crazy. And 2K again with the Soul Weaver in Lakeside Village. Unfortunately, the Geisha was bullied quite a little bit with the Paladin 1K. He redeemed himself. He redeemed himself with the Disciple of 3K. So
yeah,
amazing
I think
stuff.
You can't expect all hunters to be good at everything. Yes, Geisha is one of those hunters. Like, oh yeah, Alf having a Geisha, Dongshun having a Geisha. It wasn't like, maybe it's not Xiao Ma's thing. He like cat jumps over dashes from the Geisha. So maybe he's gonna park the Geisha for a bit to go with more of the meta or what he's more comfortable with. And folks, for those of you that don't know, this is a best of 5. So for sure, we're gonna get until game number 3 and even further down the line. So we might see more representation. My biggest concern now is that if we're gonna go hunter for hunter, D has been more of just going on the defense. Like, he's not necessarily at like Xiao Ma in terms of like really getting the points for his team. What are your thoughts on D as a hunter too?
I mean, D, if you want to compare D and Xiao Ma, I would say that D, he still performs very admirably. Like, you know, his Bonbon was still the, how do you bring this, was the one that brought the 4K against Weibo Gaming. So I feel like he shouldn't be underestimated. But of course, in terms of consistency,
right,
I would say Xiao Ma is more consistent. And when needed to, he can power up, get that 3K when needed. So yeah, I think that sort of summarizes it a little bit.
Yeah, we'll get into more detail later on how Xiao Ma is going to perform. But yeah, I'm looking at the stats in his group stage. It's usually him just. I remember he swapped out for Rabbit at one point just for him to get back his bearings. But yes, D's mostly known for his Bonbon, his Wax Artist, just the meta characters that that hunters are really known for. So we're just waiting, folks, on when this match is going to begin. Again, we want the best possible conditions for these players, and we're going to find out that GG has picked Red Church.
Wow, Red Church. I guess they really want to bring it to a neutral battleground. Like here, Dreamwitch wouldn't be as versatile. Like, because the map is really small, so the followers will have a harder time to auto-follow. I mean, you gotta be far enough from the host to auto-follow. But here, picking the Red Church would actually be good for D, because he would definitely love to have Bonbon here. But since it's GG picking, I think they are more confident in dealing with D if he brings in Bonbon here. Because D, according to stats, he only got a 1K when he did Bonbon in Red Church. So maybe that's something they're like, yo, you know what? We'll take that chance with Bonbon. But in return, you're gonna have to face Xiaoma's bonbon. So maybe that's the
Exactly.
game plan.
I think that's the game plan. That's the assignment. And speaking of assignments, I see Yuli here. Yo, leave us on while you study, Yuli. You got this. Don't worry. And for those of you that have us on right now, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're going to head towards the picks and bans, starting with a dancer ban, Nell, from Xiaoma. This allows the signature Sans first officer to get picked up and Malm's antiquarian to start off the lineup for the survivors.
Yeah, I think this is a no-brainer. That he's just instantly banning out characters that will give him trouble against his bonbon, because he definitely wants to play bonbon here. So you can see for yourself, dancer is already like the annoying boxes are gone, mechanic Cypher Rush is gone, and the cowboy as well. You saw yesterday, right?
Yeah, that's such a breathtaking performance. I mean, like you saw the amazing kite on that cowboy. He realizes, all right, I don't want to deal with that cowboy. Wow, and also, I'm sorry, these picks and bans are going by really fast. We're gonna see a gardener come in now.
I mean, it makes total sense because they know that it's Xiaoma that's gonna come in with the bonbon. So the gardener, in a sense, once she builds up the bubble, she can go in, right? She can go in and rescue. So it's sort of like a lawyer. Like, you don't have to be worried about Terra Shock. Yeah, I mean, you might get bombed, but it's fine. As long as you time it properly, you might be able to dodge the bomb, get the hit, or you get the hit, and then the shield helps you negate the bomb damage. You'll still be able to rescue. So that's the idea behind the pick.
Okay, so I like that. Yeah, having at least that gardener to come in.
Yeah.
However, I mean, when it comes to Red Church, Bonbon, yeah, it's pretty good. So we're just gonna see if that's gonna happen. Disciple could be fun too, but nah, I gotta go with Bonbon. Maybe saving the Disciple for round number 3. So it's gonna be pretty intense. At least he's gonna be able to counter that Seer's Owl. Antiquarian's gonna have to get into close quarters coming in. First Officer, we've seen how First Officer gets stuffed, and like you call it now, the Bonbon of Xiaoma is gonna be playing in the Red Church.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have any doubts at all that this is the battle of Bonbon in the Red Church. It's like, yo, Xiaoma knows he's definitely bringing Bonbon, and FPX.ZQ, this is the best lineup they can think of after all the bans happening. Like, yo, I think this is what we can go for. Seer, obviously, like people will say, yo, the bomb can negate the owl. I mean, the owl can negate the bomb, but it doesn't help you a lot, right? It's so risky, but it still helps you in a lot of situations.
Yeah.
We see the players often like dodge the bombs, and then with a timely hit, with a timely owl, avoid negates the hit, and then goes through the window. So it still helps in a way.
Yeah. You just gotta time it well, at least to just force the attack recovery. But then again, if the Bonbon times the bombs very well, he can go for the chip just to negate the owl and go for the regular hit. But we are gonna see the spawns now drop, and Libao and Maum just forming a straight line while everyone is in, while Xiaoma is actually on the other side, while Sans is just there for the rescue just in case they need to. So Xiaoma actually spawning near the graveyard area and back their exit. Nell, thoughts on who to chase first? What would be the lesser evil here?
I mean, he can go for the Seer straight away, but he can also go for the Gardener as well. Like, the Gardener, that's the thing. Like, if you chase the Gardener, you're gonna force an Owl support at some point, right? Some point in time. If you go for the Seer, you're gonna force out the Owl as well. So either one would be fine, but I would say chase the Gardener first, because you will be able to negate sort of like the shield support / rescue that might happen mid-game when someone gets shared. So I would say either one is good. But Gardener might seem like the weaker one here. We'll just have to see, because she doesn't have Flywheel. She has broken windows. So does Seer. So I think both of them are prepared to take this run, Posh.
Yeah, and Saralyn says in chat, veterans meta. Let's see how this Gardener will perform. So once again, folks, Nello Melon Poch Spice at your service in the commentary booth here for this first match, first half of this best of 5 GG versus FPX.ZQ. And now it seems like he wants that Gardener as the first chase.
Yeah, I mean, she's like, yo, Emma, you dare bring out Emma in the face of Bonbon? I don't care if you have a Guardian Shield, my bomb's gonna take you out. I mean, Xiaoma, obviously by tailing Emma here, right? He's building up bombs, it's fine. He already has 4 bombs. He can take out the bomb instantly here, even if there's like, easy, take the bomb, taken out straight away.
Yeah, just taking out the bomb, the shield now. So Drop has to try to regain that. Probably force out an owl. Looking at the Gardener though, oh yeah, has to force out an early owl here since Flywheel is not going to be ready yet. Tries to go for a regular hit and gets it now.
That's why it's so risky, right? Like it either negates the bomb damage or it negates the normal damage. But in this case, I think it's totally fine.
Wow.
But the time bomb, the remote bomb's gonna activate. Now Gardner is just one hit away. Xiaoma, like this is why you have to fear Xiaoma in Red Church. His bombs, he seldom misses. He's gonna cut into the Cypher too, Posh.
Yeah, and the Cypher where the Antiquarian is at, so maybe this will kind of give some second thoughts for Xiaoma, but now moves on away for the Antiquarian to actually focus on decoding. And able to eat that hit from the shield, but yeah, how much longer can Drop take? Like you said, one of the most consistent kiters here, doing pretty well. Blink is already ready, but in this spot out in the open, he's trying to just get one. Is he gonna use the time bomb to drop him?
Yeah, but I think the kite went pretty well. But honestly though, Posh, I have no... Because Red Church is so small, the other thing that might happen is the Cypher Rush. You can see like less than 2 minutes, 3 Cyphers are almost done. So it might not look like a really long containment time, but man, 3 Cyphers are done.
Yeah, and the thing is, yeah, Antiquarian's just gonna pop that Cypher. First Officer is actually at the back area, so I'm not sure which one's gonna commit for that rescue. It is Sans that's here, so probably waiting for the opportune time since the halfway mark is about to happen. He knows that someone's pushing the Cypher at the top broken side, and Maum is here for the support, and we see that the First Officer is here, gets the hit, and the rescue is done. Gardener is out of the chair, but can Xiaoma farm a hit off the drop?
Oh my god, that was such an accurate bomb as well. And the time bomb is probably gonna hit First Officer as well. Has to be really careful. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, Gardner's just gonna try and die far away as possible. But even though you see, like, yo, it's... the Cypher, the first 3 Cyphers were really fast. But now, because Bonbon's control mid-game is just so good as well. Like, he's just gonna chair next to the Seer now, and that's so bad because it's only at 50%. So that's even worse. Like, you have to start a new Cypher somewhere. You can't freely decode here as well. So that's gonna buy even more time for Xiaoma. Well, so we just have to see next what's gonna happen here.
Yeah, and you're feeling the effects of how close these Cyphers are, right? So you have the Seer on one side, you have the Antiquarian on the other. Oh, nice dodges on the Antiquarian. First Officer cannot make this rescue since he is injured. Seer still focusing on decoding here while Maum is just trying to keep this Hunter preoccupied. Eats that hit, so it's going to be a lot more dangerous for him to go for this rescue. We're going to see like both of them try and go for it. Flywheel, Seer goes for the rescue. Beautiful stuff. Maum is actually here to disarm, and now Drop is being escorted out by the Seer.
My goodness, such a beautiful support as well, even though he misses one sweep, but it's fine. Li Bao, and that's the thing as well, like you can camp the last Cypher, but Li Bao, well, the Seer can just, you know, come in for the double rescue, right? And that's the thing, the other Cyphers are already at 100%. It's pop. This is the last Cypher. So Xiaoma, I think best case scenario is going to be a draw here.
Yeah, he was already down the Gardener. They could actually just pop the Cypher once he's on the chair. Maum is actually here for the support. Oh, switches to excitement right away just to negate that that stun from happening. But at this point now, he's gonna have to make a foot race back to the red carpet area. Maum is gonna try to use the plus 5% of bamboo to try and go for that exit gate. This is where you see Bonbon's mobility play a factor here now. Oh my goodness, and now we see Maum continuing on. It seems like it's going to be a 3-person escape. Can they make this distance happen? The detention in. Oh my goodness, beautiful stuff. A 3-person escape from FPX.ZQ.
Oh my goodness, FPX.ZQ getting the 3-man escape against Bonbon in this game. Look at them. They're like, yo, oh my god, that was so close. That was like, oh my god, bittersweet victory. I mean, I definitely feel for them. Like they've proven themselves like, yo, they were ranked. They were, I mean, like this is just between me and Eli. Yesterday we were talking about the rankings of the teams, like where FPX.ZQ was somewhere around the 5th and 6th seed. But look, the 6th seed is gradually climbing the top and getting a 3 escape against Xiaoma's 4K Bonbon. The map selection of GG, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. Like, to be honest, that drop really played a vital role in that. Like you said, you know what, the kite was sufficient enough to push for the last Cypher, and the fact that Xiaoma, I would say, you know what, last ditch effort to just secure one down, going for the excitement right away because of Maum. I mean, Maum coming in already injured, getting ready for the harassment. That's just, I would say, beautiful coordination, a lot of guts and tenacity on the stunner side. And everyone played a vital role. The Seer's Owl was there. You saw the First Officer pop the first kill. Great rescues all throughout. And just like that, I bet everyone's apples are shaking at this point now.
Exactly.
They're like, uh-oh,
Yeah.
GG, the 2-time champs, or FPX? I don't know. Either.
Yeah. I mean,
they're cooking. They're cooking.
Cooking really hard right now. You can see Maum buying so much time as well with the support there going on. I mean, honestly, the turning point there, right? Like, it was supposed to be a draw for Xiaoma. He was almost definitely going to get a draw, but because Maum being so timely there with his presence forces Xiaoma to change the excitement. He can chair the gardener, but after that he has nothing to chase. He has nothing to chase after that. So I feel like that's the huge turning point for FPX.ZQ there.
Yeah, I'm looking at the replay right on the screen now, and you really feel out the mobility of Bonbon. Even though we say how close the map is in Red Church, you can see like the ciphers are kind of next to each other. At that last instance, they kind of had a checkmate situation, and they knew that the Antiquarian with the speed boost, the distance was established, the bonus of the borrowed time allowing them to move on faster. It was really tough, and usually you see Xiaoma get the 4K with that Bonbon, but you know what? FPX.ZQ had other plans.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely studied each other really well. Even though you say like, oh, it's only 1 or 2 days left, but honestly, these teams have been playing in the leagues even before COA events, so they definitely know the play style, and they are definitely very comfortable playing against each other because this is not the first time they're facing each other. Unless if you're facing someone from other regions, you might have to worry about the unknown factor, you know, like Aka's, RC, Mad Eyes, like, oh my god, Mad Eyes,
Mitake's Hell Ember.
Ember.
There's just a lot of factors that you have to prepare for if you're playing with someone that's outside the league. But in this format, yeah, you're right. They definitely did their homework. They faced them in IVL, and now they're facing them on this grand stage. Now we introduce the survivors and hunters that will be gracing the COA 6 arena, starting with D making his, I would say, nonchalant, very gingerly pacing walk here. He wasn't as excited as Xiaoma because we know D means business. Rarely smiles. Probably when he gets the win, that's when he starts smiling.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, FPX.ZQ has been stepping up throughout this entire tournament, proving time and time again that people should be betting apples on them. But honestly, I think that's part of the appeal. Like, they're doing so amazing. But you know what? Let's just put a pin on that after we get to him. Right now, PPZ, one of the person that I really admire in GG because of the Antiquarian play. Amazing support coming in from him. Also plays the first officer, but honestly, the prominent Antiquarian play is what actually wins them with the flywheel towards the dungeon as well. So
I remember, so I was running errands, right? But I had you on audio, and PPZ were just the letters I kept hearing from you and Eli. PPZ with the support, right? So I cannot wait for him to add more accolades into this group stage, or in this playoff. So we're gonna move on over to Kuchao. Kuchao being one of the most sturdiest survivors, I have to say. Yeah, using the dancer a lot, using the acrobat, the psychologist, and a lot of standout moments. And he's also graced the stage before to win a championship in COA 4. So I cannot wait to see how Kuchao will be donning these characters on stage.
Yeah, I mean, OG survivor of GG, right? He used to have a coordinator as well.
Yes.
And I feel like we might see a coordinator pick in GG later on because of the rise of coordinator as well. But next up, 18 as well. No stranger to the IDV community. Donning on the thief. And that's a really cheeky pick. Yeah, I really love that. I mean, if he decides to go with thief against Bonbon in Red Church, it will be doable too because it cancels off the Bonbon skill. So that might be something that they can consider going in with against these Bonbon.
And here we have it, folks. One of the, I would say, sought after survivors, one of those improved survivors since he was a hunter before. PP Xia, he's been on this big stage before in the grand finals, but now he's donning the survivor side. And you know, I would have to say, yeah, him on the seer, him having support, he's actually been such a well-rounded breath of fresh air to look at and to admire. And I cannot wait for him to show us what he's got. Maybe, who knows, 2 Seer Owls, 3 Seer Owls.
Exactly, yeah. But the one funny thing is, like, because he transitioned from Hunter, right? So maybe his foundation or advanced techniques might not be as experienced. He might not be as experienced yet in certain technicalities. Like for example, he's sort of like we talked about a lot of his hype level plays, but at the same time, like some of those times he make those silly mistakes, like the priestess.
Miscalculation. I get. We've seen those
know, right? Like sometimes. But end of the hour, D donning the mantle for FPX.ZQ right here. So Posh, like just needs 1K here, 1K at least to tie. But I feel like he can definitely go for more.
Yeah, what I'm reading with the body language here is that he knows what's at stake here. He's just trying to calm himself down. Yes, it's 1K, but it's 1K over the best survivors right out there. So I think he wants to get more than 1K. He wants to tie things up just so FPX.ZQ can have the advantage, because the earlier you have the wins, the better, because as rounds prolong. And look at that, we got ZT in the background.
Potato. Shout out to Potato, MX, and
Meow Pai. I think that's Meow Pai.
Yeah, it is.
There we go.
The tallest, bro.
Oh yeah. Oh god, I wish we could read that. I don't know what he said.
Yeah, I think that's sharing for MK. I saw MK, but is there an MK?
MK?
But yeah, well, I mean it's fine.
Maybe yeah.
For the teams that are right. Yeah.
I love that in the Japan studio they're also having like watch parties, and I'm pretty sure they're hearing the commentary also in Japanese. So yeah, I'm pretty sure like the players there are also watching, because we also saw Seiyan watching as well. So yeah, hopefully we'll see more of that. But now we're off to the picks and bans.
Yeah, I mean FPX.ZQ survivors have given the absolute best gift for D with the 3 escape. Like what more can you ask for from the survivor teams, right? So D obviously now probably gonna go through a few of the same band. Like firstly banning the female dancer, that's already one thing. So GG repeating the same pick as well. First officer and antiquarian. So and then the mechanic and seer. Oh, the only difference is they don't have seer now.
Yeah, they don't have seer. Priestess is still up just in case, but no. Again, I've been seeing a lot of thief brought up in the chat here, folks. But if you guys think thief is not necessarily in the meta, you should see 18 use the thief. He's done amazingly. Again, we would in normal circumstances, yes, it's pretty hard to use thief, but they have interesting plays, and now they also bring the psychologist in. So interesting that they didn't opt for and the coordinator ban. That's so that is a GG ban.
Yeah, I mean they have no choice. D has to ban coordinator because yesterday the game was salvaged for GG a few times because of the coordinator. Like the rescue failed, but because the coordinator was there as well, one shot onto the hunter, and the mercenary was still under the attack of the raining bombs. He was still able to manage the rescue. So D recognizes this strength. That was definitely a respect ban. I mean, if they don't ban that, they're probably gonna pick it up. But psychologists, yeah, I think that's good. But if you get the first chase, maybe it might be a little hard going into late game, because you don't have the ability to rebound kite. You need a lot of support. That's the thing.
Yeah, I agree. So this is gonna be a little tough. Again, you want to try to go for maybe thief, but I mean it is 18 on that thief, so he's got amazing plays with how he uses that thief. So we'll just have to see, because I get the thought of like chasing after the okay, that is interesting. A bloody queen from D. I would say one of his most stable hunters as well. So this is him playing for that tie now.
Yeah. I mean, I can see this working as well. He probably doesn't want to deal with the flashlights, right? Like if you're Bonbon, you can't, your skills are kind of
can't
cancelled.
help it. Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you moonwalk and get close to the survivor. As long as the light shines on your body, you will get silenced. That's the power of Thief now. So it's definitely in meta now for those of you who are at home watching, like, what's going on with the Thief pick here? Is this a whole pick? Yeah, it's so strong now.
It's super strong for people that are aware of how to moonwalk, because not just anyone can pick Thief, because you have to know the map layout, you have depth perception, because you're technically moonwalking and you have to continue that until the hunter does falter. And yeah, just in capable hands, it's very meta. And now that's why D picked this Bloody Queen, just to negate that because of the mirror images. He's not gonna have to worry about that. Yeah, I would say GG would have a tough time here, because they need to at least 3-man just to tie the game. Yeah. So and if D just tunnels on one and just farms all the hits, that should totally be fine. So now the time has come for us to predict how many mirror hits are gonna land.
Well, we kind of have to see how many flywheels they have. But you know what? Without regards of how many flywheels they have, I'm just gonna say 7. The respect. 7.
That's good. I'll do the prices right type. I'll put 7.5. Kidding, 8.
So that's really close. So mine is 7 and below. Yours is 8 and above, right?
Or 7 and above. You want yours 7 below, mine 7 and above. If we both get 7, then we both win.
Oh, we both win.
That's like a tie. Like you play Hunter. Oh, win.
Win. Yeah.
See it around number 2.
Yeah. But you know what I would really love to see? 18 canceling out the Bloody Queen's mirror while she's using it to chase someone. Yeah. I would love to see that. Because if the mirror's up, it doesn't matter if the mirror's up. If the thief shines the light and silences you, the mirror just dissipates. It's just gone. Yeah, I'd love to see that, but D has some excitement.
Yeah, so that's gonna cancel that out. But I think it's just brought basically for that and the Antiquarian. So we're gonna have to see how that's gonna play out. I think PP Shot bringing broken windows is also good. 2 flywheels though is gonna be on the Survivor side. But on the mic is yours truly, Park Spice and Nello Mello. We're gonna head to the second half of round number 1, folks.
Yeah, D wasting no time trying to look for the possible target that is here. He knows that the Antiquarian is somewhere around here, but Tinnitus has been triggered. He's still trying to figure out where he is, but PPC. Oh my god. He doesn't know. He doesn't see?
He doesn't see. Oh, there. He's able to spot. No, wait. It doesn't seem like he wants to chase the Antiquarian. Interesting. I thought he was able to lock on to the Antiquarian, and now it seems like he sees some spots on the floor, so it's Antiquarian, so now he's going to go for the chase.
Yeah, he wants to
flip.
It's a beautiful flip.
Wow. PPZ, look at that, just adding more distance, and that's a negated mirror. He has to go for well, he can't go for a blink. Sorry, he's brought excitement, so not popping it just yet. He's gonna wait for his mirror cooldown to happen, and it seems like now he's gonna go for a chase onto the Antiquarian to start things off.
Yeah, let's just hope he can get it down faster. Oh my god, that shouldn't happen. That was kind of like a missed pallet drop, but now the mirror's gonna probably settle it off.
Oh, he's switching sides, goes for the long range hit, flywheel, baiting it out, and D gets the excitement and now goes for the hit, just negating the flywheel. A little costly, but now they don't have an Antiquarian. So beautiful placement there of the mirror, prompting him to just go for the mirror shift right away. Again, a little costly, but hey, Antiquarian is down now.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the same progression as the previous game. Oh, the mirror, is it going to connect? Hasn't connected even once since the beginning of the game, but looks like it's going to connect onto PPSha. First connected mirror, but Kuchao's already making his way, rotating towards rescuing the Antiquarian. But mind you, Posh, like the progression is actually kind of close. Kuchao's probably going to take this hit, rescues, and probably watches away if Bloody Queen users decides to chase him too. But, oh my god, this is just so close. I mean...
Yeah, it seems like he's been chasing Kuchao. So now he's changing targets. He actually lost sight of the... Again, it's... Yeah, when you save with the first officer, it duplicates, right? So now PPZ is actually just miles away at this point. And D still has a mirror, but he has no idea where PPZ is at. So this is a huge opening for GG. Spots out PPSha, able to get a hit off the Psychologist. So he might actually just focus onto the Psychologist.
Yeah, I mean, PPSha, he has no flywheel, he has broken windows. Again, they are expecting a Bonbon as well, but my god, that play, allowing PPZ to run away, he probably has like, my god, that distance. Now he's at full health, and he still has a little bit of bamboo if he needs to go for a rescue. I feel like this is the turning point for GG.
Yeah, my goodness, just getting that save, chasing out Kuchao. Switching promptly, and now he gets the hit. Beautiful stuff on D side. However, no, this is the first time the Psychologist is going to hit that rocket chair, while Cypher progress is looking pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. Like, I mean, 2 Cyphers remaining. They probably have to start a third one. But look at the immobilization. Yeah, Thief is so effective. Look, he's
gonna have to break that flashlight just to buy a little more time. But then again, they have time just to prime these Cyphers. But look at this aggressive BQ going straight for the teleport. But unfortunately, it's Kuchao.
Yeah, D is trying to make something happen with the pressure, but honestly, yeah, he's just trying to see if there's anyone in the vicinity as well. But this is just so hard. Even if he's Kuchao, it doesn't matter. Psychologist is is just gonna run back to his Cypher. He doesn't even need to get healed because he knows that Kuchao's the one under attack now.
Yeah,
so
and
Kuchao's buying so much time though here.
And it's tough because he's already spent the mirror. He has no blink. He's forcing the slow vault, gets the terror shock, has the down first officer. But the thing is, now this is they're playing musical chairs at this point, so it's buying enough time for them to prime the ciphers. So again, D's still kind of on the back foot here since 2 ciphers are about to be primed. Antiquarian is healed up, and now he's gonna go for PP Xia.
Oh my god, PP Xia has to be really careful. If he goes down here, it will allow the Bloody Queen to chair at the exact same spot where they're decoding. But fortunately, GG has started a new cipher, so it doesn't matter even if D's like, oh okay, the last cipher is probably here. But little does he know, the last cipher is already being decoded now, and the thief gonna support. Oh
yeah, just to add a little more body blocking meta, gets the body block, and now he's gonna try to silence him. He has no excitement, and now the cipher is primed.
My god, the thief! Look at that! That silence, that stun. Oh my goodness, that's enough. That's enough to buy time. And that's exactly the play that the thief wants. Look!
He keeps on shining the light here. Goes for the hit. They can go for the pop. And look at that. He's still going to continue on. Oh, wow. 18, folks. Continuing on the stun factor here. Kuchao has to be very careful. He's already locked on to this first officer that has 1 item, which is a magic wand.
Oh, let's see if he's able to make it through. Posh. Oh my god, this is so close.
Gonna go through, use the magic wand. Oh, wow, and gets the pallet stun in the process. This allows him to shift on over to the graveyard side. Unfortunately, the dungeon is at top broken. We do see that the thief is being healed up. I think they're just prompting the end game here just because he knows that the mirror is gonna be placed out. Exit gates aren't open just yet, no.
Yeah, I mean, technically 4 of the survivors are still up and alive. It's only 74 seconds. PPZ still has a little bit of stick to work with.
Wow.
He knows D doesn't have excitement anymore, and the dungeon is actually here. So they might be able to go for the 4-man escape.
He's got to make the most out of this stick now. PPZ, he's waiting for the mirror to happen.
Yeah.
They open it already, and now the dungeon will be opening up soon enough. PPZ has to be careful. He's gonna flywheel away, goes for the flip. 18 is here to support. He's waiting for it, but Antiquarian falls.
My god, I think he would have a better time if he waited for the dungeon instead.
Yeah. I mean, 18 was hoping that D would actually change, but he's dropped the flashlight here. He does see that he will get stunned as he chairs. He's going to move on over. There are 2 chairs here that are flashlights, so he's going to go further down, which actually might put the Antiquarian in a harder spot to go for another. Wait, actually, this is their 2nd chair, so they can still kind of go for it since 20 seconds are left on detention.
Yeah, I mean, they can definitely do, as long as they don't get caught out by the mirror. Anything can happen. 18 far away D, probably just trying to camp out PPZ, but everyone is at full health. They can just go, and first officer even has. Oh my god.
Detention's over. First officer can go for the rescue. D, he has to camp out this chair. He just needs 1 to tie things out. Everyone is here now.
Yeah, and the bot as well. He might go.
Body blocking. We don't know who it is just yet. He's gonna have to wait for the after image to finish out. D has to pick the correct one. Everyone's being escorted. The psychologist eats the hit, and 18 continuing on. He has the mirror. He gets silenced. He can't use the mirror. It might be 4-man escape. Can they time this well? He goes for the teleport. Oh
my god! Thief! The thief, the power of thief, the power of Antiquarian. Look at that teamwork. Who can say? Oh my god, who can see this coming, man?
I mean, the thief clearly blinding us all with his potential. We got silence there. We couldn't see everything. GG's popping off. You see 18 getting hugs left and right from PPZ and PP Xia. Incredible performance. You gotta feel for D though. My goodness, just the turning point for me now was when he lost sight of his first
PPZ,
target,
right? Yeah.
which was PPZ. Yeah.
My god, there's just so many good points there. Yeah, but I definitely agree with you. Losing PPZ and forcing D to change to PPZ, you can see like the psychologist, even though he wasn't healing anyone with the Wi-Fi heal, but being able to tank 3 hits is more than enough. And that's what he did. He bought time. But I just have to say, MVP has to go to PPZ's Antiquarian at the late game and the thief as well. He did so many moments there, right? The rescue with the flashlight on the floor, that was the first instance. The second, when he rescued, and then he blinded the Bloody Queen so that she's silenced. And then lastly as well, trying to blind escort because he wasn't hit. He escort. So it doesn't matter if he gets hit again. He has flywheel as well. So, oh my god, 1K with Xiaoma, no problem. 3 escape by FPX.ZQ, no problem. GG. 4 escape. That's the name.
Wow. And just like that, it's a 6-3 lead by GG in round number 1. Looking at the match stats here, folks, everyone has spent time containing this Bloody Queen. This is just one of the, I would say, scarier survivor teams out there because yes, they have they kind of show the different types of survivors here. Having the coordinator, you don't really see that often. Having really just a designated thief player in 18, knowing how to optimize his flashlights, right?
Yeah.
It's just an incredible performance. I would say it was kind of an even start, but towards the mid to late game, and they knew like, all right, we just gotta wait out the tension. This will be fine. They were able to get it.
Yeah, exactly. I was just looking at the replay, right? Amazing. It was like playing tarot, but everyone was like the choo-choo train. They're trying to emulate the tram. They're like, yo, we're going. Yo, try and hit us. We're gonna cover.
Exactly.
Honestly, I remember the same thing happening in Zeta's game, where Alf was EQ as well in Red Church, but my god.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, but the body block wasn't able to stop his magical hitbox. But here, if 2 doesn't make it 3. If 3 doesn't make it 4.
That's true.
Our friendship.
And this I have to say though, D picking the Bloody Queen, it was off to an okay start. It just, once he switched to teleport, he kind of didn't have a chase ability anymore. He did bring excitement at the start. I mean, him versus PPZ at the start was actually really good. He downed the Antiquarian. But yeah, I think it was just a perfect storm of events to let GG get the victory here. So that's what's kind of crazy. You have a very solid hunter in Xiaoma, and if he doesn't get the victory, his survivors are there to kind of pick him back up. Like a famous band once said, I get by with a little help from my friends.
Exactly. Like when you're in trouble, never hesitate to share with someone you trust. And in this case, they trusted each other. They shared the burden with each other. As a matter of fact, they shared the hits among each other. So
they did. Yeah,
I think same can be applied for real life as well. Don't tank it alone. Tank it with your friends, trusted ones. So
yeah. And 18 being a dedicated thief main, there is honor among thief players, I guess, with how well he was able to. I would say the bravery, right? We saw a little bit of that in Maum, and now also in 18, so potential MVPs. So we're going to take a short break, folks. When we come back, we're going to see round number 2 of this best of 5.
No matter how many times one has come on stage, and held the championship trophy, it will still be meaningful. Come on, GG at Game Identity. Hashtag COAVI Global Support, a fan as well, carrying the cute teddy bear. You know what? So heartwarming to see the fans giving on the cheer signs, right?
Come on, GG, let's go. That's what this fan is saying. The bear is also cheering you on. So yeah, again, if you want to use the hashtag COAVI Global Support, do use that. Phoenix will never die. Come on, little birds, with the FPX.ZQ fan cheer. Let's go. The Phoenix will rise. I'm just thinking, wow, so their mascot's the Phoenix. We've been saying it's a chicken. Remember on stage? It's a phoenix.
How can we misunderstand a chicken with a phoenix?
It's part of, I would say, avian creatures. So it's our bad. But thank you. The fan chants also help us know the culture of the teams even more. So the Phoenix, like she said, will rise, or hopefully will, because GG has put them on notice at this point, getting the round victory.
Exactly. More respect to the Phoenix gang. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. But of course, shout outs to you guys in the chat as well. Thank you. I think all of you are very excited as well, right? With what happened just now. But guys, it's only best of 1. We are gonna go best of 5 format today. So you can expect more than just 3 games. And of course, shout outs to Giselle as well. So handsome, date me, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Shout out to the Windows of Opportunity gang. We also see Tracy. We see Nocturne, Rainy, Pringles, Officially Mew, Reverie. Okay.
Reverie.
Yeah, May Rose. We see a lot of people. Again, big shout out to each and every one of you in the chat. So we are going to head on over to the next round, Nell. And it seems like Xiaoma is going to come back on stage as he's going to deal the first round, the first half at least.
Yeah. I mean, he's like, you know what? I was supposed to get the draw, but it's fine. It's fine. Your survivors got you the forest escape. It's fine.
Look at did you see how many? Someone brought a laptop just to show the memes.
I know, but you know what? We have to give it to them. They definitely love their memes, and so do we. Just a reminder, you know what? Finals is gonna be tomorrow. We'll still be commentating tomorrow as well. So tomorrow's the last day. We're definitely going to try and show the memes that we have gathered so far. So send your memes. I mean, like 487 telling you to send the memes too.
Yeah, did you see that? That was 487. Yeah, just kind of watching. I think he's at a VIP section. Yeah, I would have to say Wolves. I'm pretty sure GG is living in their head rent-free right now because they want to get that victory back. Unfortunately, they have to wait to probably IVL or the next big tournament of COA to get that victory. But for now, we have to shine the limelight on GG and FPX.ZQ.
Yeah, I mean, FPX.ZQ, by no means are they out of this yet. They managed to close the gap. I wouldn't say close the gap. They managed to get a 3-man escape initially, right? So even after that 4-man escape by GG, the score is actually closer than. Well, it's still reachable. It's at 6-3 in favor of GG. So let's not forget it is a best of 5 game. So you have to consider the later rounds too.
Yeah, and this is where you kind of feel the rounds, because you can win conservatively rounds 1, 2, and 3. Or rounds 1 and 2, then you can't afford to lose a round in the next 3, 4, 5, right? So it's still tough. FPX.ZQ picking Leo's Memory though, so that's a map where we've seen incredible plays in. And speaking of incredible, we see incredible people in the chat. Sun Kwachi, we also see Sarah Lynn, and I believe we also see Rini. I was supposed to give a shout out to someone here. They said what's up. Do you have anyone shout outs you want to give out?
Yeah, shout outs to you as well, Rini. I hope that you have felt better. I mean, she had fever initially.
Okay.
Better. And for all of you as well, do stay safe, stay healthy, and of course, eat your apples. Don't bet them.
Don't bet. Don't be like Chocho. Okay. So, Oops, my bad. Okay, so look at that. Xiaoma immediately banning out the Gardener. Didn't want to deal with that. Toy Merchant as well. I think FPX.ZQ as I think it's him versus Drop again. We see the fan cam of ZT once again, folks, and also people in the Japan studio. What's going on? Banning out the Bonbon, but Xiaoma still has a lot more hunters to boast in this match.
I mean, I really envy MX. He cut his hair really short for military service, and it wasn't just like 1 or 2 weeks, and then his hair is super long now. So I envy
We could. I know you tried doing that at one point. How long did it take you to grow it back?
Half a year.
Oh wow. Okay, that's the young man energy of MX. Really.
To your length at least. To your length. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. But...
Hey, this is actually, I believe that's Toki, and that's AXZ, by the way. I think that's Lim. Yeah. And so yeah, shout out to the people in the Japan studio, where I'm trying to look for more familiar faces. A familiar face I see though is the barmaid getting picked last, and we see the antiquarian, entomologist, mercenary. Nell, how do you feel about this lineup here, and what do you think they're gearing to counter?
I mean, Shelma does have a few hunters they can use as well. Maybe a Wax here would be good. A Clark here can also be good. There's just so many possibilities, but because he banned the Toy Merchant and the Patient, so maybe he's just getting rid of the mobility.
Yeah.
So maybe it's something on foot. So we could expect a Clark, we could expect a Wax, but I mean, I don't know, man. We can definitely expect an N here as well, because
you're right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
But that's something that he can bring out. I don't know if he wants to save it for the next round, but I mean, his Anne has brought it out. Oh, the BQ. Okay. So that makes sense with the Seer being banned. However, Barmaid is still there, which he can tank those hits. But yeah, I think I like this BQ pick because entomologist, you have to just time the mirror to the bees. Antiquarian also, we saw how the D's Bloody Queen was able to dispatch of the Antiquarian so fast. So this Shalma able to get the BQ at the last pick here. Again, it depends on the personas as well. So we'll just have to wait and see that.
Yeah, I mean, well, if that's one thing that we can learn from Bloody Queen is that Super Rich made it work. I mean, he made it 4K. Yeah, it's in the red church, but again, Shalma is also an equally skillful hunter. I'm pretty sure he knows what he's doing with Bloody Queen here. And honestly though, Posh, I feel like after the last game with his Bonbon performance, choosing a Bloody Queen here instead of an Ant, yeah, I mean, it might be good in order to maximize his potential to get at least a draw. Because realistically, if he gets a draw, his survivors can do the job. So I feel like that confidence going on here.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% with that, because I would say maybe the later rounds, that's when he can really shine. So right now, he's aiming for the draw, he's going defense. He wants to just safeguard the lead. And with this Bloody Queen, that can happen. However, we have to throw it back to how D performed, right? He had the same mentality, and that just opened the survivors, right? Up for them to get the 4-man escape. So he can't play too passively. And in this lineup, I don't think he's gonna bring excitement because you just have one stunner. And you have the bees or the entomologist, but yeah, so he can play a little more aggressively here just to secure that tight game. We're just gonna have to find out and see how that's gonna happen. Looking at the spawn points here, giving drop actually the factory area, so that's huge. I don't think he's gonna want to chase that drop anymore.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely placing a lot of faith onto Li Bao to make the first kite first. I mean, he does have a Loveland to work with, and honestly, with a B support, the heal might be able to pull off, but still, it's pretty risky. Imagine if Shelma gets that hit without the mirror first. So if he manages to catch up, hits the barmaid, well, he has the mirror when she's moving away from him. So technically, that can be the ideal gameplay. But right now, we are gonna head into the game. Again, it's me, Nello Mello, and Posh Spice bringing you the action of GG versus FPX.ZQ.
Yep, and we see that Shalma, he's actually gonna go towards the factory area where drop is gonna be at. So it's gonna be a round number 2 here of Shalma versus drop. Let's see though, if he finds out, yeah, it's still the entomologist. We're gonna see, oh my god, pops the mirror right away, gets the hit while he's on the bees. So this is actually a great start for Shalma. He's gonna try and go for the switch here just so he can go for the top floor here. Blink is not gonna be ready yet. He's gonna try and negate some of these bees, but the retraction pull is gonna happen. So he's gonna just have to vault this, and it's still buying enough time for the rotation to happen.
Yeah, I mean, still a pretty early game, but at least it's not going down that soon. But Drop does not have any more bees to work with, and that's the thing. Will this hit connect? Oh, the charge attack's gonna happen, but the flywheel to negate it. Beautifully done by Drop, avoiding that certain damage, but the blink is up, Posh.
Okay. He's trying to predict it. He's gonna go for the blink, and unfortunately Drop didn't have more resources there. He's gonna just safeguard his bees to push it away. Yeah, that was actually a great use of flywheel, just to extend the kite a little longer. Oh my goodness, and Xiaoma is just gonna wreak havoc on these bees, so he won't have that much to work with for a rebound kite. And he's gonna get the rocket chair inside the factory.
1 minute 15 seconds, almost 3 ciphers being decoded, finished decoded. So that's how fast it's going on right now. But Xiaoma, at least he made the right choice to go for entomologist first, because now the bees are missing out. Oh, the hit's not gonna hit probably. Mahom just too good to dodge in that area. I mean, we can see that the screen is really big now, but they're playing on their phones. So it's a really small screen. So honestly, I admire the long range snipe of any.
Yeah. Okay, now we see that the mercenary is gonna get that rescue because of that long range snipe. Now, the mirror is gonna be ready now, so he's gonna try to sandwich out the antiquarian. Oh, unable to get it. Oh, right before the level change. That was so important for him to get.
Yeah, exactly. But now he's just gonna bring BQ all the way into the inner parts of the factory. No, he doesn't want to give that hit. Yeah. So Bloody Queen is just 1 hit away from full presence. Xiaoma's gonna take the long road down, and the antiquarian is here to provide the support.
Oh, thank God! There's actually an exit on the right side. I saw the BQ's life flashing before her eyes, but Xiaoma able to get the chair, and now a second chair onto this entomologist, again playing towards that tie situation. Sans has to be careful, using up an elbow pad just for him to negate that damage for a double down situation. Still monitoring around. He knows that Maum is here, so unable to use the mirror.
Yeah, I mean, a very, very wise decision to use it straight away. The pads. Antiquarian's gonna tank that 1 hit, gonna manage the rescue, but no tight turner, Posh, and the mirror is up. Oh my God!
Oh, that was so huge! That silence negating the mirror, and now Drop able to buy a little more seconds since he's dead on chair. He's gonna try to go for a long range hit just to swat the antiquarian away, waiting for the mirror to pop up again. Oh, he's gonna have to come in close. He's gonna go for another flywheel antiquarian tanking the hit.
Nice, but now he's just gonna chair. He's gonna chair and continue to pursue Drop, so that he will force the other survivor to come and rescue. So that can still work. But Drop, he has nothing but his inner will to continue the run. Oh my God, Paul.
He's in a resolve. Oh, Drop. He's trying to play some mind games here, but goes for the blink. They have not saved the antiquarian just yet. The last cipher is being worked on inside the factory. Once the chair happens, they will have to scramble away to play for the exit gate push.
Exactly. The heal's gonna happen onto antiquarian here. Cypher's obviously primed already. He's already attacked. Oh, but the mercenary has to be really, really careful. If he gets doubled down here, that'll be really bad. But fortunately, the mirror missing though, Posh.
Yeah, he actually chased them away. So this just prolongs the end game from happening. Antiquarian has already been healed up. Mercenary, I don't know if he's going to force it because he does not want to get down here. So he's just going to try and pressure this cipher. Well, Xiaoma, goes for the drop down. He's going to try push for it. Seems like he's just going to try and kite away. While Li Bao is going to try and go for this this push. They cannot get Terror Shock too.
I think he should just hit the mercenary actually. Yeah, he's gonna try and hit the mercenary because making waste. This is actually quite good too, because he mercenary does not have any more paths to work with. But Xiaoma, his teleport is still on cooldown, so that's the thing. He needs to get 1 more person down. Li Bao! Oh my God, his breath. Push.
Here we go. Sans able to body block. Oh my goodness, but he teleports away. Mercenary is here. Oh, he's able to move his hitbox. This is going to be clutch. Maum is opening up the gate. Mercenary is right here. He's going to have to try and go for a swing towards the barmaid. Can he get it? It seems like he's trying to focus his attention onto it. Not getting the swings. And Antiquarian is going to try to escort everyone out the gate.
Oh my God, is he going to hit it? Oh no, the barmaid! He's going to be able to make it!
Oh, switching up. He's going to go for the force heal here. He's waiting for it. He's
the mercenary out!
Oh my goodness! A 3-person escape. FPX.ZQ showing everyone that they're ready for the Bloody Queen of Xiaoma.
My goodness, FPX.ZQ playing like gods here. Look at them. They're like, yeah, what do you think of this? Huh? What do you think of this? We got it, bro. Honestly, very amazing escape there. Like you can still debate the 3-man escape against Xiaoma's Bonbon have been a little bit of luck, but now the second 3-man escape, you gotta call it skill, man.
Yeah, skill, coordination, team synergy, just all the adjectives you want to describe an amazing team.
Exactly.
The thing is, it's like they're making a huge statement, and it's really the battle of the survivors at this point. I think D and Xiaoma are gonna come online possibly round number 4, but now it's GG Survivors' turn to show if it was just luck to get a 4-man escape or not, because they want to at least get a 3-man, but for sure this is GG. They want a 4-man escape.
Exactly. Well, I would say that Xiaoma's not making their job any easier. But GG can definitely rely on the survivors to rake in the 4-man escape if needed. Even if you get a 3-man escape, it's still good. It's still a draw. So it's not too bad considering they already won round number 1. So getting a draw here is still good for GG. For FPX.ZQ, for D, he obviously needs to get more than 1k. If he gets a draw here, it's gonna, how you put this? It's gonna at least bring that to a round win for them. The scores is still gonna be in favor of GG, but at least it's 1 win each. So round comes first before points.
Right, true. So that is something that can haunt them. So yeah, FPX.ZQ is just biting back right away. Maybe this gives D a little moral boost for them to be able to perform, at least to get a tie. As we look at the match data here, folks, drop, no decoding at all. He was on kiting duties, and and unfortunately he did expire. But hey, they had to sacrifice 1 for them to get a 3-man escape, and they're still in this, folks. It's not. It's really just a back and forth on the survivor side for now.
Yeah, exactly. You can see the replication of the same score on the scoreboard itself. Round 2, first half, FPX.ZQ again showing to everyone that their survivors are to be feared as well against Xiaoma. Remember, this is the Xiaoma from GG that actually managed a 2k against Wolf Survivors, 2k again against Wolf Survivors in Lakeside Village, and 3k against Wolf Survivors in Best of 4. So FPX.ZQ, the rise of the new strongest survivor era?
Could be. I mean, if you do IDV math, right, they're able to take Xiaoma to the limit. And after his performance yesterday, I feel like this is Xiaoma at the height of his power. And for them to be able to meet him at the middle there and get consistent 3-man escape, that's definitely something that you'd want to see like in a grand finals. And we're only at semifinals now. One of these teams is going to move on to claim victory on Call of the Abyss. I know that GG wants to call themselves the 2-time champs, but I don't know. Phoenix can rise, and it's slowly showing that, it's slowly going in that trajectory.
Exactly. And it's such a bittersweet story for them as well, right? Because you know what, FPX.ZQ obviously coming from Weibo, they obviously came from ex-Weibo Gaming, right? So making the move to FPX.ZQ and managing to come into the top 4, I feel like it's already an achievement.
Yeah, and speaking of that, they beat Weibo yesterday, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
that's crazy. And now they're actually sticking it to the former COA champions. Again, we might be calling it a little too soon, but for them to be able to do it at this level, it's already a moral victory, because a lot of people have already said like, oh yeah, GG's gonna be able to, especially Xiaoma, right, with a performance like yesterday, he's gonna have an easy time with the survivors of FPX.ZQ, but results show otherwise.
Exactly. Like, this shows again, don't judge a book by its cover. Yeah, I mean, don't judge a team by its stats as well.
And don't judge a team by its mascot, because that's a phoenix, folks. I saw a lot of people saying it looks like a chicken.
I mean, we're just thinking about KFC, but you know what? A phoenix will do as well. A very majestic creature, and that's exactly what FPX.ZQ is. They're shining right now, Posh, and I would love to see what they're gonna do, what D will be doing here, because technically, if GG gets another 4-man escape here, oh my god!
I look at the memes. That's a Patrick Star. He's dehydrated.
Patrick's gonna be sad. Patrick's gonna be sad.
True. God, they really go. Look, they even printed out. Well, that
wow.
Just funny faces of the teams. Yeah. But yeah, that's a funny one.
It is.
Oh god, what is this? Slippers? GG official merch? No, I wish you could. Can you read it, Mel, or we gotta ask Chocho?
Yeah, I mean, Chocho's not here, so
Yeah,
unfortunately we're just gonna follow. But yeah, I would just say memes are definitely the culture, part of the culture of the gaming community, right? And it's no different to the Chinese community playing IDV in China right now as well. But memes aside, again, D needs to get at least a 1K. Of course, preferably a 2K. That would be the best case scenario because you will get a win. You get a 1-round win against GG. But you know what's the worst possible scenario?
Oh my god, what?
Getting a 4-man escape again.
Yeah,
that's.
I mean, that is the reality that D does not want to live in. So he's going to do everything he can to just negate that from happening. If I would be D right now, this is like an SOS moment for him to be able to at least be able to come back from this. So folks, do share your energy with D because he really needs it right now, Nell, because this is an SOS moment.
Yeah, exactly. Flying chicken. Summon the flying chicken. Sorry, the phoenix actually. I mean, D. He's obviously doing a respect ban here. Like you saw how much the thief gave him trouble, right? So obviously, like Shama respect banned the gardener in Leo's memory. Now D returning the favor, respect banning 18's thief. So I love what's going on here. He's just taking away all the annoyances that he feels he's gonna face in Leo's memory. And mind you though, Leo's memory is actually really white. It's actually really big, and it's gonna be a hassle. They need to get a little bit of mobility here, but seems like GG's more focused on harassing now. Like there's an antiquarian, there's a forward. So the strategy here, the strategy here might be to force D into bringing excitement again, because I feel like they're more comfortable dealing with excitement. Like it's easier compared to dealing with a blink. Maybe it's a game plan here.
Yeah, I think they had such success forcing him to play very passively, and that's why they're kind of doubling up. I mean, we rarely see forward, right? And I mean, we know that GG has that forward in their lineup, so it's not out of this reality. But I think they kind of want to just make him play like very passively. We're talking about, how we were talking about like lions and lamb hunters. D needs to find the lion in him for him to be able to, force them into situations where they will respect his prowess. And it seems like they're gonna lock in the patient. Wow, there's a slipper. I feel like they know. This slipper is definitely something that is I don't know, shame on your ancestors or something if you get the slipper thrown at you.
I know, right? Like but honestly, in Asian households, right, getting smacked with slippers is something really, really common. I don't know about you guys now or how it's in your household now, but back in the days, it's just very common.
Wow. Look at us now. Back in our days.
Oh my god, I sound like Kermit. Posh sounds like Kermit. I sound like Kermit.
Back in our days. No.
Oh my god, and there you have it, Posh's impression of the Kermit.
Kermit the Frog.
I'll let us hear you with Eli's expression then.
Yeah. Oh, you can do an Eli impression real quick?
Eli's impression. I can't do it as well as you, but let me do the best that I can.
Okay, go.
I don't really know what he's gonna go for here. It's just I don't understand. Like there's just so many harassers here.
That's Eli deep in thought, folks. That's him in a nutshell. Yeah, that's good.
Need to go to the toilet. Maybe. Oh my god, I made him sound constipated.
Peeling back the curtain there, Nell, on how we signal to each other when we have to use something. Anyway, exactly. He has like 10 seconds left to lock in his pick, so he's gonna have to decide now. His Bonbon was banned. We're gonna see a wax artist. I think we talked about Eli too much. That's why he brought out. Oh yeah, Eli's favorite hunter. Let's go with the wax artist.
Crack artist indeed. And you know what? It's actually a really good choice here because each time the forward stuns, it's not 25%. It's 50% wax. That's huge, especially if you're trying to harass. Twice is gonna seal the deal, or even once, like you get sprayed a little and then you stun. Yes, that's true. But honestly, I see D bringing just 6-12 bling. That would be really good here. I feel just to get a draw at least. Yeah. So Yeah, but they have to be really careful. I feel like GG's odds of getting a 4-man escape is significantly lowered here. Because if they change PPCR first, well, honestly, he has nothing to deal with. They don't have any. He has nothing to deal with Wax Artist.
And it's interesting that they gave PPCR Shack, right? You want to try to give him a stronger kiting area because there's not much obstruction for the Wax there. At least if it was in factory, could have been like the two up down type of like 2-story situation. But hey, maybe again PPZ is just gonna be saved for the stunning. But then again, like you said, with Wax Artist, once he gets stunned, he puts that wax on you unless you're able to get the disarm first. And it seems like they're gonna bring 2 tide turners, 1 flywheel, and 1 broken windows now.
3-6 wax. I'm not sure if I agree with that, but maybe he needs it for the late game. This 3-6 probably comes with the stun resist as well, so he probably wouldn't have wanted order or anyone. If he does have wanted order, you will know that his resist stun is he didn't take that trait instead. But you know what? Heading into the game now, second half of round 2, bringing you the action is Posh, Spice, and me, Nelamello. Take it away, Posh.
Yeah, so it seems like he's gonna go straight for PPCR because PPCR has the least amount of threat to pose on this Wax Artist. There's no stun, nothing else. He's just gonna have to build a lot of presence off PPCR. And out in the open here, he can do that. He's on full Wax as we speak, so this is actually a shooting range or a shooting gallery at this point for him to be able to down the Psychologist. Already above the 50% mark. He's doing amazingly, forcing PPCR to actually go for the vault. And now it seems like he's about to hit that 90% mark, but no, gets the hit before he's able to get the wax. So this is going to be big for a D if he's able to wax down this Psychologist.
Yeah, and with this lineup as well, you can expect that the forwards decoding is going to be significantly slower. PPCR trying to make it away. He doesn't have wax, mind you. He still has a little bit of stress though, but one more hit is going to make it. Hu Chao is going to be in the vicinity, but honestly,
I think he sees someone in the area. Oh, he sees that someone is here. He's trying to go for the swings, and now the drop down pallet. Blink is going to be popped, and now goes for the stun. Unable to get the swing onto PPCR.
Beautifully done as well. Oh my god, but he blocked the pallet, and that's the problem with dealing with Wax Artist. Oh my god, he's gonna die on forward Cypher as well. So that's one thing to watch out though. But Kuchao knows that there's no excitement, so the stun rescue will happen.
Able to get him free, so that's huge. 50% onto the Psychologist, goes for a wax bomb, and now just continues. This is the harass that we're gonna talk about. As long as his forward is healthy, he will keep harassing.
Yeah, I mean, Antiquarian should be making his way here now after he finishes the
Whoa!
Kuchao missing it, but no!
Not getting the hit, and also allowing the Psychologist out of that 100% wax, so this buys even more time. Kuchao is here just free harassment.
Oh my goodness, PPCR is gonna make it through. Once he breaks the pallet, he's probably gonna get stunned. He's gonna wait for the stun rescue. Kuchao's already behind waiting for PPCR. He's just one hit away from the hot wax, Posh. So Kuchao has to be really careful if he gets hit here. They'll be really bad. Oh
yeah,
my God.
he had to use the remainder of that football. He's got 1/4 left, but this is just buys so much time, right? And PPCR now gets, this is what's really hard. If you chair the Psychologist, it's going to be significantly harder for you to try to rebound kite. But GG so far, you know what, going blow for blow with this Wax Artist.
Yeah. I mean, so much action happening, but as you can see the trajectory, right? This guy has physics, man. Like, look at this. He's just trying to seal off the Cypher with his wax. And I think he managed to... No, he didn't. Did he manage to seal it off? No, he didn't.
Not quite. Now, the Tide Turner is going to allow PPCR actually to move on over, probably closer to the Antiquarian. PPZ is actually here. Oh, he's going to wax bomb Antiquarian Cypher, so that's going to be huge. Oh, and yeah, last effort's already been popped. Antiquarian at 50% wax. Cannot try an attempt to go for the pop of the Cypher, and it's so close now. So, just waiting for the Psychologist to fall.
Yeah. I mean, he's just gonna seal it. Yeah, it's much closer. He couldn't miss it even if he wants to, right? So, oh my god, he's gonna finish that Cypher before he gets blocked off. And the last Cypher is already at 70%, Posh. Oh, the stun.
unable to get the stun. He did get the hit, but unfortunately there was no real estate to connect with. Now that last Cypher is moving on well, about to hit the 80% mark, and we see that PPZ and 18 are here for the harass support. Kuchao is actually gonna try and pop that Cypher before it gets blocked off, able to get the stun. No rescue just yet. About to be 90%. D knows that this is the last Cypher to be popped now.
Yeah, it actually didn't hit at all. My goodness, with the harassments as well. Oh, but it's the Cypher.
Oh, no, he has actually stopped the Cypher from moving at all. So now we're halted at 99%. The forward has to move on away from this Cypher.
Yeah, he does. I mean, the Cypher's blocked long enough. Look, it's white. So usually when you see the icon being white, it means it's being sealed off. Kuchao needs to run away from this Cypher. I feel someone's already at the Cypher. Oh, my God!
Let's go, GG. My goodness. They're going to try and go for as much as possible, but looking right at it, I think if he's able to tunnel down this forward, it's going to be a lot harder. He's hiding behind. He knows that, so he's trying to see if anyone's camping it out.
God.
But the mind games, oh my God, the Antiquarian trying to go for a pallet stun, and it seems like Antiquarian is going to see around on the rocket chair. It's still too high of a detention time for them to call it, and it's a wax artist too. So we're going to have to see how they're going to play this one out.
Exactly. But the gate has already been opened on the side of the patient, right? And that's the thing. It's all the way on the other side. I think they're just going to try sacrifice. Or they can wait for detention. But it's 75 seconds, though. I don't know if they can hold on that long. And even if they do hold on, like that's the danger of the hot wax. That's the thing as well. So I think they should just take the 3-man escape. It's still a win for GG.
I think they're gonna do just that. Oh my God! If D actually tries to cut them off, oh no, they're actually cut off from the exit. Oh, it seems like
fine.
no. Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That was so scary. I thought that was gonna be the case, but 3-man escape is still pretty good. GG. You see PP shot, like, you know, round of applause on his side. For him to at least, they just tied things up. They're still in the lead, but holy smokes, Mel, it's really the battle of the survivors.
Yeah, exactly. If that was Shroud, they have something to fear. If that was Shroud shooting the wax, they have something to fear. But it's D, and GG can comfortably just leave the front gate. So honestly, 3-3 might not be that bad. 3-1, 3-1, yeah, 4-4 might not be that bad. It's still a draw. It's not a win for FPX.ZQ as well. And GG does still have the lead, 6-3, and a win in game number 1. So.
Yeah, it's still okay. I would say this is still a good start for D, and this is still a best of 5, so it's still 1-0. Coming into game number 3, though, they can't afford to just keep tying it out. I think this is just a glimpse of what is to come. How crazy is it that the hunters haven't been getting more than just 1-man kill? So I think it just shows how much how survivor-sided this game is possibly going to be. But you know, the beauty of best of 5 is that we're going to get more survivor bans, so that's going to help the hunters out a lot.
Exactly. I mean, but even if you say that they're going to get more survivor bans, the same thing can go for the hunters as well. Imagine getting 3 hunters and above banned. You ban the wax artist, you ban the bonbon, you ban the PQ, or Nayad. Oh my God, it's going to leave so little characters to play. But honestly, I would agree with you because, well, survivors, banning a lot of these fundamental survivors are going to limit their capability to function better, to have the more escape.
True. I think, though, this is the test of D, how deep his hunter pool will be. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there, because right now we're still gonna look at the results of the second half of round number 2. Round number 3 will be inbound, but just looking at the stats here, yeah, I think we talked about how important picks and bans are, right? And the fact that he was able to get the wax artist here, a very meta hunter, for him to just get a 1-man kill is still really good. So I think he played this right, because GG, I don't know, I think they're in love with the 4-man escape life.
Exactly. I mean, they've done it once, so it's very normal to say, yo, I think we can do it again. They've experienced that ecstatic moment where they got the 4-man escape. So, I mean, you get hooked on that feeling, right? When you get hooked on that feeling, you're always going to try to keep that feeling. Same goes for people who bet their apples and win, and then they keep going on.
Oh, snap. Pew, pew, pew. Fired. Shots fired towards Chocho. We love you, Chocho. Oh, my God.
Yeah,
but
we
yeah,
do.
I don't know. Actually, I don't know where she put her apples at, so we can't really say. But I would have to say, though, looking at the chat, I feel like GG was the safe apple pick. But FPX.ZQ, they're hanging in there, folks. So they're really making it a one entertaining best of 5. Again, that was the conclusion of the second round. We still got 3 more to go, so hope you guys have been, drinking some water, getting prepared for that. So we will take a short break. When we come back, and it's gonna be round number 3.
See you guys later.
Hashtag COA6 global support and a game identity. VGG, always stay positive. It's nice to be the runner-up, but it will be happy to be the champion. Win the tournament again, says this beautiful fan. Again, big shout-outs to each and every one of you that have been giving their fan cheers, their fan arts, as well as their cosplays, and using the hashtag COA6 global support and game identity 5.
Exactly. Always stay positive, guys, except COVID positive. That's the one thing we don't want to get. So please be careful. Do stay healthy. And of course, another support as well. Young blood does not fear fights. Without fear, without regrets. Come on, leave no regrets, FPX.ZQ. That's exactly what they're doing now. So very timely message. Can you see the picture there, though?
Yeah, you can see the left and the right. You see D, and I think that's Ma. I'm not sure. It's those. You got 2 FPX.ZQ actually members watching. As a guardian angel on both shoulders.
Yeah.
So again, big shout outs to each and every one of you that has been using this hashtag, and also using the @GameIdentityV. Again, yeah, leave no regrets. Stay positive, and also fighting till the very end for both these two teams, and that's what FPX.ZQ is doing. They're constantly staying in this, both Hunter and Survivor side. While GG, it's not an easy path for them to get that second title, right? They're going through Wolves, and now in a very fierce competition between them and FPX.ZQ today.
Yeah, I mean, if they can go through Wolves, I feel like they can definitely pull one over FPX.ZQ. Sorry, just Chantel's impression. She wanted me to do it. Chantel talks like that. She talks like that.
I think she does. I don't know, man.
She does. She sounds like Harry Potter.
She's from Australia. Anyway,
she sounds weird.
We'll see when Chantel rates that.
Course.
Just let's ask Chantel to rate that that accent or that impression. But we're gonna go back to the stage here. It seems like Xiao Ma always leading the charge here for his team. Again, it's very Survivor-sided. We're going to see Lakeside Village, and it's picked by GG. So let's see if this is going to be the breakout rounds for the Hunters, or will it still reign supreme? Will the Survivors still reign supreme?
I mean, Xiao Ma, I don't know, man. I'm always skeptical. I'm skeptical of his geisha because of yesterday. But if he wants to,
I don't know if he's gonna bring out the geisha again.
I know, right? But if he wants to do a redemption geisha play, he can definitely do it in Lakeside. It's really open. He can definitely move out at ease. He doesn't have to worry about toy merchant. Doesn't have to worry about the patient pick. So he can open up possibility to ban everything else. And he's gonna ban toy merchant. So probably not geisha.
Yeah, you know what? These bans are always targeted towards drop with a big yawn over there. He knows that he's been working hard. Yeah, as you mentioned, the dedicated toy merchant. But we are seeing the ban of the Soul Weaver as well as the Bonbon. So I don't know. Depending on how the rest of the picks and bans will go, I'm kind of scared now if Shoma's gonna bring out the geisha.
Exactly. I mean, but at least FPX.ZQ has done enough research and confidently bans the Soul Weaver and Bonbon. So I feel like Xiaoma has no choice. If he can go for geisha if he wants to, maybe the Toy Merchant was a diversion ban.
Could be.
But if he wants to go for something like
Naiad,
like a Naiad or a Disciple here is also good if he wants to get a draw. Because until now, there's no one getting a draw yet on the Hunter side. So
yeah, even Survivors, they refuse to get a draw. They want to get a 3-man escape. So how crazy is that, right? This could be the breakout round. They're gonna get a lot more Survivors banned and only 2 Hunter bans. So now locking in first the Priestess and the Mercenary. So still playing to the very support heavy Priestess there again, mostly for the backdoor rescues. And just with the ship being able to change elevations, and this is the more memes. Again, they always catch me off guard.
I know. Sometimes when you look at the memes, it's like, yo, why is the caster being held hostage with the gun as well? But yeah, Xiaoma has a very tough road ahead of him because right now FPX.ZQ has picked 2 of the most stable characters, I would say. Like Mercenary, always a pleasure to have him, except when he's doubled down. That's when you don't want to have him. Priestess as well to connect the long dots. But better in this game, Posh. Wow.
Batter coming in. And this kind of, I mean, he could actually just get an auto lock right away once he uses that geisha. So I don't think they want to tempt him from using that geisha because that's going to be a tough matchup. I would love to see more batter plays, especially out in the open here, that could definitely have that support. And we have a psychologist to round things out just for the heal onto anyone. So you have a Wi-Fi heal, and you also got what's up?
No, it's okay. Finish your thoughts. I thought of something like,
go for it.
Bonbon. He wants to go Bonbon again, but he's being banned
though. Yeah.
So why does he ban? Oh my God! Why does he ban the Gardener?
Dream Witch.
He banned the Barmaid as well, but Psychologist is there to provide support. I don't know. This is just so crazy. Let me just look. Maybe he wants to play Wax Artist here too.
Okay, check it out. LPZ on stage supporting GR, I believe. Or I see one of the known survivors. You saw him at the intro of he had the 3-champ status. So yeah, so Nell, back to your thoughts there. Sorry, I got a little distracted by LPZ.
Sorry, I was really distracted as well because this ban looks like he was gearing up towards the Bonbon, but then you realize his Bonbon has been banned. So what exactly did he go here? Does he really want to go with the geisha here?
He's gonna pick Bonbon regardless of the ban. Okay.
Oh my God, that's like 0.1%. But I mean, BQ's gonna face a lot of adversity in the form of batter. Batter's gonna but the good thing is there's a lot of open areas here. So even if the batter wants to stun even harder and longer, he needs to do it against a wall, like boom, behind a window and things like that. That would work the best for batter. But here, it's such an open space. I'm interested to see how batter's gonna play out against Bloody Queen. But Xiaoma, I feel like he should just bring Blink straight away here. And no cause for excitement at all.
Yeah, I think well, if you go for the blink, just go for a tie, right? It's easier said than done. We keep saying, yeah, BQ, go for the ties, but I mean, D tried doing that, it didn't quite work out. Maybe because he did bring that excitement to start out, but if you bring out that blink and just get a consistent down early on and force survivors to overextend, that can happen. And it's kind of rare to see Xiaoma actually not getting more than 1-man kill. So will really the Bloody Queen kind of change ties while we head towards the spawn selection now? An L-shaped spawn by the survivors, while Xiaoma right near the Maum, Sands, and Libao.
Yeah. I mean, Xiaoma can go for a few options here. He can go for, he can force out a pad from Libao. If he wants to get a little greedy, he can force out a pad from Libao. He can chase the Psychologist first. Obviously, in the shack, it doesn't really matter because of the mirror. Usually, it's a very strong area to kite in. Like anything with an enclosed building, with a mirror, with a pallet and a window, it's going to be strong. But because of the mirror going through anything, the walls of the shack, it's going to be really hard for Maum to kite there, at least to loop there. So fortunately, they all have flywheels, so I don't know, man, Bosch. It might look like a lot of these mirrors.
Yeah, and also excitement on the Hunter here. Excitement detention trump card. So not playing to what we would think with the blink just to down it. So bringing excitement possibly for, I mean, you don't bring excitement for Priestess because there's not much connections you can make for, I mean, just in the big boat, but for the batter alone. So that's big respect. Anyway, folks, we're going to get into the round 3 first half. Poch Spice and Nello Mello on the mic for calling the Identify action between GG and FPX.ZQ.
Yeah, I mean, the bloodbath, always a beautiful sight to witness. But the first mirror is gonna hit. Oh my god, it's gonna hit the first connected cipher. Sans seems to be the choice. He is the batter, but the short range, though, Bosch.
But he's able to actually get away from the sandwich situation and kites out the entire mirror in the early rounds. So that's actually really big, forcing Xiaoma actually to take this chase. And he has no blink, so this is going to be a lot harder since he has to play with the mirror cooldowns.
Yeah. I mean, it's still okay. Xiaoma's just waiting for his mirror, honestly. This mirror should be making it. Oh, and it's gonna hit.
So close.
Yeah,
I was so scared.
But Flywheel is gonna be available very soon, Posh. So 1 out of 2 connected, and obviously Batter doesn't know if he has blink or not.
Oh wow, dropping the pallet right in front of his face. That was so close. We do see some support coming in the name of the Priestess. So this can actually provide a little more extension here. Look, just connecting the small boat area. Priestess going in and out. The excitement is going to get popped. Sans can actually go for the flywheel, but no, doesn't use the flywheel and now falls down.
Yeah, and now he's going to use the long-range snipe to remove the mirror. What an accurate mirror there, Posh. 1 mirror, 1 hit onto the portal. And that's it. There's no more global portal support. And the ciphers, look at the ciphers.
It's not looking too well, Nell. We is going to clean up some of these short portals just so that the kite ability here isn't going to help them out. So I'm not sure. We do see that the mercenary is trying to rotate away, but that just means there's 1 survivor not focusing on objectives. We're still sitting at 5 ciphers and it's about to be 2 minutes. In this meta, that's not looking good for survivors.
Yeah, maybe that's why GG wanted to go for a bigger map. You can see that Li Bao's going to come and rescue here. She's going to make that rescue, Posh.
Okay, we see that Sans able to get the charge here, but now just using the flywheel, but no, unable to get the hit registered. He's gonna try to hide behind, dodges the first hit, and this just, the chase is actually gonna take a while here, Nell, because he does not have blink, his mirror is on cooldown, and he's just gonna go vault back and forth this window.
Yeah, fortunately for GG, they don't have a psychologist to do the instant heal. Oh, that hit's gonna miss, and now the Priestess just passing by like, Hi guys, I'm just gonna pass by with the psychologist heals the mercenary. I'm gonna continue decoding. But while all of that is happening, Posh, look at the ciphers. It's not really moving.
Not yet. Priestess, though, eating that hit. This could be a little aggressive for the survivor, so we're gonna have to see how this pays off. Sans is actually relegated to kiting out here. He has still 2 balls to use for his bat. So we're just waiting to see. They have, they know he does have excitement, so he doesn't have to worry about a blink hit just yet. And flywheel is still on cooldown, folks. Drop is going to be in the mix here just to provide enough support, while he's still waiting for some holy keys to use for him to be able to extend the kite.
Yeah. Oh my god, and the beautiful flywheel as well. Okay, for those of you who are wondering why is the Priestess blocking with half health, the idea is to rotate the person on the chair so that the battle will be able to last until the cipher's prime, because obviously the 5th cipher is not even done yet. Look at the ciphers, not only 2 done. Gosh, I'm so worried about the over supporting by FPX.ZQ here.
Oh wow, but you have to admire Sans' ability to kite here, not using the balls just yet. And now Maum able to get a stun off Priestess and Mercenary, the soul decoders. This allows Maum to kind of escort Sans to this area. He's gonna have to body block here. He cannot afford to fall down. Uses the excitement just to cancel out the ball, and now Maum has to block this hit from happening to allow Sans more kite ability. We're gonna see a hit register, not quite yet. Goes for the hit onto the batter.
There you have it, Posh, the magical hitbox of Bloody Queen. You can't cover with 1 survivor. You gotta cover like the choo-choo train. The 3 survivors cover. But now it's finally gonna go to the basement, and that's the worst possible place to be in. Priestess is decoding the last, actually the 2nd last cipher. Maybe he's gonna come in for the support.
Look at this. He's gonna chase them out of that cipher. It's a little elevated here. But yeah, Priestess has to come for this rescue. It seems but Li Bao is the one that's gonna make this rescue attempt happen. Batter, oh my god, right away at the staircase, forcing Xiaoma for the attack recovery, and now gets rescued. No, not quite, waiting it out till the last possible second though.
Yeah, I think he should just hit here. You don't have to get the Terror Shock, just hit. Oh my god, and he's gonna farm the batter. It's not even done. Yeah, it's just not shot.
Yeah,
No,
just go for
it's not enough.
It's not enough. Goes for the pickup, but it's the mercenary now. Can he pick up in time? It's about to pop. Oh, he gets the pickup. Hang on, not just yet. Drop is here. Drop can go for the rescue. He's gonna try and go for more hits, and he knows that the this batter is dead on chair. Oh, Terror Shock forcing the pop. The pop is not going to happen just yet. They go for the pop. Oh my goodness. Unable to struggle free. Priestess able to rescue the mercenary.
Oh my god, that's gonna happen, but right now no one's at the chair because Maum is gonna make his way towards the front gate, but drop! He's probably gonna drop really soon now, and it's gonna hit Posh! This looks like a 3K, my god.
The exit gate's not moving now, you might be right. Priestess is going to see her first time onto the rocket chair. Mercenary's already been sat down, but if Maum doesn't act accordingly, he has to rotate away. He cannot afford to get hit because there's so much time left on detention here.
Yeah, I mean, he just healed the mercenary, so the mercenary is hiding behind, has to be really careful. He's just gonna wait for the mirror. He shouldn't be forcing the gate at all. Oh my god.
Hang on. We see that the mirror placement is here. Is he going to focus onto Maum or is he going to go for Li Bao? It seems like he's going to try to commit to the psychologist. The mirror is not going to be ready just yet. Maum already at the exit gate. It's not open yet. He's just going to go for a long range hit and psychologist falls down.
The charge attack by Sham. He anticipated the flywheel. Now you can see Li Bao running all the way towards away from the hunter, but it doesn't really matter because he still has the Nidus. He knows that someone is still here, and with one mirror shot into the boat, he's gonna find the priestess. Oh my goodness.
He's gonna try and go for a drop. Unfortunately, there's too much distance established, so now they're really kiting out the detention period here. The exit gates aren't open just yet, so once he's able to actually kite out detention, this mercenary can go for a safe rescue, but at this point it seems like Drop might be the one to try to pressure this rescue from happening.
Yeah, even though it looks like it might be able to wait for the detention, it doesn't really matter because the gate is only 21%. Oh my gosh,
look at this! Wow, able to get it, and now Li Bao can try and go for this rescue. We do see that the mirror is going to be here. He's going to try to snipe out Li Bao. Everyone is getting hit now.
My goodness, he has to chair the priestess now. He cannot be greedy because you know what? It's such an upgrade from a 1K. He cannot be greedy here.
So he's gonna chair the priestess. The gate isn't open just yet. Li Bao can actually tank more hits. There's no more detention. The psychologist, he could actually go for the psychologist, but now, yeah, he's gonna go for it right away. Gonna go for the mirror hit. He's gonna pressure down the gates. Priestess is out. Li Bao is here. He can't afford to hit the mercenary. Oh, he's able to hit the mercenary, forcing attack recovery. And now everyone is still scrambling here. Now, Drop is gonna try and move away just so he can provide a portal support for everyone as it's still on cooldown. And Li Bao is gonna take this kite. This is not the best target, to be honest, because he's still gonna tank one more hit before he falls down.
Oh my god, he's gonna fall very, very soon. But now the heals happening. Both the priestess and psychologist are healing each other. They might want to push for this cipher, but it doesn't really matter. Shelma knows the cipher's not, the gate's not gonna be done in time, so it's only 55%. Yes, you heal the priestess. But honestly, it is already an upgrade from what happened. Even if he gets a draw here, but I don't feel it's going to be a draw. Shelma's going to be very proactive. He's just going to mirror right into the middle.
Yeah, it's at 71 though. Both of them are actually going to get healed up, so it's going to take 4 hits to down both of them. And now, since BQ is just a single hit hunter, he's going to have to focus on one. We're still at 55%, so the best case here is for him to like Terror Shock. But Maum now racing towards the gate. Priestess might actually have to go for this rescue.
Yeah, I think he's definitely making his way. Like you can see on the lower left, he's already using the portal to go. He has to be really careful though. Mercenary is about to expire, but he's gonna be rescued last minute by the priestess.
Oh, he's gonna focus on to the psychologist. Now we're gonna go see a mirror change, and Maum, he's gonna be in this area. The sandwich situation is gonna do it, so this could be a tie that they're looking for. Drop is gonna be here. Hang on. Yeah, going for the drop. Down support and not quite there. Oh, wow. Kind of aggressive here, but that's fine. They can afford this risk. Mercenary has already opened up the exit gate, and now they're going to chair here right in front of the exit gate.
Yeah, they avoided a potential 3K right there. What beautiful movement by FPX.ZQ, managing to tie it even though in that hopeless situation. My goodness, the teamwork of FPX.ZQ. But honestly, this is GG's game to take, and getting a draw is still not too bad. Because again, from a 1K to a 2K, in my book, that's good enough of an upgrade.
Yeah, compared to just the trajectory we've been seeing the Hunters go at. So can you imagine how much work Shalma had to do just to get a tie? That is how powered up the survivors are. And that game lasted so long. Like, the tension was completely negated already. We saw 2 heals come out and they were still trying to push. So FPX.ZQ really having that fighting spirit till the very end. You love to see it happen. This is what I live for now. These amazing matches, these clutch matches. Both of these teams really want to call themselves the COA 6 champions.
Yeah. I mean, fortunately, it wasn't a bonbon. I mean, if it was a bonbon, things would have been different. But Bloody Queen, I feel like he could have just used the peeper, like, because everyone was just pushing the front gate. If he used the peeper and he slugs everyone, that might have been a strategy, a slugging strategy. But I don't think he's 100% sure of that strategy, because Priestess gets up really quick. But I feel like if he chairs one person and slugs the other, that would have been the best case scenario. But all has been said and done. A draw is not too bad, but look at the containment time. It just shows how much FPX.ZQ has been committing towards getting at least 2 out.
Yeah. Just back to that peeper scenario, that could have been actually the game changer, right? Imagine he kept dropping like 3 peepers in the gate. Like, it's so slow. Everyone's an antiquarian opening the gate. So could have been different, but like you said, I think this is what Shalma would want. Like, yes, it would be much better if he got more than a tie, but a tie is what they needed, and that's what they got.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the replay now. Remember when he picked up the psychologist and he hit the priestess once? He could have put him down and continue. Priestess, right?
True, that could have been it. Because it just like it's fine. That buys a little more time. There's no rush to chair people because everyone's seen the round on the rocket chair. So just slug everyone.
Exactly. But well, that's a decision that Shalma has to make. He's contented with a 2-2, and as you can see on the board yourself, ladies and gentlemen, 2-2 is an upgrade from a 1-3 from his previous games. He'll gladly take it.
Yeah, the first 2-2 of this game, right? How crazy is that? For him to be able to get that now and in this factor, and then if you consider this, if FPX.ZQ, if D doesn't get a tie, if he gets less than a tie, then GG is up by 2 points, and they just play one more game, and that could be the entire series. So it's really do or die time for D for him to be able to at least tie things up. As the rounds go on, the stakes get even higher and higher because we are playing towards the best of 5, and the room for error is much more limited as we head to the championship rounds of 4 and 5.
Yeah, but you can see that the Hunters are slowly gaining momentum here, right? And the FPX.ZQ saved themselves from a potential 3K. But you can see the rise of Hunters. So I feel like in the next half, D would probably power up as well in some ways, especially when it's up against GG survivors who have been constantly getting 3-man escape, 4-man escape. And you know what? What's a COA match if you don't have a little bit of surprise? Surprise power.
Evil reptilian. I'm kidding.
Oh my god. It worked though. It's actually really good here.
It did. Shota. Shout out to Shota of Reject. Bring out the evil reptilian. But for now, I think D, just stick to your guns. Stick to just getting that tie situation for him to be able to, just play it safe for now, right? But like you said, momentum of Hunters are starting to come in. So maybe we're going to see a little more level up here from D.
I'm trying to get into his mind now. I'm trying to think, ban the supporters, ban the healers, and then bam, hit it with the hermit.
Oh, that could be good.
Right? That's what Ani did.
He could do that. If he bans the supporters to start out, it might be a big tell, and they might go Explorer. Oh my god, Explorer in this map is going to be crazy. But
it is.
Yeah, like you said, I would love to see that. get inspired by Anyi, guys.
Yeah, exactly. Hermit can be really good surprise shock, but it should never. I don't think it can be used to be like a decisive moment hunter.
Yeah.
For example, God J used it as a decisive moment.
Yeah.
He got specified. Alex used it as a decisive moment. In Arms Factory, yeah, it wasn't good for him.
I think a Hermit, yeah, like you said, should be like the one, like big haymaker punch at the start of the game, not your last ditch effort, because it's like I think you brought it best. Like you need to stay cool, calm, and collected when you're using Hermit. You can't just spam the shots. You can't just willy-nilly just do the Eye of Sauron dunks. And you have to constantly keep looking at the ciphers, knowing when to disconnect so you can down the survivors, or just let them share all of the hits. So yeah, I don't know what D's state of mind is, because if he brings that out now, man, that means he's confident as heck now.
Exactly. I mean, a surprise caught off guard situation is always good against survivors, because survivors, they prepare their compositions to counter your most anticipated hunter. So when that happens, you caught them off guard, you're gonna have a much better result. But well, it's GG survivors we're talking about. The ban's gonna be the Thief again. Very respectful ban of the Thief. Very, very rightfully so as well, because it counters so many skills. It silences, and that's the most important thing. But GG looks like a repeat of the first two picks of FPX.ZQ. And Priestess.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna play this a little bit safe and see what else D is gonna be banning, because it seems like GG has such specialized hunters, survivors, that, you know, the Thief, the Coordinator, but now it seems like Batter and Dancer as well as a Seer. So this is very interesting. Look at that fighting. Let's go. Did he say that? Was that sign say Soba?
I didn't. It went by too quickly, but probably is. But oh my God, there's a prospector in the game.
Yikes! Big yikes.
Yeah, I mean, prospectors about like it's gonna get nerfed again. I mean, based on the competition itself, you can see that there's so many use for it. The cipher boost temporary speed boost when you pass by a cipher, right? Get the speed boost to kite away. The stun magnets to harass. That's already very powerful. So yeah, use it while it lasts, and while that's going on,
enjoy it while it lasts.
Enjoy it while it lasts. Yeah. I mean, it's like from the beginning until now, I just keep saying this guy is an all-rounder. Can decode, can kite, can decode, can kite, can harass, and even make those clutch plays. So
and GG's all about those clutch plays, right? They're survivors. They really try to go for the 4-man escape. We've seen amazing performance, synergy, right? And this composition does bring out that synergy. The fact that they have the Priestess, and you have the support of the Prospector and Acrobat, and just the survivor, a rescuer and the hunter. So a rescuer in the mercenary from any hunter that D's gonna be bringing out. So let's just see what he chooses to bring. I mean, you can try and go for safe and try to go Naiad. You can bring out Wax Artist if ever. In this lineup, it works okay since you only have one stunner, and we're just gonna have to wait and see.
They're probably trying to force out a spider pick, but I mean, D can definitely use spider in Lakeside Village, but because there's a prospector, like the risk of getting cancelled out of the stuns might be increased. But I still feel like Lakeside Village is a pretty good place to have spider as well, or even Anne if he wants to go with it. But no, the geisha, really?
Oh my goodness, Nell! I'm getting kind of flashbacks from yesterday. Geisha on Lakeside. We've seen 4K geishas on Lakeside, but we've also seen how Xiaoma did struggle with his geisha. But
he did.
Acrobat geisha though, that kind of negates the whole. This is actually a little tough, I'd have to say. At least the mobility is going to be on their side. Prospector, I would have to say, is just so good, just stunning anyone. And on the hands of 18, for him to be a Thief main to go on Prospector might be a level up, or could potentially be a little easier. So, yeah, I think the bans kind of speak for itself with him banning the Batter now, as well as the Seer. Funnily enough, yeah, I didn't attempt to ban out the Barmaid, but still, it's still all good on their side. They didn't pick up any healers.
Yeah, I mean barmaid technically he doesn't need to ban it because one hit, one dash, he's gonna reach the barmaid so quickly. So maybe that's why even though it's not banned, GG's not picking up as well because they know of this situation. So they opt to go for Acrobat, a more well-rounded kiter, healer. Technically does everything as well except for slow decoding. Antiquarian also has been banned. So Prospector, I feel like Prospector compared to Batter, yeah, I can do a lot of those stuns and kites, but Batter would technically be more annoying. So maybe that's why he to ban.
That makes sense. Oof. So that's a good way to put it, Nell. We are gonna head towards the spawn selections here. Seems like 18 wants to get this first kite, or Kuchao as well. PPZ and PPXia all the way on the other side. Again, giving PPXia the boat is actually really good, just so you can have those global portals set up in another amazing kiting part, while PPZ is just there to provide any rescues just in case a kite goes south with these survivors.
Yeah, I mean, it's very beautifully placed as well, PPXia, like what you mentioned, the support portals. Of course, what? There's no
flywheel. I thought they were ready for this geisha, but the fact they didn't bring flywheel, I don't know. Flywheel's so strong against geisha since so
exactly.
They're gonna try to transition, but you can just throw butterflies.
Yeah, the broken window, yeah, you can gain distance, but I don't know, man. Against a geisha might be a totally different kind of scenario. But again, it's right here, right now. D is gonna make it happen to geisha. Bringing you the commentaries is me, Nelo and Posh Spice. Let's go.
D now looking for the best target out in the open here. It seems like PPZ wants to take this first kite. He was just there on the Cypher. Seems like no one is hanging around the 11 area and the logs area. So it's, he's trying to look for someone, but now PPZ just going right in front of him and just crouching in front of his face. Let's see if it's going to pay off. PPZ, the mercenary. Wow. It seems like he's going to take this kite. So he's chasing mercenary to start out.
Wow, 2 pats in one chase. That's a win for D. What a play right there, forcing out PPZ's two pads. That's just good, because in this big map you don't have pads. Your mercenary is just walking on the ground. You're just walking sandbag. So
yeah, and now it's just it's a tough thing for the mercenary, because now he has to decode. He's not he's terrible at decoding actually. So it's gonna buy him enough time to rotate and try to look for another survivor. Even though it has been a minute, he has not found a survivor just yet. He wants to find the most optimal one, and it seems like it's Kuchao, and he does have the blink to use. A little overextended on the throw there, but Kuchao, he's gonna try to run this route near this pallet. He's gonna have the bomb ready just to transition towards the shack area.
Oh my god. Okay, the mind game's going on. Oh, is he gonna fall for it? Oh my god, he misses as well.
Oh wow, he didn't even drop the pallet. Oh my goodness, D walking through, but Kuchao's like, yeah, it's okay. Goes for another bomb and misses the hit now.
Yeah, what a beautiful play there. Like, I thought that was the perfect opportunity to drop the pallet, but he didn't. But he salvaged the situation. He went out instead. Kuchao doing an amazing kite here. Posh, 3 ciphers are moving. Really good. Oh
back to the shack, and now we're gonna go towards the window. No, he's just gonna have to eat this hit. He doesn't want to force the terror shock to happen. Throwing down the pallet, so he's gonna throw another butterfly. But Blink is actually gonna cut the corner here, but he picked up a butterfly from the skill check. He has no bomb equipped just yet, so he might have to rely on the real estate in the back part of this map. Whoa!
Yeah. Whoa! What a beautiful bomb there. Honestly, Kuchao has bought enough time, man. 2 ciphers have been done during his entire kite. And look at the cipher, 75%. The other one's about to be done soon. Technically, it's just 1 cipher remaining, Posh.
Yeah, that was actually an excellent kite. And the cipher rush is real, dude. Like at the start, we were like, hey, no one's really touching ciphers. PPZ is hiding here. He only has 1 elbow pad, and he's already feeding that tinnitus. So 2 ciphers remaining, 1 at 75, the other 1 at 39. D has to make haste here. He's going to try to go for a drop down 2 hit here. PPXia and PPZ are here for the rescue.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Oh, the drop down hit not registering the double rescue. He's gonna farm? No, it's the portal not allowing him to farm at all. D, he's gonna dash through.
Yeah, he's using the broken windows, and now he's gonna be forced to actually vault through the window. He has no bomb ready. He's just gonna go for a normal vault. Just goes right down, and now PPZ is here for the body block support. 2 of the ciphers. Acrobat gets a farmed off hit.
Magical hitbox! What's going on?
Oh, forward can tank that hit. He's trying to force him to go in for the pickup. Oh, gets the pallet drop. The Cyphers, are they going to pop? Not just yet. One at 99, one at 98. He's going to force them to break. But the thing is, these two Cyphers are spread apart. So now PPZ has to be very careful. Has one pad to use. They're going to have to time this rescue correctly now.
Yeah, PPZ doesn't come in for the rescue because the last Cypher is actually really far away. So Prospector needs to run to that area. PPZ though, will he get hit here? Oh my god, he missed the hit! That was so important!
Yeah, the Holy Key was cleaned out, and now we see PPZ have to go for the rescue. Couldn't go for the dash, buying a little more time, and now focusing his attention on Kuchao. GG just needs 3 survivors escape for them to be able to win this round number 3. Gets the hit. Cypher pop is gonna happen now, and Kuchao still in this area. We have not seen him use a different skill just yet, and GG is gonna contain this Hunter while they open up the exit gates. And now we see that the hit is going to register onto the Acrobat, folks. The exit gate is going to be opened up. The Holy Key able to bring all the survivors. Now it's going to be a 3-person escape. GG winning round number 3.
Exactly. Like, Xiaoma getting that 2 win was so important because now GG getting just the 3 escape allows them to get another win. So now the pressure is on FPX.ZQ because it's 2 win. Look at PPZ, it's like, yeah. You think I was gonna?
You see that rescue? You see that rescue on the priestess?
You think I was gonna flunk my priestess again? No, I'm not gonna have. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Yeah, I didn't go exactly as what people. It wasn't exactly as intended. And honestly, Posh, next round is gonna be so important for FPX.ZQ.
FPX.ZQ cannot afford to lose round number 4 and 5 if they want to stay alive in this competition. And they gotta, I mean, we'll just look at rounds first before points.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you think about it, if GG just ties round number 4, they win immediately. Because even though you go to round number 5, they win it, they still win in rounds because they win round 1 and 3. And this is why the stakes could not be higher. You have to win. It's so important to win rounds 1, 2, or 3 because round 4 and 5 championship rounds, that's where you really get tested, folks.
Yeah, exactly. If you have 2 draws, it's gonna come to who wins more rounds. If both teams also get 2 wins each, then that's gonna be a different story. But FPX.ZQ, despite their roaring performance, like on the survivor side, on D as well, they haven't managed to win a round yet. So that's very important because if next round they don't win again, they don't win round 4, it's over. GG, like what you said, GG gets a draw, it's over. They're not even gonna go to a game 5 because even if you win game 5, well, technically you only have 1 round win.
Yeah, and rounds, folks, trump points. And even though they win round 5 in a 10-0 fashion, if they win round 5 10-0 fashion, it's still not going to count because we count rounds before points. An incredible performance again by GG survivors. They've been so consistent as of late now. They have not lost a single survivor game. They're really testing the will and determination of D here. And for him to just get 1 seems like a big struggle. It's, again, that's the way the game goes. And GG's been so consistent as of late. And yes, roaring performance by FPX.ZQ, but if we look at the numbers, they still haven't won a round. So they're really put on the back foot here.
Exactly, you can see for yourself. Round 1 goes to GG. Round 2 was a draw. Round 3 just now went to GG again. So it's 2 rounds, 2-0 now currently. So 1 more win is gonna make deal it for GG. Another draw is gonna deal it for GG. FPX.ZQ, if they want to survive, they need to win round number 4. So that's what's at stake here. Gosh.
Oh, and you know what? We do have to tell everyone as well, like, all the top 4 are going to be seen tomorrow because there's still be a battle for the 3rd place spot. So again, not saying that FPX.ZQ is going to take that spot just yet. GG could also do that if FPX.ZQ just levels up and Super Saiyans up in this next 4th and 5th round. But just letting you guys know that the top 4 is really prestigious as it is because you still get to battle for 3rd place tomorrow. That'll be the first match. Then it's going to be grand finals. It's still a best of 5. So just a nail biter of a match. But GG, my goodness, just
exactly.
Wow, just what an incredible acrobat performance. And just hiding behind the pallet was just like nerves of steel for me.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, there were just so many plays there. And mind you, We didn't even see 18 in action.
Yes, we did not. And I was excited to see 18 go and stunning, right? So with his beautiful Thief performance and also his amazing, well, he was supposed to have an amazing Prospector. So unfortunately, maybe we'll be starved of some 18's action for round number 4. But you know, it kind of highlighted the other survivors of GG. But we'll be taking a short break, folks. When we come back, it's going to be number 4. Here we go. Hashtag COA6 Global Support. Congratulations to the young birds for reaching the Final 4. I hope you will be reborn in this abyss, showered with golden rain, wielding white feathers and shaking the 8 wilderness. Congratulations. Oh, it's just repeated. So, big shout outs once again to this. Wow. Embalmer cosplayer. Let's go, no?
Let's go. 8 wilderness. Some kind of Zen thing going on here. Not really sure what that is, but yeah, very beautiful poem as well. And of course, for you guys, there is still the finals tomorrow. So if you want to get your message in, if you want to go on the fast track, please do send in your messages as well. We also accept memes. We also accept messages. We would love to read your message as well. So it's at Spicy Posh and me, Nello the World.
Yes.
Yep. Next up, our little fan, our young fan here.
We should know that a young man's will is the best in the world. Come on, GG fighting. Hashtag COA6 Global Support. And with the GG merch. I asked this question to Chocho yesterday, Nell. If you could get one of the jerseys for yourself on one of the IVL or IJL teams, which jersey would you want? Or which fan, or which merchandise would you want? GG, FPX.ZQ, what would you want?
I would get the Zetas one.
Oh, the white one. That's clean.
Yeah, it looks really clean. But honestly, I'm hoping that one day I'll be able to have for Southeast Asia, NM's very own jersey.
Let's go.
That's the dream. The
dream.
The will. The young man's dream is to be the best. So thank you for the message. It's really cool.
We did. Me and Chocho did agree Zeta was really good. In IVL though, we kind of like GR, but I'm looking at GG's getup. It's actually really good too. It's also kind of clean. It's all white. But the thing with me, folks, I'm terrible when I'm drinking or eating. I just can't shoot things into my mouth when it just spills all over. So I don't think I could wear white, especially when I'm commentating, because I do drink a lot of water. And I hope you guys have been drinking a lot of water as well, because this is an intense battle between FPX.ZQ and GG. There it is now. Like, stay hydrated, as Norton would say in the chat. And we're off to championship rounds. GG looking like they're in championship form. However, FPX.ZQ, they got to bounce back and bounce back quick here in round number 4.
Yeah, before the lead gets even further away, because right now GG are playing like champions. They're thinking like champions. They're doing it like champions. They are playing to win, whereas right now it feels a little bit like these playing a little bit of defense. It feels like they're on the defense at this moment, though.
I like how you bring that up, because it's you see the difference sometimes. Like someone's playing to win, and someone's playing to survive or get the bare minimum. And yeah, D is kind of forced into that defensive mode. However, this is the rounds we were talking about where the hunters get kind of powered up. And now at least it's FPX.ZQ on the picks here, and we're going to hospital now.
Let's go. Why wouldn't you stop by the hospital? Hospital is the best place to be at, especially, you know, when you... Oh, I was talking about ADV. Was it the hospital?
I think it was Sacred Heart Hospital, I think.
Yeah. Hospital is the best place you want to be at, especially when you're playing Survivors. So, well, if you're playing a ranked game, Hospital is always the best place to be at. For those of you who are new to the game or just tune in, well, Hospital, there's a lot of kiting areas. The middle Hospital is obviously a very strong place to kite. There's a lot of pallets you can jump down from the elevations. Next up, there's also the kiting ruins area, which is also very strong. Hunters rarely want to chase survivors there as well. And there's just so many spots to kite, so many pallets. So
look at this Phoenix dancing. I love the vibes that he's given. He's just like vibing, bro.
Please pardon me. I just keep thinking of it as a chick.
He's a phoenix. He's a very
it's a baby phoenix, I feel.
I mean, I don't know what a phoenix costume or mascot looks like. I guess it's that. Yeah, I guess you can. Yeah. It maybe hasn't evolved yet. Maybe it hasn't risen yet.
That's a chocobo, bro.
Exactly. If he's on all fours, it's a chocobo. You start racing with him. But we're gonna see some bans. Oh god, there's so much bans on the Hunter and Survivor side. This does remind me, yeah, we are in championship rounds. Toy Merchant, Antiquarian, Priestess, and Seer ban. While we have no Bonbon, no BQ, no Spider as well for Shaoma. And still, I would say very solid picks. And Entomologist, yes, in this map is very strong, especially if Priestess does get banned. And you have the Prospector again coming in. We haven't seen that much Prospector plays yet, but hopefully FPX.ZQ is going to bring it out now.
Yeah, I feel like this pick, like having a Gravekeeper instead of the forward or the batter, is already showing that they are preparing for Shauma's Disciple. Because when you're underground, the cats can lash onto you. So maybe that's the idea there. They're preparing to cover that base in case Shaoma wants to go with the Disciple. But of course, a Naiad here will be really strong as well. Eli gave a very thorough explanation after I asked him about why it's good in Sacred Heart. He's done it, so if you missed the VODs yesterday, please go check it out. Yeah, so Naiad here would be good as well because it covers the bases. Like, you know, when survivors like to loop into the hospital, the balcony area, to go all the way to the second floor, jump down, right? So you can follow as well. You can follow that route as well, so they can't loop back the same area because it will be flooded with water. So that can be really good too.
Yeah, and yeah, Batter as well. So I think it's a toss-up between Naiad and, as you said, the Disciple. And considering how it went yesterday, I believe, it was round number 4 where Shaoma did bring out the Disciples. So I think bring out the Entomologist, Gravekeeper, and Prospector, again, just really good just for stunning. And also the Batter. You can prepare for this and that can come out. And it really depends also how the kiting route is going to be done and if they can use Hospital as a safe haven. However, Shaoma, I mean, we saw his leaps yesterday. It was just so good and so on point. Exactly. So he's gonna have to make all of them count, and we will see. The Anne is gonna come out, folks.
It's not gonna be easy though. Shaoma's not gonna have a really good time with Anne because Prospector already counters Anne. You saw what happened yesterday, right? Who was the team again? They were trying to get a 1K.
Yesterday, Wolves.
Yes.
Wolves GG.
Yeah, they were just trying to get a 1K, and it was so hard. And the Prospector was just stunning left and right. Of course, there was the forward as well. But here, that's the batter. Like, you try to leap, right? You leap, the batter's gonna just baseball hit you away. So that's also one thing you have to pay in mind. Not to mention, Entomologist Beast stops your jump. And of course, the Gravekeeper in the shovel, you can't latch on. You can't force an early rescue.
Sorry, I was just looking at the Phoenix again. He was just dancing and strutting the stage.
Yeah, bro, that's
Sorry. It's a phoenix. 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 I'm just trying to remind myself it's a phoenix. But
manifest the phoenix.
Manifesting. Yeah. Who knows if FPX.ZQ wins here? I feel like that the chicken's gonna go Super Saiyan and turn into a real phoenix.
Yeah.
However, you did paint a good picture here of how the survivors can negate the cat jumps of this and. So guys in the chat, once again, this could be the last hurrah of FPX.ZQ survivors. So do spam some emojis, some chicken, some what do you pandas and there's no phoenix emojis, right? So we have to go with chickens.
Chicken. It's a chicken in the end of the day.
Bird. Any avian emoji that you see, any winged emoji in the chat for FPX.ZQ. While we want to see the pandas for GG Xiaoma here. So drop already spawning at the center of the map here. Not sure. This is gonna be so hard, especially if he's on the bees, just to look for the footsteps. So yeah, I mean, who are you gonna chase at first here now?
No one is easy
No
to
one.
chase.
We're not chasing anyone.
Yeah, everyone's poisoned at this moment. The flywheel's gonna be kinda good, but honestly, once the cat latches onto you, flywheel's not gonna do anything for you. So it's gonna be hard, but we'll just have to see how they're gonna manage this. I mean, early game, yeah, you can agree that flywheel will be able to help you dodge that cat. But when it gets to second presence, the first presence, the second presence unlock, it's going to be super hard. And honestly, FPX.ZQ should be looking at least getting a 3 escape with this lineup, supposedly.
Yep, without further ado, folks, championship rounds. Nelomel and Potch Spice on the mic here between FPX.ZQ and GG, and Xiaoma already making his way towards the ruins area here. He's already used the leap right outside of Shack, and it seems like Sans might be on the target here, but this is the batter. So he can try and go for the stuns here. Unable to get the cat bite here, and we still haven't seen the first presence just yet, but that instance is going to buy him a little more time, a faster time. Now look at that U-turn jump. Beautiful stuff. He's just going to change targets now.
Yeah, exactly, because the rules area is so difficult. You saw the dodge happening, and then he was just waiting. He was just waiting for batter. He wanted him, the focus, the attention of the batter to him, so that when the cooldown's almost over, he can just leap over, and he's chasing the prospector. Now he's saying, "Yo, help me!" The bee's probably there.
The bees are there to cancel it out, but look at that. He's chasing 2 people at once, and he's only gonna get 1 reward. Nice cat jump to try and get an angle onto Maum, but now Maum gets silenced out, so he's gonna see if he can try to just negate the bees here. But the constant changing of targets, now I'm not a fan of it, because now he's gonna go for the Gravekeeper. Yes, depleting the resources, but Cyphers are slowly moving on. Maybe FPX.ZQ, you know, not the fan of the Cypher rush. They go for the support here and the kite, and we're gonna see if Xiaoma's gonna commit to this Gravekeeper as we speak.
Yeah, I mean, now you can see why it's so hard to play Ant in this map. Not to mention all this composition counters him. You can see that all 5 Cyphers have progressed, and no one is injured yet. So it will be a miracle, honestly.
Yeah.
Xiaoma can get a 1k out of these survivors here.
Oh, that's gonna be tough. So now let's see. He finally has the cross. Yeah, he has his first skill, and he's able to get it. This is gonna be huge. Able to get a hit. No flywheel onto the Gravekeeper since he has Tide Turner, and Li Bao now forced to run this route inside hospital. He does have a shovel to use, and now the bees are here to just provide that support, and he's gonna try to negate them, and this just cancels out his jump, and now, allowing him to go towards that burrow status.
Yeah, but at least he's removing, I feel like chasing the Gravekeeper is still good, because once the Gravekeeper has no shovels left, he's basically sitting ducks. So Xiaoma's just positioning the cross where he thinks Li Bao can be at when he hits.
Yeah, right there. He's able to get it. Oh, nice dodge from Li Bao. But I mean, the anticipation of him going that route, right? Still using the leap, and the drifting now is just on point. Li Bao, has to use this terrain to his advantage. We do see a drop down on one of the survivors here. It's actually the batter. So can he silence? Nice sidestep and beautiful latch onto Li Bao. But look at that, cancel it out.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Look, 3 Cyphers have been done. The 2 remaining Cyphers are being decoded as we speak. It's so hard for Ant, and he doesn't even dare use the... Oh my god.
Li Bao, on the other side here. He spots him out. He's going to try to drop the cross. Able to go and level change. He's going to fall back down. He wants to go for Li Bao. Just getting 1 survivor kill is actually going to be good enough for Xiaoma.
My god. And now the Prospector is gonna come for the harass. He's playing like he only needs 1k to win this game.
Yeah. I mean, he did bring excitement, right? Oh, he's not even going to use it just yet, allowing Li Bao to continue on. 2 harassers here, and they probably know, right, that he has it. Nice sidestep again. He's already destroyed one of the balls. He's going to go for the leap, able to get the down onto the Gravekeeper.
Yeah, he needs to silence the Grave. He needs to silence the batter now. Oh, wait. I thought he was silent.
Yeah. I thought so too, but apparently I saw the snap happen. And look at that. He's able to go through. He's cleaning up the batter's balls here, and now we see that 1 Cypher does remain. So this is actually an uphill battle. Xiaoma has not seen anyone on a rocket chair just yet.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't have trump card as well. He brought 6-9, and the Cypher's pop. Oh my God, Li Bao's gonna start running now. Technically, if he wants to get a 1k, this might be his opportunity to do so, but. I don't know, man. They'll definitely try and wait until his detention's over.
Yeah.
To the second time.
They're still good on resources. The tide, yes, is on Li Bao's side, and now he's gonna try it. Oh, he can't even jump at this point because the basement's covering it up. He's gonna try to go for someone else. It seems like he's gonna focus on the Sands, the batter.
Oh my God. He shouldn't chair at the front gate because he's just so close. If the basement is here, he should be doing. Oh, the basement's here. This might be a game changer, Posh.
It could be, but that's the thing. They could wait out they could wait out detention, right? They still have Tide Turner, 1 Tide Turner and Gravekeeper, but yeah, they're not gonna just do that. They want to just go for the safe route and just go for a 3-man escape. Again, that's good. However, you're still providing that pressure onto D, and the thing is, GG can actually still perform a 3-man escape, and then they're gonna get the victory here. But incredible performance on FPX.ZQ's side, though.
Yeah, FPX.ZQ looks relieved. Honestly, for me, I don't think they should be relieved yet because it's like what you said. They get a draw, and it's still gonna be the win of GG.
Yeah.
And man, oh man, I mean, 3-man escape. I was actually kind of hoping they push for a 4-man escape, but since he died, the batter kind of overextended and died in the basement.
Yeah,
there's nothing more could have been done. D has to get more than that, though.
Yeah, I mean. It's crazy how we look at a 3-man escape and still think it's lacking because of the situation we're in, right? Because in zero context, that's a win. But considering that what's at stake here, and this is a best of 5, we're in round number 4. Yeah, FPX.ZQ's D has all the pressure here, and I just realized FPX.ZQ's D. We just said a lot of alphabets there. FPX.ZQ.
Exactly. Exactly.
6 letters.
FPX.ZQ. That's the name that you wanna hear, especially since he's playing for the second half now, practically deciding the fate of FPX.ZQ. But the 3-man kite, you can see like Li Bao being the kiter, the rescuer turning into a kiter. 195 seconds. Xiaoma basically played the entire game without using the traits at all.
Yeah, I mean, just the jump. Yeah, he didn't even need excitement at this point. So I'm actually surprised that the Hunters now, maybe they got rattled in round number 1, how passively they're kind of playing it. We didn't I actually thought he'd bring Blink or something, just for him to secure that down, because we've talked to Eli, we've talked also offline how Blink is more of conservative because of the cooldown time, right? You just want to play to a Blink, down them right away, just camp it out. It's not as aggressive as a teleport because you're really building that map presence. But here, I think there was just a lot of respect put on the Prospector and the batter, which they did get those stuns, and I'm surprised that he is kind of gun shy with pulling the excitement because there was no like downed moment. So here we have it, folks. 4-man escape, 3-man escape, GG wins. 2 and below, then we're gonna see that round number 5.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, I would love to see it as well. But maybe just going back to the question of why he didn't use excitement. Maybe it's like, yo, I haven't used it early game, I haven't used it middle game. Maybe it's best to keep it hidden until the very end because because if they know he has excitement, they'll definitely try and maybe go in for the rescue. But if they think, oh, he might still be holding teleport, then it's gonna be too risky to rescue right there.
Yeah, I think it was like diminishing returns if you think about it. He kept holding on to it till it was like, dang, Cypher pop already happened. I'm still holding on to it. So it's it was trying to mitigate or trying to manage the risk reward. And if we look back, I believe there were not much instances where the stun happened and he could get an instant down yet. So it's tough, right? Especially if you bring excitement, which looked on paper like the right move because you have 2 stunners. But yeah, like you said, the whole match he didn't use it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just keep it until the very end. Keep the element of surprise. But yeah, I mean, all is up to D now. You saw the prerequisites, right?
Yeah, that's such a funny meme.
Exactly.
He's being held hostage.
Yeah.
There's a flare gun to the head. You're gonna get stunned.
I mean, oh my god, someone should do that for us, but it's okay. The music is funny.
We'll do it in IVA or IVC. Let's
sure.
see how this is gonna pan out. But so now FPX.ZQ's D, the alphabet hunter here, the alphabet name, is gonna be on stage while GG Survivors, folks. If you guys are just tuning in now, they have not gotten less than a 3-man escape. That's unheard of in this playoffs. It's crazy how good they are.
Exactly. And by no means are any of the players not performing up to standards. It's just that when you go into the world's strongest 4 right now, and GG FPX.ZQ being one of them, it's just so hard. Like even for D, he's a respectable hunter in his own right. That's the reason why they got so far until this stage, right? But it's just very unfortunate that GG is just on a higher level at this moment, Posh.
And it's crazy because in a best of 3, right, they were able to kind of hang in there. But if we're considering this as like a best of 5, it seems like they're definitely that level is above FPX.ZQ at this point. But we're gonna see here and now how D is going to try and level up or try and break that next level for him to be able to carry this to around number 5. So there's just a lot of weight, folks, on the hunter side of FPX.ZQ. While we look into the cameras here of the different studios, again, I want to give a shout out to each and every one of you that have used the emojis. I saw there was a lot of emojis of chickens, a lot of birds, a lot of cats also for Anne, a lot of pandas too. So please keep using those because FPX.ZQ's D really needs that support as we head towards the picks and bans now.
Yeah. The name of the game is to get a 2K here, and he will basically win this round and bring it to a game 5. But you saw how FPX.ZQ utilized their composition so well, utilized the map so well, the map terrain so well. So I feel like it's gonna be the same situation for GG Survivors as well. They're already banning out the Bonbon, Bloody Queen, and Geisha, but at the same time they're picking up Forward and Dancer. So
wow,
oh my god, Dancer's already a bad news in this map. Super bad.
Yeah, it's super bad. This and this just, I mean, this forces any hunter to play very passively, right? With the Dancer slows and also the Forward stuns. Oh wow, and now just forcing the ban out. Yeah, that's good call there. Just going for the mechanic and the Prospector, just so he doesn't have to worry about Cypher rushing nor more stuns. But this allows allows Patient, Acrobat, Priest gets banned. Coordinator too. Oh, Psychologist. He can't. Oh my goodness, Coordinator in this lineup. He's got to go Hermit.
Yeah, Hermit. But that's the Psychologist here. So
oh, you're right. Yeah,
might not be good. Yeah, he'll be able to tank more hits with the Psychologist, right? So D should ban. Oh, the Professor.
Wow. Okay. Huh.
He wants to go for N. I feel like he wants to go for Disciple here.
Oof, but
it looks like Disciple, right?
It does. Entomologist being banned out first. Yeah, it's kind of looking like maybe Disciple. So he's gonna try and go mirror match with GG here, and the Thief is gonna come in. Oh no!
Oh my god!
We've seen how the silence worked before. How poetic would it be? Thief in round 1 and Thief in round 4, potentially the last round. So let's see if D is gonna go with that N.
Yeah, I mean he can definitely go for Nayat if he wants to as well. I mean technically, Disciple counters the Professor. Okay, it counters the Professor, but because like what he's just afraid of the interval time when the skill's on cooldown. The Survivor's picking up the scale, buying so much more time. Not to mention there's already a Dancer with the music box, and now with the Thief. I don't know, man. I feel like if he goes for Disciple here, might be a really rough ride. You saw how Shelma struggled in this map with Disciple last game.
Exactly, and I mean they have their fair share of stunners here, and a slow dancer character just to have the boxes set up. So, folks, if you thought that previous match might be rough for Ann, this could be even more rough because D is gonna have to overextend. He's gonna have to play aggressive. He cannot afford, or he cannot play too passively. He needs, and considering that he's been playing passively and just getting one, right? You'd think playing passively is to get a tie. He needs that tie for him to extend this game. But it seems like he's gonna go Sculptor. So interesting. We have not seen Sculptor in a while, and it has kind of lowered in the meta, but she's still a chip damage hunter, and she still has that potential to get a lot of people down.
Wow, Sculptor mains out there, rise and assemble, because D is bringing in the Sculptor to determine the fate of his team. And honestly, I like this even more than Disciple, because Disciple, I mean, if Shama picked the Sculptor, it might have been a different story as well.
Yeah, so let's talk about it, because Sculptor does give that 4K type potential, right? Because Ann, single hit hunter, her map pressure isn't so good, but here D just needs to unlock her 2 skills, and after that it's all good. At least still have the tier 2 statues. There's some good spots to snipe out survivors at once they're in the ruins area. He's gonna have like CCTV around. Again, inside the hospital, like no hunter loves that, but it's still kind of workable with this Sculptor. But yeah, Nel, talk to me about how you feel about the Sculptor. And while we wait for that, I just feel like if you use that Sculptor, it's just such an it just adds a lot of chip damage. Yes, there are going to be some slows here and there, but Nel, as I asked before, how do you feel about the Sculptor coming in?
Sculptor is gonna be really. I mean, I'm already liking it more than the Disciple in this map. Don't get me wrong, I like Disciple a lot, but in this map, I feel like there's a lot of terrains where the chip damage can happen. Like if you kite in the ruins area, the statue can catch you off guard while you're trying to go through the pallets or through the windows. That's when you get those chip damages going on. Disciple can't do that. That's already one thing. So bringing the 6-9 as well is gonna up the presence of the Sculptor even further on. So I feel like this is D's chance to bring this game back, like in round 5, because here, GG Survivors, I would say it's scary, but having a Sculptor is already an upgrade over the Disciple pick.
And look at that, bringing the Insolence just so he can get tier 2 statues right away. He's also got the Blink. And you also got us, folks, calling round number 4, second half, Nello Mello and Poch Spice. Can D push for the round number 5? We're going to find out here and now, Nell.
Yeah, exactly. D's trying to find someone in the balcony. I mean, Psychologist has already gone away. Yeah, it's fine if he wants to chase the Psychologist first, remove this heal. That way, the body block or the stun rescue after heal can't happen. So Pipicia, technically, it's really hard to hit a statue in this area. Like a level 1 statue is really hard to hit. But you can see,
look at the discipline on Pipicia. Not getting any hit. Again, this is so tough when you don't have tier 2 statues, right? Out in the open, using the speed boost from the birdcage to transition towards an open area. So these statues aren't going to connect as much. So now dropping down the pallet, forcing the break to happen. And while this is going on, Nell, it seems like Cypher Progress moving on slowly but surely.
I'm not so sure, but getting that 1 hit has already unlocked the presence. But Cypher Progress, I feel like they're just transitioning. They use those time to transition away to allow Pipicia to kite in a more favorable position. So maybe that's what's going on with the Cypher Progress, but still very respectable.
Yeah. Slowly but surely, right? And we see that he eats that other hit. He still has some stress. And now I think that calls 18 to come into the mix here. Still not at tier 2 statues. And we see that 18 is going to be here for the silence. Oh my goodness, he has to be careful. 18 though, and now he's going to be able to get the stun
going
and
on.
Silence. And it seems like he's going to focus his attention on 18, which allows the priest, that psychologist, to actually get healed up. 18 has to be very careful. The blink hit and down.
God. Yeah, that was so risky though. Psychologist only had like a sliver of health left, and him coming into him coming in to support is good and all. But,
Dancer and also forward Dancer dropping down the music box. Oh, look at that, 2 music boxes. Look how long this stun is. 18 is miles away.
What? support was insane.
It was more than half a football, Nell, at the lower left side of the screen, and also the priestess was there. Little did we know that they were setting up for something big. So GG Survivor is just pulling out all the stops. We have another. Oh wow, tier 2 statues are unlocked. 18 is knocked down once again.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to pull that play, he should definitely bring Flywheel. I'm not really sure why he's not bringing Flywheel, but PPZ, he knows that maybe it's not excitement. He's just getting ready. Yeah, he has to use it there. He doesn't want to get injured. But yeah, Thief, is going to be picked up finally, but this is only the first chair, it's fine. But the ciphers there's still one new cipher.
Wow, look at that, getting the stun rescue, relatively early rescue. He could actually, oh my goodness, look at that. He's gonna try and, look at these jukes.
What?
Two 180s, and now the Thief finally falls down, just buying a little more time for the last 2 ciphers to pop. They already have their last cipher now, and now he's got the chisel. He can actually chip out PPZ and try to monitor it, and it seems like he's just gonna have his eyes set on the Thief and putting it at the front gate chair, which is actually a tough chair to rescue from, but no, choosing to go towards Kuchao.
Yeah, oh my god, he's gonna chair right next to Kuchao, but the music box is gonna come again. Oh, 2 music boxes. Is that what's gonna happen? He's gonna break straight away.
Watch out. Forward has to be very careful. Tier 2 statues are harder. Oh my goodness. Forward getting down, and now the dancer able to get the rescue. He's gonna try to push this cipher from popping. Unable to get it. 45% on 1. He can't tank too many hits now. It seems like the survivor's flywheel, but no, gets the second hit. Wow, D, he's on a mission here to get more than 1K.
Exactly, and this looks amazing for D because all he needs to get is 2K, right? So everyone is already injured. What can they do? Like, they can heal the Thief to maximum, but Thief is already on like his danger chair. So if he does go in for rescue, it's just opening up possibilities to get eliminated there. So, oh my god! And the last fight for his
look at this. Dancer has found a syringe, but look at that Psychologist that's fallen down. Thief is up, but Psychologist, ladies and gentlemen, is down. So double down situation here. We do see that the Thief is on top of the 2-story area, but now no one's touching the last cipher just yet. So this is going to be a tough one to call. Seems like maybe the Dancer is going to go for that cipher at the front broken, while the Thief is going to pressure this rescue. D, is he going to try and mind game the Thief? He's going to try and commit to go for the Thief. Oh my goodness, they're opening up 2 other ciphers already. Psychologist is picked up. The last cipher is at 60%. Kuchao, the Thief cannot fall here. He needs to go for this rescue. D, he's focusing on 3 things at the same time.
Exactly.
The chair, the rescue, and it seems like the Psychologist is here for the rescue.
My god, Psychologist, he's just trying to take the hit. Oh, is he gonna take the hit? Oh my god, he farmed the forward.
Oh, forward, he's gonna try and farm another hit off. Terror Shock now. Oh my goodness, they go for the pop now.
Oh my goodness, 18 running out among D. How can they push it? Oh, he still has a blink. He has to be really careful. 18. He's gonna.
He knows. Look at this. He's gonna try and kite this one out. Statues are raining down, and also Thief has fallen down to the detention hit. We are seeing no exit gates being opened up yet. And folks, this is, I believe, is this the last chair of the Thief? And it seems like it might actually be now, and now he can focus on getting that tie. A tie situation can actually get them the victory here. So can D push for one more survivor kill?
I think it's not over yet because he can keep chiseling towards the back gate. And that's the thing, he can keep chiseling, he can keep stopping the survivors from touching in gate. PPZ is gonna be the one diverting the attention away. But he's already on his last chair.
He's on the last chair. He's had a little bit of football to use. He's dropping down the pallet. He does get hit by the statues. So now one more hit, he will be falling down. Dancer has opened up the exit gate. PPZ is in the middle of the exit gate, which the Psychologist is opening up, as well as the dungeon. So he has to play this one very carefully now.
Oh my god. Yeah, if D gets this one, it's gonna be round 5 for sure. PPZ, D already checked where the dungeon is, so that's a good thing as well. D needs to be very careful. Oh my god.
Whoa! Gets the stun, and now PPZ, he's gonna try to make his way towards that dungeon area.
Oh my god.
He doesn't have that much football yet. He's gonna have to kite it out here at this palleted area.
He needs to get one more. He needs to get one more stun. He needs to get one more juke. D has to be ready. Oh my god, D's gonna make it this time, Fosh. D's gonna bring it to game number 5.
huge accomplishment on D's side for him to get a tie with that much stakes on the line. And who knew it had to be the Sculptor to bring it home for FPX.ZQ to take round number 4.
Exactly. This is I mean, I hate to rain on that parade, but this is why you don't use N as a point determiner to start the points going, because now D he knows he needs to get that win, and you can't do anything to counter it. They already know they need they already know they just need a draw, and that's exactly what D did with the Sculptor. And my goodness, game number 5.
Oof. So, folks, I mean, there's going to be a point differential, but not only does FPX.ZQ have to win round number 5, but they have to win it and trump the points, right? So we're going to see the scoreboard in just a bit, but can we just give our flowers? Can we give our congratulations to D for them to extend this game all the way till the game number 5? They're fighting tooth and nail. It's 2-1 at this point, 2 rounds to GG and 1 round to FPX.ZQ, and it took them a little time for them to get there, but Nell, they're finally here, they're popping off, and D's gotta feel good about that.
Exactly. But I mean, they're still not out of the hot soup, because despite all like they're already doing really good, bringing it to game number 5, FPX.ZQ on FPX.ZQ's side. But the thing is, the points now is still 2-2, and it was 3-1. It was 5-3. So this is 5-3 in favor of FPX.ZQ. They won this game. It's a 1-round win, 1 draw. But GG still has 2 wins, and those 2 wins are significantly more because they had a 1 4-man escape.
Yes, they do. So they need to negate that 4-man escape and then win in another way. And my goodness, now game number 6.
Nah, I don't think so. Honestly, I would love to see game number 6, but to be honest, expecting a 5-point play here to set the tone in game 5 is kind of hard. It's kind of hard. I mean, it's possible, but it's obviously it's very, very challenging, because everyone's gonna be playing on defense. Like you saw FPX.ZQ choosing this map and playing the defense early and managing. Like, honestly, I don't know what I just feel like I don't know what Shama's doing with Disciple, especially when you know he's going against not one anti-N, it's going against 4 anti-Disciple characters. So
sorry, when you mentioned anti-Ns, I got hungry for pretzels.
Oh, anti-Ns, anti-Ns. Oh, the puns.
There we go. Yeah, I also agree with you that you just feel the struggle of the anti-Disciple picks, right? And they played that correct. If you guys didn't know, Sculptor, once he gets the full presence, it's just a nightmare to kite. And that was just such a beautiful performance by D. I think that's what he needed, and that's what FPX.ZQ needs, that confidence boost, right? Survivors just need to keep performing the way they do, maybe push it for a 4-man escape, and D just needs to keep getting these ties, and they can claim that victory. We're gonna, throw it to seeing the scoreboard on the win conditions, but right now, this is the building blocks for them to get that comeback going.
Exactly. FPX.ZQ now, in the first half, they need to get a minimum of a draw, 2 points, and then in the second half they need to get a 5 points in order to win 7-2, because right now the points is in, you know what, let's just talk about it later with all the math.
Here we have it, folks. Look at that creative heart thing. Let's try doing that later. Anyway, hashtag COAVI global support, folks, and at Game Identity 5. No matter how many times one has come on stage and held the championship trophy, it will still be meaningful. Come on, GG, get that two-time COA championship spot. Again, if you want to send your shout-outs, you want to send your love, you want to send your fan art, use the hashtag COAVI global support, and you got to at Game Identity 5.
Honestly, seeing this picture, I was expecting XOXO. Yeah, because it's like there's so much love going on in that picture, right? I would like to try and do that one day. Okay, wait. I can do this. I can do this.
Other side, dude. You got to do the McDonald's thing. Just go over it. What? Don't do that.
How do I do it?
Oh yeah, you got to come closer to the screen then. If I do that, okay. No. Oh, you're gonna do that? Oh god. See, they transition. They're like, no, we got to stop this.
Stop this cringiness.
Guys, it's harder than it looks. It's harder than it looks.
It's harder than it looks. Yeah. Couple practice. Couple certified. That message indeed.
Yes.
Yeah.
XOXO.
Chicken, man. XOXO. For the chicken.
A phoenix. It's a phoenix now, Nell. You don't see it? I see the difference. It's FPX.ZQ's Phoenix rising above the status quo here. Like you said, they need to come back in a crazy fashion. They need to get a 4-man escape of 4K just to even up the points, or at least have a chance to get even with rounds and points over GG.
Yeah, exactly. But right now, I think Xiaoma's gonna take the stage again. If he gets a 3K, that's not gonna be a second half anymore because it's not
I believe so. It's too much. Yeah, even though they do win, we're gonna go with rounds and. That 4-point game at the start will definitely haunt FPX.ZQ. So now is the perfect time, folks, for you to send in your cheers in chat. I want to see those winged animal creatures, whether it be chickens, birds, pigeons, in chat for FPX.ZQ, while we see the pandas on GG's side.
Exactly, like pandas for GG. That's the mascot all this while, and the chicken, the phoenix. The Phoenix for FPX.ZQ. They need it more than ever. I mean, Posh, I can never see it in the same light as you.
What we can see is GG picking Chinatown, and they decide to make the survivors go first. So, again, Chinatown, we've gone through a lot. You know what's crazy? We haven't seen Ever Sleeping Town in this best of 5, which is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Chinatown. Yeah, they just want to settle it on on the Chinatown. I mean, it's very cliche. I mean, they're in China right now, right? So Chinatown, what better way to celebrate under the lanterns, right?
Yeah. Very true.
But 4 survivors banned off the bat, Posh. This is why it's so dangerous to play in later rounds, because you get so many bans. You can't play your comfort heroes anymore.
Yeah, you cannot. And yeah, a great pick. Well, banning out the Geisha. I actually thought they wanted to force Xiaoma to use the Geisha in this map. But you know what? It's actually a really good for anyone. I guess Xiaoma didn't have the best Geisha performance, but we're gonna see a batter pick as well as a mercenary lock in on the side of FPX.ZQ, which allows maybe prospector ban, psychologist ban, barmaid ban, like the usual suspects on the bans of Xiaoma, since you're banning out 7 survivors.
Yeah, I mean, 7 survivors. I mean, I don't know, man. What can you play after you ban so many? But I guess that's the good thing with this team, because they have deep survivor pools too. So they train hard to have these, to be able to play up until these later games. But honestly, I feel like the efficiency is going to be limited because Xiaoma has already taken out the Toy Merchant. I feel like it's really strong in this map. If he takes out the Embalmer again, it might be even stronger. I'm not sure why he's not taking out the Embalmer yet, but we'll just have to see if he's gonna. That's gonna be the last ban.
Yeah, I think Psychologist is still up for grabs, so he might ban that or the Embalmer, right? Because if he leaves open the Psychologist, they can pick her up, or if not, if they ban out the Psychologist, because I'm still thinking have we seen Xiaoma use the Hermit or Clerk yet?
Oh, no, we haven't. That's the thing. And with this lineup, though, I mean, it really depends. Maybe FPX.ZQ doesn't want to go Embalmer, even if it's left open, because Emma can easily pick the Bloody Queen. He still has it here.
Correct. And I think, yeah, you're right. I don't think they want to go for ties. They want to go for the 4-man escape. Like you said, that's their win condition here. They need to be able to duplicate the same type of performance we've seen before. And oh my God, Horton, like she's using drumsticks, like the chicken. Like,
Yeah, drumsticks.
we want the Phoenix to rise, guys. Oh my gosh. So
No, we want KFC to rise. Yeah, but
that caught me off guard. But two enchantresses. Oh no.
yeah. I mean, I don't mind the infinite stuns. Tuk, 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 tuk. Yeah, but you know what's the one thing I really dislike playing Enchantress against Bloody Queen is dying with 3 curse.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's like that. That's like getting sent back to the manor with your owl or flare gun. It's like darn it, I couldn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, that hurts even more because it's like you farm those 3 curses and you die with it. You're like, oh
Exactly.
no.
Yeah. Or you can't even use it because of the mirror hit. Yeah, that's one thing too. That's really scary. But Xiaoma here, I think the plan is to foil their 4-man escape. Even if he gets I don't think he should be aiming for 1k. He should get at least a 2k here. So the FPX.ZQ would have to do the impossible, which is to get a 4k. D needs to get a 4k if he needs to get a 4k if Xiaoma is able to tie here.
Wax artist. Oh my. This is actually really good. Yeah. I mean, using Enchantress and Wax Artist, like she'd gladly
take it, right?
Yeah, I was like, all right, sure, just keep stunning me. You're getting wax, bro.
Yeah.
Batter, at least she establishes that distance, which is good. And in a map like this, yeah, team synergy wise, it's gonna be a little tough. So it seems like everyone has to kind of individually kite to their best abilities. But with a Wax Artist, we've seen how it's so hard to solo kite a Wax Artist without any priestess support or without any mobility, like a toy merchant as well.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I just keep going back towards the match conditions. Like, honestly, for GG, getting a draw would be the most optimal one. But what happens if they get? He only gets a 1k. If he gets a 1k, GG survivors need to get. Wait, what?
4-man escape, I believe, or they. So the thing is, if GG ties, it still adds a lot of. Well, we're just gonna have to see the points, right? If we're still gonna keep playing it. But it needs to happen that they need to come back with a 4-man killer 4-man escape, a 5-point game, either in Hunter or Survivor side. So,
yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, because the first match was 6-3, right? So that's the point differential right now.
Yeah, that's why they need to get a 7-2 now. Because if you get 6-3, yeah, no doubt it's gonna bring it to game number 6. But honestly, though,
would that be a record for us though? OT Kings, let's go.
Of 6. Oh my god, I don't want to jinx it anymore. Yeah, I'll call it a Phoenix. Just settle it here now.
Yeah, it's a Phoenix, guys.
Settle it here now. Yeah, I mean, Drop needs the Phoenix wings now. Because, bro, Xiaoma is definitely gonna go gun for the Enchantress straight away here, and there is no support out of FPX.ZQ here that will allow the Enchantress to gain that much distance. I mean, that's a batter, but how much distance can you gain from that?
So interestingly enough, we see 2 flywheels, 2 tide turners, a teleport, detention, and trump card here. So having a teleport in this big map, yeah, Xiaoma is not gonna be deterred. Again, it's a Wax Artist, so you don't really want that. You want to get stunned. And in this lineup now, it's gonna look really tough for the survivors to go solo kite. But we digress, folks. We're gonna head straight into the match. Potch Spice and Nello Mello, your commentators for round number 5, first half.
Yeah, you can see Xiaoma making a rotation. He doesn't want to chase the Enchantress first. Doesn't want to allow him to build the stacks. No, that's totally fine. He's just gonna rotate right into the middle. Li Bao's already hiding behind the great tree. So he's totally fine. Even if Xiaoma spots him, he can easily pad away. So that's the thing about playing Wax Artist. Your early chase might not be as good because there's just so many corners here to hide from the Wax. Like, look, no one's being spotted yet.
Yeah, this again. You know what? Xiaoma had this type of start before. It's just more of like kind of feeling people out. Li Bao getting an elbow pad just to make his way towards the hotel area. He wants to find the best possible chase. I think it's Drop, and now we see probably quenching effect, and sees that Drop is here in this area, and now he's definitely closed out the distance. Drop is gonna have to be very careful.
He didn't hit. He missed that hit. That was supposed to be a hit right there. Oh, and the stun as well. Shelma, you better not panic here. Keep your calm. That's what you need against FPX.ZQ. Meanwhile, Drop doing an amazing job so far, but 53% wax onto Drop.
Oh, counting it up. 85 now, Nell. We see that he has able, but yeah, he's just going to go for this stun, and that's how it counters it, man. He would try to stun just to prolong it, but I think Drop now, he's going to have to rely on just rock hiding, and he can't stun close by, but that's how you have to do it with Enchantress. You're going to get waxed off here, and now the down onto the Enchantress now. Xiaoma has gained control of the early game.
Yeah, honestly, that stun in the beginning was actually pretty good because he rather stun and remove all the wax, right? Remove all the wax and get hit, rather than get hit and then he gets waxed.
Yes, true. The lesser of the evil, right?
Exactly. But Xiaoma getting that pretty early down is really good, actually. Even though it's 2 minutes, but because of the rotations, he forces everyone out of rotation. And finally, with the quenching effect plus teleport combo, allows him to catch up with one survivor. So that's why.
Oh, and Li Bao getting caught off here early on, early hit, and we see that the batter is also here. I don't know if he's able to see that. We're gonna see a rescue onto the Enchantress before the halfway mark, and Xiaoma just camping things out here. Oh, last effort does get popped, and now Sans is also here just to provide a little bit of that support, but I don't think he's gonna make his presence known because this Enchantress will be falling down. Probably once the pickup does happen, he's gonna go for it.
Presence?
Oh, you're right. He's gonna get it. Boom. Last effort pop. Full presence. Double skill. He's got the hot wax trick.
Yeah. The reason why he waxed off that window is because he doesn't want the batter to hit through the window, allowing the survive. Oh, the bat's gonna happen, but you see, nothing's gonna happen because all the lane behind.
Yeah, he wasn't able to charge that up right away, and he's trying to still focus down or aim down that site, but Drop getting the second time on this rocket chair. Cypher progress now not at the best state. We're still at 4 ciphers remain, and the one that's moving along is only at 80%.
Yeah, that wax is gonna block off another cipher as well. So definitely not looking good so far for FPX.ZQ. Xiaoma's wax artist might be the best choice that he's making in the later rounds. Li Bao's gonna try and rescue, but the banner gonna get him so far away. But
able to get the stun now. That's super important. But Enchantress 50% wax already, and we see that the batter is here with more support. Has to be very careful here just to provide enough leeway for him to kite as long. Oh my goodness, Enchantress falls, Mercenary falls, batter is still here. They might be overextending here. Nice block of the window here, but can the batter turn the corner? Oh, it doesn't seem like it. And now this is going to be the end of Drop. He's going to be sent out of the game, and now he's focusing on more targets.
Yeah, you can see how the wax artist countered the composition so much. It's like, yeah, you can bomb me with the 3 stacks, but the mercenary fell as a result of that, and now the mercenary is gonna have oh my god.
We can't argue that Wax Artist is a meta character in a round 5 with so many bans, right?
Exactly.
So it just seems like he wasn't able to counter as much. Batter now. He's gonna receive some wax here, eats the hit, and both of them are still down here. Attack recovery is gonna be done. Sans has to be very careful. Can't afford another double down situation. He could do the hot wax trick. Changing it up, goes for it, tries to go for a hit, but nice. Batter was able to move on away.
Yeah, it's just so hard to get hit at this situation, but he's just gonna wax bomb this area, so he will not be able. Oh my god, look at the mind game going on here, Posh. He has to avoid this. If he lands this hit, he'll be able to kite even further. But Sans, oh my god,
able to get it, but yeah, the wax. So once you're able to get the stun, that wasn't enough distance for him to go away, and now he can focus on sharing the batter. The Mercenary has a tough time healing fast. 1 cipher does remain, yes, but now this Acrobat is forced to go for the rescue.
Exactly, like he's just leaving Li Bao on the floor to die. This is the double-edged sword we're talking about with Mercenary. And look, oh my god, flywheel. Oh wait,
he was able to flywheel. Acrobat actually ate that hit, so now forced attack recovery. Maum is gonna try and pressure down that cipher. Well, we do see everyone is out and about. Note that the Tide Turner was able to help the batter recover from that state. And look, the Acrobat actually popped all those ciphers.
Oh my god. And now he's just gonna force the Acrobat to run away with that leap. But Mercenary is already far gone, so I think
he's got teleport though, so he's just gonna wait for a cipher to move, and then he'll just go for that teleport. He's gonna wax this one down, and he's gonna consider teleporting, but no, they're just gonna go for heals at this point. They know they need to recuperate the resources here and try to push for at least the tie.
Yeah, I feel like he was ambitious. He wanted to block the cipher. That's a very generic thing to do. Like you definitely need to do that, right? But because he missed, he just went far away. He wasn't able to chair the batter, and as a result, 3 of them are running away. Both of them are getting healed up, and this all of a sudden it feels like FPX.ZQ is pulling this game back slowly into their favor.
Because if he tries to go for the teleport now, yes, you're gonna chase a fully recovered acrobat here that has not seen the rocket chair just yet. Can go for the hot wax trick, but yeah, just pushes him away from the cipher. So now it seems like, yeah, he's gonna wax this one off, but now Xiaoma forced to defend. And from a very aggressive start, it seems like he's playing just to win for a tie.
Yeah, and look, he's just trying to he sealed off 2 ciphers at the same row while FPX.ZQ, they're gonna get the heal, but it feels like they're not gonna be able to heal peacefully because Xiaoma, look at what he's doing. He's blocking off both ciphers again. You know what? When they get both heals done again, this is gonna be another hard game. Against Xiaoma.
This is because if that mercenary gets that heal, Acrobat's already healed up. He's already spent that hot wax on it, so it seems like a stalemate. One is gonna have to overextend for this game to kind of progress. Seems like Maum just tempting fate, just slowly touching a cipher. One other cipher is at 13 and one at 11, so it seems like he might fully commit to chasing Maum. And Maum out in the open here has to be careful. He's got to sidestep these waxes, and now he's gonna go for the hot wax trick. He's gonna be able to run. Oh, another 180 dodge of that other hit. He's gonna try and down this acrobat here and now, Nell, before any more objectives get pushed.
Yeah, I mean, oh my goodness. He needs to get this acrobat down really fast, but Maum, oh my god, finally gonna succumb.
Batter.
Put it down. Oh, batter. Oh, he missed.
Oh, look at that. Just running straight towards the batter, ruining his line of sight. And now, first time we're seeing the acrobat on this rocket chair. Batter is all healed up. Mercenaries in decoding duties. So they're gonna have to play this one really clutch. 60% on the other cipher. Seems like he's just gonna teleport is ready, so he can actually go kind of aggressive here, but he's gonna try to wax it down.
Yeah, he's just gonna block it. He's in a position to do that. But right now, my goodness, he needs to chase the acrobat again. He's probably gonna leap very soon as he feels threatened by the wax. Oh no, he's not.
Whoa, okay. I thought he was gonna go for it, but it seems like he's just gonna fall to a generic hit.
Yeah.
Batter. Oh, just buying a little more time here for that cipher to pop. We're gonna just ruin that bat fall. So now Sans actually has no more harassing tools.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Xiaoma was able to take note of that.
Yeah. But at least we know that he's trying to save his bomb for late game. Because now Cypher's prime. Oh, he's gonna rescue straight away. He's gonna farm. I think he's gonna farm. Oh, he needs the hot wax to hit. He needs the hot wax to hit.
Oh, tries to go for the silence. He doesn't fall for it. He's got the hot wax. He can just go for it. Goes for the regular hit now. He still has teleport.
God. Yeah, he's down now. He turns off the hot wax. My goodness, what impeccable timing. Usually what the players will do is like, slow down by half a second before popping the cipher. But here it's just like, instant pop and instant down. And now he's going to be able to get that 3K.
Yeah, his 3K is very imminent here. The detention period is still here, so he's waxed off the gate, right? Everyone is starting to move towards the other the opposite of the umbrella exit gate. So he's trying to see if anyone's gonna feed tinnitus. They gotta slow this one down. But like you said, Nell, detention can run out, but you can still fear the wax artist because of that hot wax.
Exactly. No one dares to touch the gate at all because they realize this is their only chance. This is their only chance to get 2 survivors out. And you know what? Getting a 5 points in second half is really hard. But hey, they still need to push for it. At least it gives East a chance to come back. But Xiaoma, though, so aggressive here.
Yeah, he's just going back and forth monitoring. I mean, I think the Crows will kind of give it away. They're just going back and forth. They're really trying to exploit the hugeness, but it seems like Li Bao is going to run straight to him. And he saw the scratch marks already. So if he's able to down this mercenary here with a hot wax, oh wow, he's going to go for a hot wax and for a detention hit. Oh, Li Bao moves on away, so that's excellent. But 30 seconds left. Elbow pad is going to be used. Exit gate is opening, but he seems like he's going to teleport.
My god, yeah, he doesn't want to risk the
dungeon.
Yeah, but now Sans, oh my goodness. Oh my, he dodged with he doesn't have any more flywheel to work with now. And Mercenary, my god, he's gonna go down straight away. This seals the deal, Posh. Unless if Li Bao comes in for the rescue, but
I don't know.
think that-
Yeah, Li Bao actually. Oh, he's gonna try to walk his way. Can he wax it off? He's gonna try and go a little bit closer for him to get that wax bomb going. If he's able to do that, this is gonna be insane. Xiaoma is gonna go for a 4-man escape. 85. Can he get it? Does he stall the game? Oh my god, he stopped it at 98!
Oh my god, he got that decisive wax bomb. It's at 98%, but he needs to be very careful though. Like obviously he can take a hit. As long as it's not a hot wax.
There we go. Hot wax. Oh, no, hang on.
No,
but the thing is, he's going to run straight towards the dungeon. He needs to be able to stop him on his tracks. Can he do it? Dungeon's already open. Xiaoma wants to go for the 4-man escape. It's out in the open here, Nell. He's going to stop it. 4K.
Oh my god. Pulling through into 4K in best of 5. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. D does not need to come out anymore on behalf of FPX.ZQ. GG has done it. My god, gosh.
They're heading to the grand finals, folks. Holy smokes, what a best of 5 between these two teams. Again, shout outs to FPX.ZQ. We're gonna see them for the battle for 3rd, but GG, wave the flags right, my friends. They have made it all the way to the grand finals. Victory goes to GG. GG once again, proving to be one of the best out there. And it took Xiaoma how many rounds for him to pull out a wax artist? This is insane.
It is like what a way to end the round best of 5 with a wax artist. I know Eli's really proud now, probably looking, yeah, you know what? That's why I call him crack. That's the reason who is crack, bro. And honestly, very well deserved too. He was very patient. He waited with the rotation, and not to mention the insolence, teleport, quenching effect played such a huge impact in that game because he got everyone off the cipher. That was already slowing their start so much. Teleport to the Enchantress, and honestly, everything went downhill when they go into the basement one by one.
Yeah, it was a long game, I'd have to say. That was actually played out really well by both sides. But yeah, like you said, that dungeon was just, I think that kind of was the first domino piece to fall down, and then everything else was just a chain reaction for Xiaoma to get the 4-man kill, for him to get the victory here. I think it's just you put so much respect on his other hunters that you forget that he can play the meta hunters, and we bring it back to the picks and pans. Like, you're able to ban out the priestess, the toy merchant, the prospector, anything that's good to go up against the meta hunters. He was able to ban it out, and they were kind of forced to go Enchantress, wax artist, which isn't the best possible counter pick. Mercenary also, I mean, you saw how he was able to just handle that situation. But you got to give it up to FPX.ZQ though. They were able to handle that hot wax trick really well. But GG to GG, able to get the victory here.
Honestly, I feel like they would have had a better chance going up against the BQ, and also substituting the Enchantress with possibly an Embalmer. They would like increase their chances significantly. I feel like playing with Enchantress, yes, it's a really cool character to have with the stuns and all, but it's really playing with fire. It's like you're trying to burn the toaster itself, and you get burned yourself, right? Like,
yeah, it's
toaster man, bro.
It's a pretty big risk, right? That they went Enchantress, which begs the question if they were trying to prepare for something else. But it just seemed that it played into their favor. He went for drop at the start. They were kind of playing on the back foot after he was able to teleport quenching effect to that Enchantress. And yeah, the ending game and that clutch wax bomb at 98%. The mercenary could have gone out, but no, he wanted to solidify it. Oh
my god. And rightfully so that he celebrated after that. He showed such a very heart felt emotions, like, yo, I got this. And the flags, the flag bearers running wild. Good game, well played. Like, yo, bro, we got this.
Yeah, so we're going to check out the match data here, folks. Again, an incredible performance by Xiaoma's wax artist. But Nell, this begs the question. Yes, this was a 4K wax artist, but do you think he actually gets MVP here?
I think he should. I think he should get an MVP here. Because ultimately a 4K, that's solidified the win for GG here. And if it goes to survivors, well, I feel like 18, a lot of
LPZ,
yeah, PZ 18, those two definitely for sure.
Yeah, I mean, just in round 1 to round end, they were able to do such amazing plays with their stunners and support. But yeah, I won't be surprised if we're gonna see the victory. I mean, the MVP going to Xiaoma, since it was so clutch for him to be bringing that out. And here we have the match results, folks. We played all 5, but Xiaoma negated the second half of round number 5, getting a solid 5 points to solidify their ticket to the grand finals of Call of the Abyss 6. FPX.ZQ supporters, do not fret. We will still be seeing them tomorrow for the battle for 3rd place. So I'm excited to see that. I'm excited to see the Phoenix rise again.
Exactly. And battle for 3rd place is still very prestigious. Like, it's still like, yo, how often can you be called top 3? Not to mention with the prize money as well, it's significantly higher.
Yes.
320,000 yuan, I believe. That's correct. That's a lot of iPhones, man. You can buy one for the family. They can buy one for their family too.
Exactly. And we still, some people in the chat are asking what's the next match. It's going to be GR versus Dowu. What an intense match that's going to be. It's going to be an intense one, be covered by Chocho as well as Eli. And the winner of that will be facing off against GG, while the loser will be heading on to battle for 3rd to face off against FPX.ZQ.
Yeah, I mean, GR versus Dowu, I feel like there's a lot of split hearts going on here. Like
split apples too.
Yeah, split apples too. Who should I go for? Should I go for the glory, or should I go for the powerhouse? Dongshen, trust in Dongshen. In Dongshen we trust. I see a lot of those slogans going on in the a lot of the chats, not just this time. So yeah, Posh. I mean, GR versus Dowu. I guess we'll have to wait for Chocho to reveal who their apples for later on.
And then go the opposite? I mean, I don't know. We gotta ask. Well, she will be doing translation, so that could be the first question the MC asks Chocho. Chocho, so which apples did you get? Did you use?
Yeah.
Put yours. Where are your apples at?
Yeah.
It's gonna be crazy if it's GR, because it's gonna be the battle of the legacy champions, right? Is it gonna be a 4-peat win for GR, or is it going to be a 2-time winner of GG? So Dowu also would want to change that claim, but we're going to see the best deduction. It's going to be Kuchao. Kuchao again having amazing rescues, amazing kites. Yes, we did focus on PPZ and PPX and also 18, but how can we forget the OG survivor of GG in Kuchao?
Exactly. I feel like I think I remember one round where he played for was it the Gravekeeper or something? I can't remember, but he.
I think he played the round I remember is, I think, first officer. He rescued and he farmed the hit. Like,
wow.
That's where he got confused, because PPZ was antiquarian and he was able to go all the way across the map. So again, clutch MVP here, and we're gonna go to translation with Chocho. So big shout outs to Chocho, best translator.
All right.
First question. Apples.
Where your apples at, Chocho?
I ate them all.
Yeah, okay, good job.
No cap, huh?
No cap.
Okay.
那刚刚结束了这一局比赛，就意味着成都 GG 已经拿到了我们进入总决赛的门票。此时此刻，两位的心情是什么样子的？
How are you guys feeling right now, entering the finals? We're very excited, but we're also very confident to win. And the outcome is great.
拿下了一场，我们就再次来到了总决赛的舞台。
是再一次来到了总决赛舞台上。那今天的话，
And
其实也是
and PPX said, yeah, once again we reached the final stage of this COAVI 6.
做哪些准备吗？
What were the preparations like?
其实我们和朱雀队伍还是比较相似的，就是一个帮图的队伍。
Oh,
就是我
they're saying that they're actually quite similar to ZQ.
然后我们监管也发挥的比对面好，就是拿出我们
I said the survivor as well as the hunter side of their team actually played really well.
实施我们的战术，该三保三保，该保平保平，就是我们最后就是会赢。
So they just focus on objectives. If they just need to tie, they will just tie. If they need to 3-run, they will 3-run.
主要打朱雀的话，就是带着复仇的决心。毕竟上一次是。
So the way their mindset is to get revenge. So it's just to play really aggressively when it's needed.
太帅了！那其实今天我们求生者阵营发挥的也非常不错，第一局就拿下了一个4跑。想问一下，当时
Just saying how the survivors are playing really well. In just the first match, they got a 4 escape. And Kokacha is saying in the first match, we were just aiming for a 3 escape. And just wanted to buy out enough time. Yeah, and they just afterwards they felt that there was opportunity, so they just waited for the detention to be run to run out. And yeah, everything just worked out. All of them came for this 4-man escape. Second round, Ku Chao's forward was there to harass. Oh, PP Xia said, I just need to lay on the ground and let Ku Chao do his thing. And then for Ku Chao,
选择相信就完了，你管我，就是队友不用管，就相信。
Oh, so Ku Chao say, my teammates just do their own thing and just trust me on this.
过程怎么样，结果就是下来了，对吧？那其实到了后面面对到雕刻家嘛。
Oh, and then the host is saying how the process is not important. What's important is the outcome.
能不能分享一下怎么做到的？
溜雕刻家的话，主要是对雕刻家还是有一定的就是小小的了解的嘛，所以溜的时候怎么放雕像都可以稍微的拿捏到那么一些，就是有点可惜，最后没有拿到一个胜利嘛，因为胜利其实是直接终结比赛了的。不过我相信下一次如果再遇到雕刻家，那一定是个3炮的结局。
Oh, so she's saying how like the sculptor statues are actually quite accurate and they were really unfortunate and he's quite upset that they didn't get to win that match. They got a tie, in fact. So for him to say next time when we meet a sculptor, we'll definitely win.
反手拿下4跑，就是给队伍非常有信心，第一下拿个大局，然后又4跑，非常的鼓舞士气，就印象很深刻。
Oh, so the most memorable period was the second half when they got that 4 escape.
我们队有人夜观天象，就是觉得我们5局里面肯定会有一局4跑，虽然说最后只打了4局，不过就是没有想到幸福来得这么快，居然那把4跑就出现在了第1局。
Also, yesterday night when they were actually discussing amongst themselves, saying that there will definitely be a 4 escape match, and they were expecting for it to actually happen later, but just right from the get-go in BO1, they got that 4 escape already. With that 4 kill by Xiaoma, what was the backstage reaction like?
就想着小马能保个平，然后我们其实更多的在讨论我们怎么就是走一个嘛，因为有小比分的领先，他保平，我们就是走一个，先布置战术，然后发现打着打着，小马好像4抓了，就整个备战间都非常的开心。
Okay, so the backstage were actually really happy. What the plan was like was for Xiaoma to get that tie in that Wax Artist and for Survivors to just get that 1 escape. But seeing how that match progressed, there was actually no need for all of that discussion.
因为我们下面是能听到台上的语音的嘛，所以说当他听到就是他跟教练说他觉得这种 line 可以打的时候，就说明他至少对这一场来说是有信心的，他愿意去打这个角色，那我们就只能选择相信了，就是
Oh, so when the coach as well as Xiaoma was actually discussing, the backstage people could actually hear them, the team itself. So Xiaoma actually wanted to play the Wax Artist and the team just trusted him on it and everything worked out.
2年再次来到了深渊总决赛的舞台，那么下一场无论是斗舞还是 GR， 都得让他们倒在总决赛的舞台上。
So he's saying once again we are on the stage for COA, and regardless whether if it's Team Dou or it's Team GR, we'll definitely make a foot over here. I'm thanking them once again and back to
Thank you, Cho once again for the best translation. Hope your apples are good, and thank you for the insights as well. Congratulations to GG, folks. We will be taking a short break. When we return, it's going to be Dou versus GR, so don't go anywhere. More of Koa when we come back.
没事，看起来，抢了，没有快线，确定没有，去翻，我这边买 OK， 强迫，没到心脏，我没到心脏，飞人了，开，我要摇下来了，他不靠我摇下来，不急，
不要死木压制，不要进射。
没地上，没事，他肯定传送嘛，传送。我先看，照人很长的手，非常长的手，非常长的手，正鱼他开了，摸他，开了，没刀吗？没刀，可以说。太恶心了。可以。看。没事，没有万马哥还有全面，走一个应该吗？走不了。其实他是有价值的。哎，先锋进来。走地窖。
I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done. Future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead. Time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light. Take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices from the madness I foresee? I've made my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fade away? Forgive me and help me go on. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Never give up, never compromise. Always keep on, always be your eyes. Till my sins are washed away. No matter how hard I try, I still go lost. But now chances are I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Deep deeper, closer, closer, cruising traces, more and more. Among the faces, through the wire, I must make it loud. Even in the bright spot of all, I will get it cold. Bring the facts to light. Peer to the lens and snap a shot. Press the shutter button, I'm approaching the result. Let the puzzles be solved by joining up the dots. Tell that through school have been freely talked. I live without a shadow of a doubt. That the ending is not gonna stand out of the night. That perpetual night, I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on we'll meet again. Closer, closer, cruising traces, more and more. Among the faces, through the wire, I must make it loud. Step on the dusty old memories are recalled. Open up the album. The good times seem to come once more. That the wheel of fortune's turning, the golden days were gone. So I tried at any cost to escape from the lost. Time may tell, but that's never get caught. I live without a shadow of a doubt that I'm reaching the light, gonna step out of the light. That perpetual night, I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lies. I'm running forward for you, running forward for myself. On my way to the reunion, to the time we meet again. From the ashes will rise, recover from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Someday we'll meet again. Yeah, yeah, lingered in the mist, even covered by the fire in my heart. But I choose to wake up, but I choose to run on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lies. I'm running forward for you, running forward for myself. On my way to the reunion, to the time we meet again. From the ashes will rise, recover from the pains. Someday we'll meet again. Closer, closer, cruising faces, more and more. Here shall the night let's be over.
The truth is an endless sea of darkness, and humanity resides on an island known as ignorance. If I knew of the madness waiting beyond the door, I would have never gone on a voyage into the unknown. I heard the scene was as tragic as the others. The ancient texts point to the city of stars, Providence. And the shepherd I have yet to meet is long gone. That night, I had a dream. A new opportunity broke the deadlock. They heard my calls, the organization behind Halsey. I know now that they are not mad. They are searching, pathfinding, and calling to him. From then on, this recurring dream grew clearer every night. They truly understand my existence, and I yearn to be with them. Past, returning at last. Under the endless darkness, the mountaintop ritual is our final call.
arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light, but forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope, looking back with longing eyes. This is just his unfailing bait.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Grace to the family!
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
你溜啊，倒是。OK， 我再溜了。咱得溜起来啊，咱机子不够的。
我真的再溜了，再溜了。
哎，不是你这就倒了，我没压好呢呀。
嘿嘿，我真的再溜啦
！4月30至5月3日 ，COAVI 6全球总决赛，溜的不行。
1、2、
5，6哪去了？声音这么小，给我重音吧。1、2、3、4、5。
6在这里，6实在是太溜了。4月30日至5月3日 ，COA 6全球总决赛6道起飞。
第6届宇宙联谊会地球分会在欢声笑语中进入尾声，接下来进行有奖问答环节。题目是说出你的星球和6有关的事情。
哔哔吧哔吧，在我们星球每天吃6顿饭。
在我们星球每天只有6个小时。我们星球每周放6天假。地球人，你呢？
我们有声音的呼唤6啊！4月30日至5月3日 ，COA 6全球总决赛6之星际。
就在赛场上举旗的话，就是因为我们想就是各方面都是想团结起来嘛，让大家然后有那种信心，然后拿下这场比赛的胜利。就东玄的话，就是毕竟是联赛的大魔王嘛，就是也是联赛第1监管者，然后的话压力还是比较大的，但是我们也会去针对他一些战术方面。对，
我们进入了半决赛，现在队内的情况就是好好调整状态，竭尽全力打好每一场比赛。对阵GR，我们也是相当的期待跟他们交手，因为他们的监管以及球声都是非常的强劲的，我们期待与他们交手。
向光而生，永不言败 ，GR 加油
！GR 永不言败，向光而生。监管者把杀4个，求生者把跑4个。GR 加油！这次深渊我们拿1个冠军。
长风破浪，一往无前，斗5深渊加油！
希望斗5深渊6加油！东玄、斗人都能天神下凡，然后给我们搞一个深渊6的皮肤玩一玩。
斗5战队深渊6加油！然后希望东玄可以在深渊的舞台上拿到属于自己的 FMVP， 然后希望东玄可以赢下比赛，然后给女巫一个限定的金皮。
祝斗5深渊夺冠，监管者把4抓，求生者把4跑，还有张一健多上赛后采访。
深渊没有常青树，只有东玄靠得住。斗5深渊6加油！拿个冠军皮肤来给粉丝玩玩吧。
让我们恭喜成都 GG 拿下了比赛。
赢下狼队，对我们来说意味着很多。现在离目标更近了一步，今天绝不能止步于此。
一路走来，我们已经跨过了许多难关，现在我们要飞得更高。
可以先打这一刀吗？会选择先打吗？哎，来了！子弹扔到旁边，可以跑进去吗？跑进去了！我的天哪！不想。哎呀，有研究的，炸！前进打！没有炸弹，地方完成试抓。
是时候该让我们继续书写历史。
前面这的话，中场就会拿
一拿刀了，你看就这么走位下去了。但是被护到一口，减速了，冰到一波，冲了！再跑，
直接跑了！
我们曾经备受质疑，现在是再次证明自己的时候了。
这个位置你太打到了，飞不了。看到这里，网门守门是点开了，汪不齐拿下一个最好的成绩。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second half of our semifinals match, or semifinals day, rather. We had a very interesting match before, GG versus FPX.ZQ, in which GG did have a pretty convincing victory, I think, and they will be moving on to the grand finals. And today we have the second team moving on to the grand finals. And Chocho, how do you feel about this match between these two teams in front of us?
These two teams, GR versus DouWu, I mean, they did come from all the way from qualifiers, in fact, so I think it will be a very exciting matchup, and it's between these two Chinese mainland teams. You might see maybe a similar mirror match from IVL, so really excited to see how it's going to play out. But then again, Eli, your opinions on these two teams as well?
Yeah, so I think a lot of we talked about how most of the DouWu matchups have been really favored towards their hunter. Obviously, we're talking about Dongxuan, very strong hunter, arguably the best in the world. And then going against GR, we've seen Super Rich be sort of on and off, I would say. We've seen a lot of matches where he leads with Naiad and sometimes is able to secure a draw, but then sometimes he'll drop the first round, which has sort of been an inconsistent factor I think we've seen from this GR team. And then, a lot of the time, he's able to come back in the later rounds. We've seen Axeboy be a character that he actually goes to, sort of a non-meta pick that he's managed to get a lot of wins with. Or not a lot, but we've seen a 4-kill, a very convincing victory. I believe that was in the ACT matchup. And then we saw him have very good starts when it comes to chasing. In the AXE matchup, he was able to get a quick down, but then did fall to the Antiquarian support. But yeah, I think a lot of this matchup is GR definitely has, I think, a stronger survivor side than DouWu does. But then DouWu has a more consistent, very strong hunter in Dongxuan. So I think this really just comes down to a survivor versus hunter matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And just mind you, this team's GR as well as DouWu, GR actually made it from battling out with ACT on the first day, followed by AXZ yesterday. And right now, coming down with this top 4 position, we'll be battling out against DouWu. DouWu had a match yesterday against GW and got a pretty convincing win, I would say. Played until BO3, in fact. And yeah, I mean, kind of Dongxuan actually went with the Insolence Dream Witch, in fact, Insolence Blink Dream Witch 2 times in a row. Right. And it was kind of surprising. I mean, it sort of worked at the start. So, I don't know, it casts the question whether it really is working in this meta, but Eli, on your thoughts on that?
So basically the idea with Blink, Insolence, and Detention on Dream Witch is you're able to get to your full presence faster, obviously, which is nice. You're able to make the leech cooldown shorter. You have better map pressure earlier on because then the range of the followers is a lot farther. The downside, of course, is that you don't have Trump card. You're also able to immediately re-leech a survivor if you have Insolence and you hit them with your leech, and you can leech them again. And it helps you with your first chase right out the gate. You don't have to wait for you to get your first presence before being able to leech for that second time. So that's sort of, I think, the idea there with the Insolence. Obviously, if you start with Blink, usually switch to Blink late game. So if you start with Blink, you don't really need to have Trump card for the most part. Obviously, it is useful in some situations, but you don't necessarily need it. So that's sort of the idea there, I think, with the starting with Blink, and then you go into Insolence because you no longer have use for that Trump card. So I don't know. I think in reality, it's still yet to show that it's a successful build. I get that it's sort of trying to create almost like a new meta for this character. But I do think that in reality, it's just fallen short so many times throughout this COA. It really hasn't performed. It hasn't been too successful on any of the Dream Witch players.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree with you. And today's matchup is actually pretty fast, and it will be in the form of BO5 format instead of the usual BO3 ones. So, we're looking at this as a whole. We did see very interesting gameplays from Super Rich, in fact, on the first day with that X-Boy as well as Buddy Queen. But yesterday, though, I mean, it kind of forced shot with that X-Boy. He only got a 1 kill against AXZ. So, considering X-Boy is not really a meta character, what do you think was the possible reasons why X-Boy could really... I mean, Super Rich X-Boy actually kind of played it very well against a Chinese mainland team, which was ACT.
I think mainly, it's really hard to say. So X-Boy is sort of, I think, one of those characters that you sort of come out when a lot of teams aren't expecting it. Builds like Flywheel are going to be very effective against something like X-Boy. You can just Flywheel the Flame, and there's nothing X-Boy can really do to play around that. And so, you get in a situation where a lot of teams will expect a different hunter. Maybe they'll bring Broken Windows because they're prepared for Bonbon, they're prepared for Wax Artist, and then X-Boy comes out and sort of like a surprise character almost. And that definitely worked the first time in the ACT matchup. And looking into AXZ, they definitely were a little bit more obviously expecting that. And even though Super Rich was able to get a very fast down, almost an instant down in the Prospector in that match, the antiquarian support was very strong. So I think overall, both those situations, X-Boy was good. I think the second match, obviously, just, again, he had a hard time dealing with the Antiquarian because he was forced to use that excitement early. And so, but I do think that sort of X-Boy is a character, again, it's not very consistent, but it's very aggressive. It's sort of like a... it's sort of like Hermit almost. It's a very aggressive pick. It's risky because it's not the most consistent for securing draws because you can get kited as X-Boy, as we did see in the second match against Axe's Wave, but... overall, it can be a win potential hunter, and that could definitely have an impact if GR needs to make a comeback at any point in this round.
That's right. And just looking at this players' introductions and a little bit of their statistics, we're seeing that the Survivor side happen to have about a 5% or 10% kind of advantage more than this Hunter side, so we might be seeing more of the Survivors tanking more of those points for their teams. And looking at Dou-Wu's introduction right now, surprisingly on the Hunter side, but of course this is Dongxuan with 55.8% pointed percentage. So maybe you have to explain a little bit about this.
Yeah, I mean, so typically we see a lot of the Hunter sides not winning as much, right? And you see his lose rate is 17%. He doesn't lose a lot of games. I mean, it's very rare for a Hunter to sort of win that much and actually not fall in that many games. The only matches we've seen him lose is typically in the early rounds. If he leads something like Geisha, he tries to lead something like Dream Witch. But he's pretty much able to tie in the early rounds. We get to the later rounds, he's actually winning a lot more than he's even tying, which is a very impressive display of Hunter skills. So I think overall, again, very Hunter-sided matchup versus a very Survivor-sided team with GR. The GR Survivors have really, I think, outshined a lot of expectations throughout this event. So in reality, it really just comes down to which faction is going to play better, I think.
Yeah, that's right. And just looking at the first match itself, GG versus FPX.ZQ, it seems to be that it's a battle between survivors. GG survivors as well as the FPX.ZQ survivors. We see a lot of 4 escapes, 3 escapes, tie situations. Right. And Eli, your predictions on this, do you think it will be a battle between hunters or is it a battle between survivors?
Well, it's a battle between the Hunter of Dou versus the survivors of GR. So, I mean, obviously, again, survivor-sided team versus a very Hunter-sided team. And the biggest issue for Dou as well, which I think makes this matchup a lot closer than people think. I think a lot of people think Dou is favored here, which I think they are, but only slightly. I think it's like a 55-45 in terms of percentage-wise. 55 in favor of Dou, 45 in favor of GR. And that's because the GR survivors have been so strong. And as long as Super Rich is able to have consistent matches, GR will win. So the problem here is that Dou survivors, they struggle to win games. They're able to tie a lot of the time, and that ends up being enough for, which is, again, in this meta, very surprising, because it ends up being enough for Dongxuan to actually win in the later rounds. But the problem is, if you're only tying matches, and you're going against a good survivor team that manages to actually get wins against your Hunter, how are you going to win that matchup? So, well, again, Dou's Hunter here is very, very strong. The matchup, in reality, is so close, because the GR survivors can easily potentially secure wins here and there against Dongxuan. And if the Dou survivors struggle to win games, they're not going to have a good time in this match.
That's right. And just moving on to a little bit of this GR Survivors introduction, we just had AK as well as Shadow. Now moving on to their third member, Cizai. Cizai has a character pool of Patience, Seer, Forward, Antiquarian, Barmid, as well as a Professor. So you might be seeing that in a possible BO4 or BO5 kind of team comp, because that's where there's lesser character selections for Survivor side. But then again, looking at this containment time 64.23, that's a average containment time. Pretty okay. It seems like he'll be able to force out that kind of the blink if the Hunter do have that. And just looking at this as a whole, he does have a 74.2% win rate as well as a same percentage for his escape rate. So he is most likely having that chance to kind of escape that escaping that match. So moving on to Hart.
Yeah, so Hart, the main rescuer player, of course, for GR, we've seen 93% escape rate. And obviously, as a rescuer player, you're going to be escaping majority of the time, just because, you know, again, rescuers never get chased, so they're always the ones rescuing, opening the gate, and getting out, you know, first, or body blocking survivors out the gate. But 93% is incredibly high, and that really goes to show how strong this GR Survivor team has been in this tournament. They've been one of the stronger Survivor teams. You know, typically thinking about this COA, you think, oh, Zeta Division, Wolves are going to be the best, but no, we've actually seen those teams struggle more, and GR has just been winning so much. And in the past, GR Survivors have been slightly inconsistent when it comes to IVL matches, but throughout this COA, they've been so strong. But this right here, against this Hunter that we're looking in front of us, this is going to be the testament of their skill. Dongshuan, the best Hunter in the world here. Can GR Survivors pull it out?
Yeah, I'm seeing this Geisha as well as N, like I mentioned yesterday. It's non-meta characters at this point in time, but he plays it like it's meta. So he also plays the Dreamish yesterday. He also has a Bloody Queen Naiad as well as a Clerk. So it really depends on what Dongshuan wants to pick as his Hunter as after he sees the team comp from the Survivor side. So he's very flexible. He can do many stunts, many interesting ones as well, and also allowing us to kind of learn from his playstyle. So that's really interesting.
Yeah, for sure. So again, I think a lot of this matchup as well is going to come down to map selection. We have, again, a team that's going to be very favored centered around one Hunter versus a team that's centered around survivors. And it's not like the Hunter pools are exactly similar. We see Dongshuan often lead with Clerk. He often leads with Dream Witch in the early rounds, whereas Super Rich is probably going to lead with something more like Bonbon or Naiad. So again, very different Hunter pool. When teams have Hunters that have different Hunter pools, the map selection is the most important thing going into the first round. Because if you're able to pick a map that's going to be good for your Hunter and it's bad for the opponent's Hunter, it's really good for your team. It gives you a huge advantage. When the Hunter pools are similar, it's less relevant, and actually faction's more important. But in a matchup where the Hunters are so different in terms of playstyles and in terms of character pool, the important thing, of course, is going to be this map selection and who's able to get it first.
Yeah, and just waiting that right now, we're seeing fans from the Chinese offline stages waving at the screens. And also for those people that's watching this live right now, do send your support to your favorite teams. We do have Dou as well as GR for our last match of the day. And it's the semi-finals where this is the BO5 format. It's going to be at least 3 to 4 hours, so do have your snacks next to you, drink up your water, eat your food, and also do go to the toilet if you need to.
Yeah, definitely do that. That's something I often forget to do when casting, so you know that's sometimes never an ideal situation, but yeah, always make sure to you know, stay healthy, stay prepared for the matches we have in front of us. They will be, of course, very exciting. These are the two of the best teams in the world going at it here. So yeah, again, cheer for your favorite team in the comments, in the chat. And we will see who ultimately is the victor. I think Chocho going into this, if we're going to see Dongshuan on the Hunter side, I think there's a pretty good chance that well, it's actually hard to say. Who do you think has map selection here? Typically, we see a lot of survivors. Oh, okay, well, never mind that. It's going to answer my question right there. But it looks like it is. This always happens. Every time I ask a question, we always have the answer on the screen. So thank you to NetEase for the perfect timing on that one. But it looks like, yeah, GR is going to be going with Red Church right out the gate here. So the Red Church map here, Chocho, do you think Dongshuan will actually opt to even lead Dream Witch here? We talk about a Red Church, not a great Dream Witch map. Given the opportunity, you think he'll go for it? Or do you think he's going to try to go something a little bit different?
I think he might still go for the Dream Witch. I mean, yesterday, we see how the Survivor side, sorry, not Survivor side, but the opponent side, GW, did not ban his Dream Witch in the second round at Arms Factory, and Dongshuan, in the interview, he said, if you're not going to ban it, if you're going to dare me to play it, I'm going to do it. Yep. So we might be seeing that exact same thing happening. We're seeing the ban picks happening right now. Ooh, a Seer Priestess as well as Barmaid being banned, and a Mercenary, Antiquarian, as well as Psychologist pick over here, Eli.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We actually, continue to talk about that Dream Witch. We've seen him even played on Leo's Memory. That's been an often round 1 pick for Do. Leo's Memory is so typically weaker for Dream Witch, but he still opts to go with it. Looks like we're gonna have Dancer as the last character. So the first 3 characters here, Psychologist, Mercenary, and Antiquarian, these are all counters to Dream Witch and Clerk. And then they're gonna go Dancer as the last, which is less good against Dream Witch because you can just get Patroller. But it's better against Blink Dream Witch because if there's no Patroller, then the slow box is going to slow down the follower, which means you can transition away easier and avoid getting blinked. And then additionally, it's also very strong against Clerk. So they're countercombing Clerk and Blink Dream Witch here with this sort of team competition. Now the question is, does Dongxuan continue with either of those characters? Does he continue with Blink Dream Witch, or does he go back to the standard Patroller? I think in this team comp, Patroller Dream Witch is probably the best option, and you can chase Psychologist or Dancer first. I think another reason why we see Blink as well is it's more suitable for dealing with Antiquarian, because Antiquarian can fly while one of the Patroller bites. She can flip the other bite, and then she can stun the follower. And even if you get bitten and you stun the follower can't hit for 5 seconds. Or this is pre-nerf, so I think it's like 6. I'm not sure the exact timing now because it's been changed around so much. But anyways, it looks like he's still going to go Dream Witch anyway here. The question is, does he have Blink or does he have Patroller in this sort of situation?
Yeah, and just like you've mentioned, Antiquarian would be a hassle to deal with at the start of the match, so chasing other potential ones such as the female dancer as well as Psychologist might be a better choice, even though it's not easy. But then again, it comes to the question though, if he does chase them, Antiquarian can still come for this harassment, so it will still be as annoying. We'll see how Dongxuan is going to deal with this, especially when this is AK that it's playing this Antiquarian. AK has been showing a lot of potential with his harassment, and we might be seeing it once again in this match. We're seeing the spawn locations happening right now. Red carpet, we have the female dancer. Center, we have the Mercenary. Psychologist at the small gate dungeon area, as well as the Antiquarian at middle broken. So just looking at the spawn locations itself, we have to see where Dongxuan might be situating in this spawn selection.
Absolutely. So looks like he is going to go for the I believe that's the shack spawn. So we're going to see the plus sign layout here. I think that so Dancer is actually the farthest away here, which actually ends up being a little bit better for the Survivor team. But of course, it is Dream Witch, so if you do want to commit to the chase, you can go across the map and go for that. If he does have Blink, he can commit to Antiquarian first. If he has Patrol.
Yes, that's right. And yeah, just moving on from here, we'll definitely be seeing how Dream Witch might be a potential chase of Dream Witch might be chasing Psychologist at the small gate area, might be rotating towards the graveyard. So hopefully that will be happening. And just looking at this itself, seems to be that it might be a slightly difficult situation. I mean, chasing a Psychologist, you kind of have to take on 3 hits onto the Psychologist before she is down, and that's going to be extremely difficult. And we have to see whether Dongxuan might be picking a Patroller or a Blink. So, alright, let's see how this is going to play out. And just looking at Antiquarian itself, she's gonna be a hassle to deal with. Alright, and we're seeing the down on this female dancer. We have a slight technical issue, but that's okay. We are back right now. We're seeing how the female dancer will be chaired. We're seeing Dongxuan actually travel all the way from Shek to the red carpet just to chase down this female dancer, and that's exactly what happened. All boxes have been used, and this flying wheel has not yet been used by this female dancer. We're seeing Mercenary come for the first rescue. Will he be able to get the safe rescue, or will it be a double down situation?
Oh, he does elbow pad into the wall there. Can he get the double hit on the Mercenary? This could be a really important play if he's able to do so. Looks like he's going to flywheel through that swing. Does have the follower waiting, though, and is going to get the second hit onto the female dancer, which is going to prevent any sort of rebound kiting here. And it looks like it does have the leech onto the Mercenary as well, so they're going to have to either de-leech that or heal up before they continue to decode with that character. We're going to see Dancer die in the corner of the map here. Is the Antiquarian here to prevent this? Looks like she is, so they need to bring 2 followers over to push her away. Antiquarian is in the vicinity, but he's actually going to walk the other way. It looks like Antiquarian is unable to support in this area, so he's going to be on chair for the second time now, and they do have a pretty good amount of Cypher progress, actually. So the biggest issue is going to be that if Dongxuan is able to pressure one of these Cypher machines, they're going to be forced to start an extra one, and that can slow down the Cypher rush enough for this to be a tied game.
Yeah, and Antiquarian is pushing for that rescue. We're seeing Psychologist whistling Mercenary, and this rescue has successfully been done. Swooping him one more time. Will female dancer be able to survive this audio though? No, unfortunately no. And right now we're seeing Antiquarian with this half health. Dongxuan unable to leech onto Antiquarian though, and Antiquarian is still around for that harassment, but will be leaving right now.
Yeah, and he's going to be on chair for the last time here. Still 2 Cypher machines remaining, so this game is definitely far from over. You really see the downside of actually playing Dancer in this sort of situation. Obviously, you sort of push him off of playing Clerk because it's a very heavy Clerk counter team comp. But the problem is then, you don't have a strong kiter going against that Dream Witch. And even with something like Blink, it still ends up, or Blink actually ends up being a counter there because or wait, no, what am I saying? It's even with Blink, you're still able to get the down relatively quick. And it looks like he's going to chase targets onto the Mercenary here. And is going to just use the leech hit instead. So this is going to remove the leech from the board here. He's going to use his follower to pressure the last Cypher. But you see, they still need over 50% on 2 Cyphers. And against a Dream Witch, this can become very scary for Survivor side real quick.
Yeah, and we're not too sure whether Dongxuan brought insolence into this match or not. We do see the blink though, so there might be a trump card at the end, so we have to see how it's going to turn out. Hard might be the potential next chase over here, leeching onto Hard, and will he be able to kind of sandwich Hard such that there will be a down situation at this middle broken Cypher?
It looks like he is trying to do so, but the spawn follower is not here just yet. The problem is they only have 1 person decoding. They have a leech in play, and they're not healing or de-leeching right here. He does have blink available. Just go for the blink onto the Mercenary. Is not going to be a Terror Shock registered, so he's not going to go down right away, but does have pressure onto the Psychologist, too, onto this Antiquarian. Missing both those stuns. She only has 1 more to work with here. Goes for the flip, avoids the hit, and does make it to the pallet in time. So he's actually able to avoid going down there. I think if he went down in that situation, it would have been a game over for the Survivors. But this is going to keep them alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, and kind of forcing that 6 Cypher to be decoded. We're seeing that is in progress. Most likely Psychologist pushing for that. Mercenaries on the ground and will be chat as of this point, but we see the basement over here. It will be a basement chat, but who can come for this rescue? None of them have tied, and Psychologist is the only full health member in this map itself. So, Eli, how can this match be played out?
It's really tough. Basement Dream Witch is so strong because if you have 2 followers in the basement, you have 1 camp top of the stairs and 1 in the bottom. There's not really much the Survivors can do to get around. It looks like they only has the 1 leech here. He has Blink, so he can actually get a drop down Blink hit if he does this properly. They still have 1 Cypher. They're just going to pressure the last Cypher with the spawn follower, and unless even if Antiquarian de-leeches, it doesn't matter. He can just bring the spawn follower to that Cypher machine, and Antiquarian can never pop it. So this looks like a pretty much a checkmate situation for GR. I don't really see how they can get out of this.
Yeah, and Dongxuan is doing a great job keeping them busy. We're seeing AK prioritizing on deleting first, and right now she's opening the chest, I believe. And Psychologist can't get this rescue. There's no way she can. Cyphers are on a standstill right now. It seems to be that it might be leaning towards a 4 elimination and possibly no escape at all, Eli.
Yeah, it looks like that is going to be the case here. Leeching on to the Psychologist, just pushing her off of that Cypher. And yeah, nobody can make the rescue on the Mercenary. We have another Leech into play. Antiquarian's going to stop to heal up. But they can't pop the last Cypher. He can just keep pressuring it with the Leech and with the main follower. They're going to be forced to open the 3rd and final one. And as soon as that one starts moving, you can just bring the follower over there. So it's going to be really hard for survivors to even get to the exit gates here. And again, we talked about how the GR survivor side has been so strong in this tournament, but they're going up against the best hunter, the king of Dream Witch here with Dongxuan, and he's really showing why. Even on a difficult, this is not a great comp for Dream Witch. This is a difficult map for Dream Witch, and he's still in a 4-person elimination situation. And this is how Do is going to win the matchup if Dongxuan's able to gain an early lead with this this hunter gameplay.
Yeah, and just ciphers have been a standstill since Mercenary has been sent back to the mana. Antiquarian is starting with the 7th cipher, in fact, and but being pressured by that leech spawn follower, in fact, at the red carpet. Antiquarian is rotating towards this middle broken area. Will he be able to kind of decode the cipher? Oh, top broken, in fact, and this is a link cipher, in fact, Eli.
Looks like, yeah, he's gonna leech here. But this prevents the Psychologist from even decoding at all. So Psychologist needs to now de-leech because this leech is just going to keep following her here. We do see the Antiquarian trying to push the top broken cipher, but he can just bring the spawn follower over there. He's going to use the leech to pressure down the Psychologist. He's going to use this follower to pressure down the Antiquarian, and then that's it. That's simply how he plays this here. As long as he keeps checking in between both those followers, there's nothing they can really do to get around it. He's going to potentially blink this hit right here. She does have Flywheel, does have an illusion. I think he was trying to bait out the Flywheel with that. She can't Flywheel make it this power, but if she goes for that play, it's very risky. Gets the hit through the Flywheel here, and we do see Psychologist actually getting her leech off so she can go back to decoding, but now he's just going to leech this Antiquarian, and then he's going to use the follower to go for the Psychologist, and it doesn't matter. You can just keep doing this until they're all down.
Yeah, it's just a bleed out situation at this point in time. It's just gonna take time for Dongxuan to get this down. Blink hit onto Antiquarian. Antiquarian still has the leech on. Doesn't have to care about Antiquarian right now. Hitting straight for Psychologist at the red carpet. Dongxuan has this under his control. He has full control of this match, and he will be getting this full elimination. It's just a matter of time at this point in time.
Yeah, matter of time indeed, and we're going to see him go for the Psychologist here. Antiquarian does still have self-heal, but does have a leech on, so as soon as she gets up, you can just switch to the leech and down her once again. And this entire time the leech is just standing here, it's picking up Blink as well. He's actually going to go for the chair now. I believe this will be Antiquarian's first time on the rocket chair, so it's actually okay. It looks like we're going to see the Antiquarian shared now. And now he has a full chair time to get down the Psychologist with double followers here. She does not have Flywheel as well, so he can just go for a blink. He's going to close the distance with both these followers, and this will secure his 4th kill.
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, we were just looking at this at a whole, right? Definitely but getting that down to Psychologist, securing that 4 kill, he did have surrendered. Wow. Surrendered to Dongxuan, this best hunter of China. And also, Eli, I think definitely the turning point have to be Mercenary downing near Shack, where the basement is located at. But what do you think about this match?
Yeah, I think the most important thing, obviously, was he's able to get a quick kill on Dancer. She was not able to rebound Kite at any point. Rebounding against Dream, which is usually pretty important, and in this case, it just never really happened. So that was obviously a big factor there. But also, yeah, Mercenary into basement. I think actually Mercenary being in basement, obviously it prevented the Psychologist from risking rescue because he does have Blink. He can Blink on the stairs, get a drop down, get no attack recovery. There's a lot of ways you can sort of maneuver that situation. However, the biggest play, I think, was that because he was able to constantly keep the Antiquarian off of the last cipher, and there's just nowhere they can prime because the Antiquarian's injured, he puts the spawn follower on the last cipher. You can keep moving the follower between any of those ciphers, and in this case, because the ciphers were so close to each other, I think it was Top Broken and Reception were the 2 ciphers there, you can just move the spawn follower between those 2 ciphers over and over and over, and the Antiquarian can never do either of them. And from there on, you just win the game as Dream Witch.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we saw that it was a link cipher towards the end, the Reception, red carpet area, top broken as well as middle broken. This link cipher was crucial into Dongxuan kind of being able to camp out all the 3 ciphers, preventing none of the ciphers from being popped, and it was exactly the case, and it gave him this 4 elimination that he definitely do want right from this BO1 first half of this match.
Yeah, for sure. So now it's this is exactly the key for Do, as we talked about. The GR Survivor, it's a Survivor team versus a Hunter team here. The GR Survivors, they really need to be winning against Dongxuan. That's their key to victory here. If the GR Survivors are able to win, the Do Survivors will struggle most likely against Super Rich. And so a 5-0 lead already out the gate here is exactly not the thing that GR needs to win this matchup. And the key to beating Do is winning in the early rounds. We see Dongxuan, he's so effective in the late rounds because he has more bans to work with, and he still has such a wide hunter pool. Even if you ban 2 of the hunters, it doesn't matter. He still has hunters for every situation. and he gets more bans as the rounds progress, so becomes stronger and stronger for this type of hunter. So losing in the early round is the worst case situation for GR. It's already a great look for Dou.
Yeah, and Eli, just now we couldn't really see the visuals, but I just went back to look. Dongxuan actually brought detention as well as insolence into this match, so he does not have any trump card, and it worked out to get that 4 kill. But then again, Persona is definitely one, but definitely the things that he did in the match itself helped him secure that 4 kill. And he took every opportunity the survivors gave and gave him that advantage. So well done from Dongxuan's side. This is exactly what we're expecting from this playoffs by Dongxuan. And we're having this Dou survivors coming up against GR's Hunter Super Rich now.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to see both teams taking the stage here. Super Rich, yeah, so Super Rich will be the hunter here, leading for GR. Now, I don't really know how Super Rich can actually work out of this. This is really difficult because, already he doesn't have a lot of hunters that have high win potential. I actually wouldn't be surprised if he just goes straight into Axeboy. I think Axeboy, out of his hunter pool, is probably the most sort of high-risk, high-reward hunter. And I do think that if Dou does win round number 1, it's so hard for GR to come back because Dou's weakest round is the first round. If they fall in the first round, we still see a lot of the time they're able to come back and win. So if they actually win the first round, with one of the games being a 5-point game, I just don't see GR actually coming back. So I think that it makes the most sense for Super Rich to go extremely aggressive, just try to go straight into Axeboy and just try to win. Because again, Axeboy, it's a high-risk, high-reward hunter. His chase is not that good in a competitive scene like this. It's very easy to kite Axeboy with counter comps and with and just juking flames. It's very easy for these pro players to play around that. However, I think you just have to go out and try to win here.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with you. And just looking at this Dou introductions over here for Survivor side, we have Zek. We just went past Yihua, the rescuer. So right now Zek YJ with the character pool of Acrobat, Forward, Patient, Postman. He's mostly the kiter for his team and very experienced with playing the Patient as well as Acrobat. We might be seeing more of him kiting later on, but then again, we're looking at a 30.4% win rate, not very high, and hopefully that's not what they need right now. They don't need to win. They just need this one escape to kind of secure this advantage at a opponent's map selection. So moving on to Silverchi, this harasser of this team, very good at Antiquarian. We do see the Priestess as well. He does play the forward psychologist as well, so pretty standard. He does very good support as well as harassments, and looking into this match, maybe we won't be seeing too much of it since they might tend to want to prioritize on this Cypher progress.
Absolutely. And so, yeah, again, it's important that, Dou is not... They have to at least get a tie. If they win this first round, I think they have such a huge advantage. We do see Nan as well. 30% escape rate. Again, very, very low. 30% win rate. Very low for a Survivor team. Again, the Dou Survivors have just been very inconsistent. That's the biggest weakness is the reason why... It's really impressive to see, right? A Survivor team that does struggle sometimes and is inconsistent is still able to win this much in such a Survivor-sided meta, like the overall team, and that's just Dongxuan being such a strong hunter. But again, it's really, really important for Dou that they're able to get at least a draw here. They cannot fall to a 4 elimination. Again, the chances of that happening are very unlikely. We see a 4 elimination rate of 25%, which is actually very, very high for Super Rich.
Yeah, and also we see the Knight as well as X-Boy. We've seen how he's performed with X-Boy, but then again, against ACT, I believe, Super Rich actually brought up the Bloody Queen at this map, Red Church, and Bloody Queen is known to be a tieable hunter. We're not too sure whether he will be picking it, or will he be aggressive and pick the X-Boy instead, and possibly get this 4 elimination that his team desperately needs, because this is their map selection. They can't give this advantage to Dou, and if Dou do have it, the next BO2, it will be Dou's time for their map selection. They will be in a further disadvantage, so securing this is super important for GR right now.
Absolutely. So let's see, we do have some Scars fans in the audience here, it looks like, which is of course not the team we see on the stage, but we do it's always nice to see the supporters from all over the world here. But yeah, I think looking into this again, it's pretty easy. Again, we talk about how Axeboy is a character that it's very easy to countercomp Axeboy. Characters like Entomologists are so strong. You bring Flywheel to counter the flames. There's so many ways to play around Axeboy. But again, Super Rich, he has to either play Axeboy or Knight. Those are the only hunters he really has 4 kill potential. Besides that, he doesn't have anything else that can actually win. Again, we talk about GR is a team that is so reliant on their survivors being very successful, and then the Hunters just securing a tie. You saw Super Rich's, I think, average eliminations was 2, which is perfect ties throughout the majority of this event, right? So that's really important. But then if you're in a situation where you're down 5-0 right away, and you have to get a 4 elimination in return, Super Rich doesn't have a lot of options. He really only has Nayad and Axboy. Axboy being the highest win potential hunter, but also the riskiest.
That's right. And right now, just looking at this, Japan fans, in fact, Shenmei Bishang is just saying Dongxuan have to win, will definitely win. That's what it's saying. And definitely we did see how Dongxuan got that 4 elimination, and this match might potentially might be the first win for Dou among these 5 matches that we might possibly have. Pressure is definitely all onto Super Rich to kind of not give that points to their opponents, and right now entering this ban pick phase. Banning the Seer first, Eli, what do you think Dou's potential team comp in this match might be?
Well, she should see. Okay, they're gonna go Merc Priestess. So they give Antiquarian here, which is I think mainly because they don't want to play too hard into Axboy, because Axboy is actually pretty decent against the Antiquarian, because you can flame, you get a speed boost, you can actually juke the swing, you can juke back and then go into the survivor again and get the hit. Sort of like Soul Weaver, if you're fast enough, you're able to avoid the swing by moving back, and then you go in and you get the basic hit after that. So Antiquarian can actually struggle a little bit against Axboy for that reason. We do see Psychologist as well, just a very standard all-around character we see quite often. You can take 3 hits. As long as you force 3 basic hits against an Axboy, it's going to be a guaranteed 60 to 70 seconds kite, which is enough for a tie or a win on the survivor side. And the last ban is Prospector, so if he's going Prospector, he might probably lead Nayad and not actually lead Axboy at all. Because Axboy wouldn't typically ban a Prospector.
Yeah, that's right. So it seems to be that it's leaning towards a Nayad, and we'll see whether Eli's prediction will be correct. We're seeing Nan with that final pick over here. Survivor side of Dou definitely can sense that Nayad might be the potential pick over here. So would they be picking a Entomologist to kind of counter that, or would they be picking, a female dancer instead? So looking at this team as a whole, Eli, how do you think it might really play out?
Well, Dancer's very strong on Church, so you have to pick Dancer here for sure. I think this is just a very standard team comp. This is not really directed to counter anything at all. I think this is just very standard, consistent comp. They only want to play for a tie. The Dou survivors are not really trying to win here. Again, if they win this first round, then they have a huge advantage in this matchup. So, especially on Jira's map selection and in a team that struggles in the first round like Dou, if they take the first round, they're so far ahead of GR. It's very difficult for them to actually come back. Even in a best of 5, it's still difficult for them to come back. So realistically, they're just trying to play for a tie. This is a very standard, consistent team comp. I would not have minded something like Mechanic here. Again, just try to play for a tie, or maybe something like Embalmer. But I think Dancer here is fine as well. Dancer's just so strong on Church. The ability to set up slow boxes in middle, set slow boxes at Shack. It's very hard for a hunter like Bon, even Nayad to work with. Even something like Axboy, it's very fast. It's just very challenging overall.
Yeah, and those Survivor side, they also kind of eliminated, Super Rich actually banned out all the possible harassers that Dou might possibly picked. So in those side, if it's a down, it will be an immediate sharing on Super Rich side, and Dou not picking any harassers also means that there will be almost a near to 0 kind of risk being given to Super Rich. Oh, but we're seeing a Clerk, surprisingly. Not something that we've predicted, but Clerk at this point in time seems to be the most feasible option at this point in time to get that 4 elimination that Super Rich desperately needs.
Yeah, that's also why they have Dancer as well, because Dancer's such a strong counter to Clerk. So this comp is actually, it's very standard and very consistent against most teams. It's also a pretty decent counter to Clerk as well. Your Psychologist can take 3 hits. Priestess support is very nice. Dancer support is very good against Clerk. So overall, they have a good comp for playing against Clerk as well. So again, it's kind of curious why they didn't immediately go into Antiquarian, but it looks like they really are prioritizing the Priestess portal loop on Church and the network of portals you can create through that middle Church area against something like a Clerk here. And again, Super Rich, since he has to 4-kill, he has to lead with a win potential hunter. I guess Clerk is his only option, but going into a comp like this, it's not too ideal, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm just gonna see how this might play out. Both teams are on standby. We're seeing spawn locations now. Psychologist will be spawned at the reception area. Female dancer at the shack. Right in front of him, we have the Priestess as well as Mercenary furthest away from Super Rich. So looking at this, Eli, do you think female dancer might be the potential chase, or could it be the Psychologist, or maybe the Priestess in fact?
Probably Dancer. He's going to go take down the slow boxes first, and he's just going to get rid of that support. Because if you leave Dancer up, she's going to set up slow boxes near the shack area, near that weak pallet outside of shack. You put a slow box there, you put the pallet over the box. And anytime the survivor kites behind church, the hunter's forced to go through that slow box, and it gains you so much distance. So it makes the most sense to go take down the Dancer first. The only problem with doing that is the shack spawn is very good on this map because it's so easy to rotate. Dancer can easily just rotate behind church or go through church window, loop around, and then go through any sort of portals that the priestess does set up. And then Dancer does actually have flywheel, so no broken windows. So Dancer would still be the best chase target. But the biggest question is, does Super Rich actually go for that, or is he going to go a different route instead?
Yeah, we don't see many flying wheels, 2 broken windows in fact, but we're going to get right into the match between the Survivors versus GR's Hunter. BO1 second half. This is your caster Cho and Eli O bringing you the live commentary of this match.
We're going to see Super Rich immediately is going to pick up a swing recording right out the gate. This is so he can break any sort of portal that he happens to come across at church. He can drop the recording, it'll pop the portal, and then the survivor won't be able to take it. It looks like he's actually going to go ahead and go for Psychologist chase first here. So he doesn't want to have to deal with Dancer, I guess. The only problem with this is you leave both supporting characters in the game. So now it's very easy for Psychologist to take Priestess portals in church. It's very easy for her to kite to the slow box at shack, which I assume the Dancer already has set up since she has rotated away from there. So this is just a very easy kite for the Psychologist. It looks like she's going to go Graveyard first. This is absolutely the correct play. Because Psychologist can take 3 hits, it's very easy for her to run to Graveyard, kite there until she takes a basic hit, then push a Priestess portal, and then push the Dancer box after that. So there's just a really nice setup from Do, it looks like. And yeah, just gonna go for that route.
Yeah, and 3 ciphers are being worked on at this point in time. Psychologist, will Super Rich be able to get this basic hit? Not. Was looking at the ciphers in fact after recording, so this chase is on ZYJ trying to kite, but we'll be getting this basic hit. Unfortunately, Blink is ready, so we're seeing Silverchi with that slow walking over there. Support portals have been set up, and ZYJ will successfully rotate into church and will waste a lot more time in this first kite.
Yeah, but this is exactly what Doa wants. They want Psychologist to take both these portals. She's going to go loop around church for as long as possible, and then after she takes the next hit, she's going to rotate to the boxes at shack. And this kite's just going to last a really long time. This kite is far from over, unless he, of course, gets Blink Terror Shock to this window, which I don't think will happen. He's just going to take that basic hit, and then just go ahead and push to the towards the shack here where the slow boxes are set up. Does he have a window block? If he can block this window right here with this window block, then go for the blink and prevent her from making it to the boxes, this is gonna be a great situation. We see the blink here, double slow box, triple slow box, goes for the charge attack and doesn't get it. And now this kite again is gonna extend so long. Triple slow box. He has to take all of them down, because if he doesn't, the Psychologist is actually faster than the Clerk. And while he's taking down these boxes, Psychologist is just gonna rotate away and make even more distance.
Yeah, absolutely, Eli. This is just so painful for hunters watching this. Super Rich has to get this, and we're seeing a long portal at the middle broken area. Yeah. Will Psychologist be able to get into it? Though.
He has the swing. He can actually break the portal with the swing recording here. Unless Psychologist can body block the chip. He misses the swing. The swing recording misses the portal, and he's able to make it across the map here. Super Rich has already expended his trait. There's no option for a teleport here. He tries to use the recording to look to where the survivors are. He can use the chip to potentially slow it down, and he actually does. He stops the Priestess from healing for a second there. It does chip her, but that actually won't matter. She can still finish the heal on Psychologist, and the kite is going to continue.
And right now it's almost getting into the 3-minute mark, and all ciphers have been worked on, and it seems to be that this is leaning more towards the survivor side. A very slim chance of that 4 kill onto Super Rich side. We're seeing this double kiting by Priestess as well as Psychologist together at the graveyard. Let's see how this kite is going to prolong much further.
It does actually walk through the pallet, getting a hit onto the Priestess there, so nice mind game from Super Rich. I think he actually should change targets to Priestess here. And obviously Priestess does have a portal. If he's able to pick up a swing recording, he can use that to either spike the Priestess or cut off a kiting row here, because again, she will go down to 1 more chip. It looks like he is going to... No, there's no pallet here. I don't know if he has 2 single recordings. I don't know if any of them are chips or not, but Priestess does have that broken window speed boost. Is going to transition back to Graveyard. And you see the last 3 Cypher machines already almost done here.
And first share hasn't even happened, so Super Rich is just trying to kite this out. He does not have any portals anymore. There's no flying wheel. Will he be able to kite until the Cypher is primed? Don't know. That seems to be not the case. And last Cypher is almost primed, 99% and 98%.
Oh, no, they're not going to go for it. They're going to at least go for one rescue here. They know Super Rich doesn't have a decoding recording here. As you can see, he has only a single recording right now. And single recordings cannot be decoding recordings because single recordings are recording the hunter, not the survivor action. So it looks like he did... Oh, maybe he did actually pick up one, but it looks like he doesn't have it right now. So, yeah, both ciphers are primed here. The survivors are ready. We're going to see, I think, the mercenary come for the rescue, and Dancer's just going to stay on the Shack cipher, which is the primed one. But it looks like, actually, no, they're going to say, they're going to say mercenaries tied for endgame instead here, which I think is definitely the correct play.
Yeah, and female dancer will be coming for this rescue. Safely rescuing. Will he be able to target this hit onto the survivor though? No, and both ciphers still not popping. We're seeing Silver Chi will continue this chase. Blink is up. Will Super Rich use this? Oh no, and ciphers are popped right now. We're seeing all 4 of them really healthy. Silver Chi is just trying to kite this out. And Dungeon is at the top broken area, and there is one portal. Let's see how it's going to work out.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to use that portal to get into the church here. He still has broken window speed boost, so he can easily transition away from here. We see survivors leaving the gate, but Mercenary still has Tide Turner. So it's still very easy for survivors to go for a 4-escape here. If he doesn't injure the Mercenary at any point, Mercenary can just save under detention, and they can go for a Tide Turner rescue. So I think they should try to push both. Oh, he gets the stun with the window there, breaking the wall onto the Clerk. What a beautiful setup from the Psychologist. That is not an easy play to do that. Hitbox with the window breaking is actually very small, but it did still connect onto the Clerk there, and it actually buys a lot of time. It's a long stun, so we do see Psychologist able to cut a little bit longer. Just a mind game at this pallet. Very weak pallet here. We're seeing him not using his straight because he wants to get the down, but he is now going to go for it. I was going to say he wants to save for a potential teleport, but now he has to use it to secure this kill. We're going to see him baiting the recording on the gate. Does get it there. I don't think, yeah, he wasn't able to catch the survivor on the gate there. They were ready for it. And this exit gate will get open, which means 2 survivors are guaranteed out here. Now the question is, do they push for the mercenary rescue and go for 3 or 4 escape here? It looks like because this is Psychologist's first chair, they can actually go for this play. Priestess can set up a long portal through the church, and there's really no risk because if detention's out, it's impossible for him to get 2 survivors down here. He's only going to be able to get that one, which is the Psychologist. So he actually switches to Peepers as well. So it's a very low risk, high reward play to go for this save if detention has worn off.
Yeah, that's right. And we're seeing all of the servers are in position. Priestess has 1 portal. Female Dancer has 1 elbow pad as well, Mercenary 3 elbow pad, so there is a Tide Turner still in fact. There is still Tide Turner on Mercenary side, and the top broken is that dungeon, so let's see how it's going to play out. 3 more seconds, build to the dungeon, oh my goodness.
He uses his other chip. So he used the last one, which means he can't use the chip to break the portal. He should have saved one of the chips. He could have used it to break the long portal, but the exit gate's open. They can all just take the long portal and all make it out the exit gate. The Priestess had the portal set up. This is going to be a 10-0 victory for Dou here. Super Rich needed to save that chip recording to break the long portal. He didn't go for it, and Dou immediately jumps ahead with an incredible display of Survivor and Hunter gameplay.
Yeah, very amazing over here. We're seeing a 10-0 like you've mentioned. Amazing setup by the Survivor side. They had many ways to go with that play, and they decided to go with that long portal, and it worked out perfectly. Congratulations to Dou, claiming this victory right from the get-go. BO1 with the 10-0. We're moving on to BO2 with Dou with this map selection advantage. So just looking at this itself, Eli, Dou has quite a lot of selections. They have the Arm Factory, they have the Chinatown map as well. What do you think Dou might go for in this BO2 map selection?
Well, I mean, they have all the cards in their favor right now. They have the map selection. They have a 10-0 lead with a team that usually loses the first round. So I think everything. Honestly, at this point, it's very easy for them to just because it is a best of 5. Obviously, it's not over yet. Typically, in a situation like this, if Dou wins the first round 10-0, then GR would have to win 2 rounds in a row to come back, and that's probably not happening, especially because they now have map selection. Because Dou now has map selection. But because this is at best of 5, it's still possible for GR to work out of this one, but the survivors really need to step it up. So in terms of map selection for Dou to hold the lead here, I think just build a map. Just pick a map that's going to be strong for Dongxuan. I think going with a small map is very easily. Just something like Arms Factory is great here because it opens up Dream Witch, it opens up Clerk. If they have to ban Dream Witch, then that's perfectly fine. He could even play something like Anne in the early rounds here. Anne is very strong on a small map like Arms Factory. If he just plays for a tie with a Hunter like that, then that's perfectly fine for the sort of situation that he's in right now.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, just going back to this match, just seeing this 5-0, 5 points to the Survivor side of DouWu. And initially we did see the chase on the psychologist. And Eli, what do you think could have been the possible changes in that Hunter's playstyle that could have potentially helped him not get this for escape situation on his side?
I think it would have been better to actually commit to a character like Dancer if you take down the slow boxes first. That would be great. He also doesn't know Dancer has flywheel and not broken windows. I think he's probably assuming that what's going to happen is Dancer's going to rotate to Church. She's going to vault the window for broken window speed boost. She's going to take the loop around Church. By the time she gets back, she has that speed boost back, and she's just going to keep looping that forever. She actually doesn't have that. She has flywheel, so it's a little bit more challenging. So I think, I don't know, Psychologist obviously is the easiest target in reality, but I think his best bet might have actually been to go Dancer Chase first. But it seems, obviously it's difficult. There's so many ways you can speculate the situation, but I think the big key there is, again, it's very important for GR to get a 1 kill in that situation instead of 2 5-0s. But yeah, because this is now a 10-0, I think it's really relevant that he wasted all 3 of his trip recordings early. He needed to save 1 to break that long portal, and if he did do that, then there was a chance he could have hit the Psychologist and Tide Turtle would have ran out before she made it to the exit gate. But because that portal was set up, they can all just take it and all make it out the gate. And I think he definitely overlooked that in that situation. But yeah, overall, it does work out perfectly here for DouWu, 10-0 in the first round, in a matchup that we thought honestly was pretty even.
Yeah, it was an amazing start. It was small, but it turned out to be really big. Those 2 long portals by that Priestess, the first time at the middle broken, helping Psychologist prolong that kite much further. And then afterwards, that late game, end game long portal, it was a huge turn of events over there. But then again, a possible thinking that Super Rich might have had chasing female dancers, that once female dancer kind of used up all his boxes, maybe the mercenary might kind of give that 2 elbow pads to female dancer and prolong that kite further, and maybe that's not what Super Rich might want against such a strong team as well. Right. So that might have been the potential reason why he said to go for the Psychologist. But then again, still congratulations to DouWu with this BO1, huge victory, 10-0. And moving on to BO2, we will be going into a short break and we will be right back. And we are back with this little, not fan art this time around, but a picture. So a little bit of photo appreciation, hashtag COA6 global support, hashtag come on DouWu, I hope you can play well. Come on Yihua, take your championship. So it's a fan of DouWu and a fan of Yihua as well. So we still have tomorrow being our last day of this playoffs, and also the last day before the champion is crowned for COA6. So do send in your support, whether it be fan art, photos, whatever it is, and do hashtag COA6 global support to get all these photos up onto our screens in front of us. So yeah, I mean, it was an intense BO1 match we did see, but then again, let's just move on to this next one. Hashtag COAVI Global Support, live towards the light and never surrender. Go GR, don't leave regrets. Hope everything ends well. And definitely GR do need that support. A 10-0 is not something that you can easily come back from. Looking at this itself, GR just can't go with a small points kind of victory. They need to get the big points in terms of round wins. And Eli, looking at this, what are the chances that GR might be able to recover from this?
I mean, it's gonna be really hard, obviously. Because it's a best of 5, it's easier than a best of 3 to recover because you have more rounds to work with, you have more rounds to win here. But, you know, obviously, use your map selection. You lost 10-0 against a team that really struggles in the early rounds. I mean, this is literally the worst case possible situation for GR ever. Like, for them to have... I mean, obviously, like, maybe if you're playing against a team that usually is able to take the first round, and it was their map selection, you go to 10-0, it's like, okay, this sucks, we can still come out of this. The problem is they lose to a team, they lose 10-0 to a team that struggles in the first round on their own selection. So this is just, it's such a devastating blow to GR here. And because the points are so different now, there's a good chance they're going to have to win 3 out of 5 of the rounds. Tying rounds is not going to be very good for them here. So GR needs to just start winning rounds, winning as much as possible as the rest of this matchup plays out. If they're not able to do so, Duo can easily hold a 10-0 lead.
Yeah, and as what we're seeing on screens right now, we're seeing GR's Hunter Super Rich taking on the stage. We're seeing LPZ as well on the screen. So just support from the Chinese mainland, Chinese offline stages right now. And just looking at this itself, I believe GR kind of let their hunters out first. Usually we see the survivors out first, but I guess to kind of lessen the pressure onto Super Rich's side, they're letting him out and to see what he can actually get for his team. Because just now, it was a huge disadvantage to him. That's why there could be the pressure onto him to kind of resulted in that 4 escape. Very unfortunate, and hopefully this time around it would be slightly different and in favor of GR.
Absolutely. So yeah, and we also talked about how Dream Witch has really fallen out of the meta. The only hunters that still play it are YMM and Dongchuan, but I think this Blink Insolence Dream Witch, we talked about how it hasn't really been that strong. If it actually ends up, we saw in the first round it was very good. Now the question is it going to continue to stay good? Because in the first few matches it wasn't great. If it continues to stay good, however, it could actually become a meta strategy. I think a lot of people thought that Dream Witch was going to completely fall off the table and no longer be a viable sort of a viable character in the current meta with so many counters with Antiquarian and Dongchuan proving that it's still possible in that first round. So we'll see if the Blink Insolence Dream Witch actually becomes a meta strategy and keeps Dream Witch alive in the current Survivor meta, but we'll have to find out here. We are going to see some stuff from the crowd here. That is probably that photo skin for some reason gives me nightmares. I don't know why. It's like that one of those crossover ones that every time I see that, I'm just like, yo, dude, I can't sleep at night. This is good.
Yeah, that's pretty cursed, not gonna lie, but a lot of things do scare Eli. Eli's still a kid, so there are definitely a lot of things to be scared of. Yeah, so we're seeing this both teams actually just kind of preparing themselves. ZYJ just clean his hands, make sure it's not sweaty. It will affect your performances, even just by a little bit. So just looking at Ever Slipping Town, in fact, just yesterday we did see how it was a pretty tough matchup. I would say GR survivors actually were kind of pushing for that 4 escape, but this time around it's against Dongxuan in possibly the second half later on. So we'll see how this is going to play out. But before that, the ban pick phase right now. We're seeing Super Rich with this Mercenary as well as Priestess ban, eliminating both a very strong rescuer, but also a very strong supporter. But then again, they do have a first officer to pick.
Yeah, and they're going to ban Axeboy, and this is actually 100% correct. Because when we talk about how GR has to win rounds, right? So they need to play aggressively, extremely aggressive. They need to start winning rounds. They need to start getting a lot of points here. Axeboy, again, is a high-risk, high-reward character in this meta. It runs the risk of you getting kited, because Axeboy can't get kited without presence against a good Survivor team, but it also has very good map pressure as the game progresses, because you're very fast. You have the Restless Road to move around the map quickly, and you have good camping abilities. So Axeboy actually becomes a very strong character as the game progresses, if you're able to get a fast down. So the problem here for GR is because they have to win, they need to play aggressive characters like Axeboy, but they know this. They're going to ban Axeboy. They're going to ban the one chance GR has to come back, even though it is a high-risk character. They're going to ban that one chance they have to come back. and then they're gonna just counter comp Clerk. So they get rid of both of GR's possible win hunters here, and they just force them into something that's really not as strong. So obviously something like Bonbon's gonna be good against a comp like Seer and Psychologist, but Seer, Anti, Psych, all hard counter Clerk, and then Axboy's gone. So Super Rich has to play TIE Hunters now, and that's really not good for his sort of situation.
Yeah, that's right. So, server side, they do have a Welding as well. They do have a Gravekeeper, so we'll see what they were gonna opt for. Seems to be that they're kind of gearing up to a possibly Nayad, I guess. So we have to see how this really goes about. Super Rich, like Eli, you've mentioned how he has such a limited character pool, and yeah, and also picking the Welding. In fact, all rescuers kind of have this decoding debuff, but then again, Welding wise, because he can actually come for support, come for harassment, so decoding on Welding itself would be even slower. But we have the Seer Psychologist to kind of decode as well, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Super Rich, looking at this team comp itself, Eli, what are the possible options for him?
I would imagine he'll just go Naiad. You cannot play Clerk. This is probably the most possible, like, highly possible counter comp, like, available. Like, Wildling is so good against Clerk because Clerk has no counterplay to Wildling Harass plus Wildling Support if you push to give the Survivor distance. Seer is just very good against Clerk being able to take extra hits. And you can farm owls very easily if you look behind you when you kite. Against a character like Clerk, so you don't have to look in front of you to dodge any sort of abilities, because Clerk is just very straightforward. Antiquarian hard counters Clerk, self-explanatory, and Psychologist being able to take so many hits. So he is forced to go Bonbon here as well. Bonbon and Naiad, again, both hunters are fine for the situation. Bonbon here is actually really good against this comp. It's just that Bonbon is just not a win hunter. So it's hard for Super Rich to work out of this sort of situation. Because again, Dong Xuan, there's a good chance as the rounds progress, he's going to be able to tie a lot of matches, considering how strong he is in the later rounds. So even though Super Rich is playing a hunter that's very good against Seer, very good against Psychologist, and very good against Wildling, you just don't have any win potential here. So as long as those survivors get a tie here, that's exactly what they want. They don't care about winning this game on the survivor side. They just want a 2-2 for this round.
Yeah, just tying throughout might be the potential game plan for those survivor side. The spawn locations have been revealed. Right next to him, we have the Psychologist as well as Silver Chi. And at the center, we have the Wilding, and furthest away from the Hunter, we do have the Seer. So, just looking at this itself, Eli, possible chase on Antiquarian, or would it be Psychologist?
I would imagine it should be Psychologist. Obviously, he would love to spawn in a Seer here. So in this situation, obviously, for those you don't know, when you spawn in with the spawn selection, you actually don't get to see where you can see where the survivors are, but you don't see which survivor is which. So he actually doesn't know where out of this sign here, like out of these spots here, he doesn't know which is Seer. So he's taking a gamble. He's going to spawn on one side or the other side and hope that the Seer is on the two-story side, but it actually was the Antiquarian. So now Seer spawns very far away from the Bonbon. So he has two options. You can go straight for Psychologist, or you can go for Seer. I don't think he'll chase Anti at all here. I think it makes sense just to go straight for Psych Chase, especially because he doesn't have Teleport. If he had Teleport, he could go for Psychologist and Teleport on Seer later, but he only has Blink here, so he has to go straight for the Psychologist, and I think should commit to that chase.
Yeah, and just looking at this persona itself, it seems to be that they have kind of geared up for this potential Bonbon pick with this broken windows, and we will be starting this match really soon. Those survivors versus GR's Hunter, Digital Caster Shochu, as well as Eli O, bring you the live commentary of this match.
All right, looks like we are going to go straight for the middle here. Does he go middle or does he go for Psych? He could try to single out Seer as well, but I think Psych Chase just makes the most sense. And it looks like he is looking corner house for the Psychologist right away here, dropping that 5-second bomb, I think. Yeah, it is a 5-second to sort of trap him in here. He's actually going to go up the stairs. If he walked straight, he actually would have found Psych immediately, but he does now find her, does have the pallet boost set up, though, already, so she can loop back around to the upstairs area. And keep in mind, if Psychologist can force a basic hit, she has Seer Owl plus 3 other hits. So she can force 4 basic hits as long as she's able to avoid bombs here.
Yeah, that's right. And just chasing her at this very safe area, there is no basement, so Psychologist can just stay here all the way, wouldn't be interrupting any of his teammates' Cypher. And yeah, this kite seems to be that it will be really long. Hunter do have Blink though, but like you mentioned, the support from the Owl, and then again, if Antiquarian do come here for this Bamboo Flute support, that's gonna be a headache as well. We're seeing this kite being rotated all the way to Geisha. Will not be rotating out, or will he be rotating back in?
Looks like he is... Oh, 2 bomb hits right away onto the Psychologist here. We're going to get this control one before the stress wears down. She can actually get him down right away here. But it looks like does he go for the control bomb? He's going to go for a 2-second. Going for the next one here. Does not connect that. And it looks like Psychologist is going to get past that chip. So the stress is not going to activate just yet. But he does have blink here. I think he's going to wait for the stress to wear off. Oh, he doesn't even need to blink. He can just get the hit through the pallet there. So it's actually a pretty fast down for a Bonbon here. Now, keep in mind, the upside for the survivors is they still have a Seer Owl, which is actually really important. Because Seer Owl can be given to the Wildling, which makes it a lot easier for the Wildling to rescue. If Doe wants to play aggressively here, which I think, again, playing conservatively is sort of the name of the game for them, but it's actually a safe rescue. If you go for a Wildling with the Seer Owl or with the Antiquarian double rescue, it's a safe save. It does get the chip onto the Antiquarian early, though, so I think they should just go for a Wildling Owl rescue right now. Oh, doesn't even need it, it looks like.
Yeah, and not eating any of these bomb chips, and will be rotating towards the center. Will he be able to kite throughout this tight turner though? He still has one more chip. He doesn't have time bomb anymore, but he does have a blink though. Let's see how it's gonna play out. Psychologist headed to the second floor and dropped down. There is no drop down hit available. Nan is trying to kite this out, but will the tramp? Oh, but will be down at this point in time. Still has the stress though, and the only person that can possibly come for this rescue is Seer. Would they be selling it? Eli, do you think it would be a great choice to sell?
I think Antiquarian can stay with Seer Owl, so that's also a possibility too. They have enough ciphers to win, so technically it's good to go for a rescue here, but I don't think they're... I mean, again, if they tie here, it's fine, but since they have a great position, I think it's possibly worth it to try this. Now that Antiquarian takes the chip, I don't think it's possible. Oh, but Seer makes a backdoor rescue! He actually was ready for this. And it looks like we're going to see he has to get a chip onto the Psychologist. Does get the chip. Seer was observing the Psych, but didn't give the Owl. So he actually goes down here. Psychologist is going to be eliminated here as the Antiquarian is not close enough to harass. So, yeah, Seer looked at the Psych, but just didn't even give the Owl. So I don't know what happened there, but it looks like that is going to be Super Rich can at least secure a draw now, but it's going to be very hard for him to win here. And again, a tied a 2-2 is still perfectly fine for Doe. They just cannot afford to lose games. As long as they're able to at least get ties with a 10-0 first round, it's still a good position for them.
Yeah, and it was really strange how ZYJ just stopped looking at the Psychologist, even because usually the only time when you kind of get this disrupted looking at your teammate is when the Hunter gave you a chip damage or a basic hit, but that was none of that. We're seeing Seer being really healthy, so that was kind of strange why the bird did not get registered onto the Psychologist. But looking at this, we do have Seer with full health, Antiquarian half health, and Welding with 1/4 health. Let's see how this kite is going to be. And they're decoding 7 ciphers, in fact, Eli.
Yeah, they're just trying to get extra cipher. Again, they're not trying to win here. They're just trying to play conservatively. If Super chops to pressure some cipher machines is okay. And this is where Wildling is so good. You cannot chase the Wildling. If this was something like an injured mercenary or an injured first officer, Super could easily just chase this survivor away and try to down them and put him on a rocket chair. But it's a Wildling. He just gets on his board, and it's an impossible chase. And no hunter, very few hunters can actually play can counter that Wildling. Bonbon definitely not one of those hunters that can counter him. So he can just get on the board right away, and there's nothing Wildling can do. Oh, nothing Bonbon can do forces him to change targets onto the Seer here. Still has his trade available, but as you can see, both Cypher machines are about ready here. Although I believe the 98% Cypher was the one Seer was on, so he might have had to leave here. I'm not sure just yet, but it looks like we're going to see bombs onto the Seer here. He's just going to try to farm as much Owl as possible before they go for the pop.
Yeah, and tools are looking really healthy. You're dodging that one more time. Wow, Zhang Yujian's juking is just really good. We're seeing a Seer with the Owl, Antiquarian with full stick, Flying Wheel as well, Welding with the pick. So I don't see how this could possibly be instant unless Super Rich do a blink and might possibly get a down. But ZYJ then again has a bird, so will he be able to leave him here?
Looks like he's just going to trap him in this area. Seer unfortunately made a mistake there. He kind of trapped himself in this area. It's very easy for Bonbon to just hold the Seer here, just go for bomb chips. So unfortunate misstep from the Seer there. So there's no chance, there's almost no chance at a dungeon now because of that. It looks like he's going to go for a 5-second. Does get the next chip onto the Seer here. Does still have that control bomb available. Even if he goes back to this window, he will go down to that control bomb, which we do see secure the second kill here for Super Rich. But that's perfectly fine for Dou again to talk about. They just need a 2-2. They created a situation where he couldn't play Clerk because the comp was such an anti-Clerk team comp. They ban Axeboy, which is the other win potential hunter, and they force him onto a tie hunter like Bonbon, and they get a 2-2 for this round. As you can see, Super Rich a little bit disappointed there, as he knows that this is the result Dou is definitely striving for.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the pressure is definitely onto Super Rich, but right now it might be shifted towards GR Survivor side. Like, then again, we just gotta say how accurate Super Rich's bomblings are. We did see how he got this to... If only Psychologist did not have the stress at all, is a normal survivor, that would have been an instant down situation. But then again, we did see how it was a fast down But the Cypher Rush, though, it was almost 3 Cyphers, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. And it wasn't even, again, it wasn't that long of a kite. It was basically just Psychologist kind of ran around Corner House, used up the pallets, and then just died. And that's how fast Cypher Rush is. You know, we talk about how Psychologist, it was a single hit hunter. You just force 3 basic hits. You run in a straight line, you force 3 basic hits. Majority of the time, that's enough for almost 3 Cyphers to go down. And so that's how hard it is for hunters to win here. And Psychologist, again, just dropped a pallet. He broke one of them, dropped another pallet, broke the other one, and he got the down relatively fast. Didn't even need to use Blink after that. And it was almost enough for a 3-Cypher kite. You see the Bon camping abilities being very strong there. Survivor's could have potentially won. If Seer actually gave an Owl to take the hit, I think there's a chance that maybe he could rebound long enough until his prime. Probably unlikely, but still possible. But yeah, the Seer just, again, he kind of just looked at the Survivor and just didn't give the Owl. So very curious play there.
Yeah, and I think that could have been a possible chance for them to kind of potentially reach to a 4-man detention period, because if that bird was given and that basic hit was registered, Antiquarian is around that area even though she's half health. She can possibly help the Psychologist tank all the way with that harassment and disarmament. So unfortunately, we're looking at this statistics right now with a tie situation. Still favorable for Dou. Nan with the 86.8 seconds of containment time. Not very long like Eli you mentioned, but Cypher Rush is definitely there. So excited to see how this second half might potentially lean towards. This is Dou Survivor, Dou selection map, and Dongxuan will be coming up now. So what could Dongxuan potentially pick in this map against GR Survivors?
So there's a few ways that Dongxuan can approach this and GR can approach this. So basically, I'm trying to think about what they're actually going to ban here. I think most likely they'll probably ban Dreamwitch just because of that first round situation. But a lot of teams here would actually like to ban, because there's a few. This is sort of maybe an unpopular approach, but you can't go with this. You can actually ban Geisha and then just play countercom Dreamwitch and countercom Clerk. And then Dongxuan, and then for Dongxuan, it's sort of like, it's weird because then you're like, okay, well now I have both of my hunters that I really want to play in the early rounds, but I'm countercomp, so it's hard. But then again, we also saw a pretty decent countercomp with the first one. He's still really get a 4-kill. So I think based off of the first round situation, it's safer just to ban Dreamwitch, countercom Clerk, and then we'll probably just see him end up going Geisha. I'd imagine that's what's going to happen, but I don't know, because then Survivors of GR don't want to play too hard into Geisha as well. You have to consider that as well in this sort of position.
Yeah, and GR Survivors, they tend to do really well in Ever Slipping Town map in fact. So hopefully odds are in their favor, and they definitely did this odds to be in their favor, because right now they are actually losing when they actually had their map selection in BO1, 10-0 points in fact. So this is going to be tough for GR Survivors, whether their team comm is going to counter Dongxuan, and how hard is it going to be for Dongxuan to kind of get this at least tie situation, which is definitely favorable for him, even though it's their map selection. And just looking at this itself, we're seeing Dongxuan getting ready, smiles are on him. Definitely the pressure is not too much. Pressure is on the GR Survivors, most of it in fact. So we're looking at these Japanese offline supporters having this Dongxuan shirt as well as this Dongxuan name tag kind of thing. So wow, many Dongxuan fans in fact sitting together, so we can see the synergy in all of them, and yeah, really happy to see fans get it together and just, you know, cheering for their favorite teams, cheering for their favorite players, and once again, we cannot forget Chinese offline fans with these memes.
Yeah, absolutely. You really see why Dongxuan's so many people just really love him throughout the world. He's such a humble person. That's something I really want to notice. So, you know, a lot of the time, as an IDV player, if you get very good at the game, you become very successful, and you get a high win rate in rank, or you win a lot in tournaments, it's very easy to let that sort of get to your head and really sort of, you want to show off and you know, and be like, oh, I'm the best player. But Dongxuan, he is, for the most part, the best hunter in the world. And he is extremely humble. You never see him have any sort of attitude, any sort of excess reaction after a game. Even when he loses games, very respectful. You just see him, you know, smile, shake it off, just clean off his phone, and go back to the resting room, and it's no problem for him. I mean, he's just very respectful, very respected throughout the world, very humble player, and just a great personality in general.
Yeah, definitely would agree with you, Eli. I mean, the only thing to see how Dongxuan performed, and I mean the reaction afterwards, is through his smile. The bigger the smile, the better the results. So hopefully we'll be able to see a huge smile onto Dongshen's face. But also to all GR fans that's watching this, don't be disheartened. We GR definitely do have still potential to kind of come back from the situation. Today it will be a BO5 format, like I've mentioned, and we're on BO2 right now. BO1 it was a 10-0, and they gotta win this in terms of rounds. They can't win this in terms of points anymore, and they gotta do this. Give your support for GR as well as give your support for Dou as a whole. We're seeing the ban pick phase starting now. Dongshen with a possible Seer as well. Oh, a Seer as well as Barmaid ban. So will GR respect ban, give respect ban the Dream Witch, or would they respect ban a Dream Witch has been banned. So Dongshen might possibly go for the Geisha, like you mentioned, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. I think basically what's gonna happen here is he's gonna ban pick a situation where he's gonna ban pick for Clerk, and then if they give him a good comp for Geisha, he's just gonna play that. So that's kind of what's gonna happen, I think, most likely. And then if he gets a good comp for like Knight or Wax Artist, he could also potentially play that as well. But I think he's just gonna ban pick really hard for Clerk. As you can see, Seer, Barmaid, those are direct Clerk counters, so he's ban picking those first. Psychologist, Mercenary, same thing. He's trying to open up the best possible Clerk comp. We should see something like Dancer here, maybe First Officer if you need a Rescuer, but some sort of counter to Clerk here. They're just going to try to get the best Clerk counter comp possible, and then if Dongshen will just go from there. He'll analyze what sort of comp they bring to the table. Actually, Acrobat, that's also fine. And actually, Acrobat's a little bit better, because Acrobat's a very good counter against Clerk, and it's also a counter to Geisha as well. You can see this team composition. Dongshen already cannot really play Geisha here. Antiquarian, Acrobat, direct counters to Geisha, also counters to Clerk. Priestess support on this map, very good. This ban pick for GR is looking very strong.
Yeah, it's looking very strong, and you know, just to make a little bit of comparison between Dou's Dongshen as well as Super Rich, definitely the condition of the day really matters, but also the character pool, because Dongshen's character pool is so much larger than Super Rich. It's hard to do a direct counter with a good team comp against Dongshen, and Dongshen knows that he has that advantage and will make use of it. We're seeing this confirmed selection on the GR side. Priestess, Antiquarian, Acrobat, as well as First Officer, looking really sturdy. I don't see how this might be an incident situation. I think it might possibly be a 3 Cypher and also the support portals, Antiquarians harassing. This seems to be looking really good for GR Survivor side, and waiting for Dongshen now. What would be the possible Hunter selection going against this strong team comp, Eli?
It's really hard to say. I mean, Geisha and Clark here are really bad. So I don't know if he'll still go Geisha. We've seen him play Geisha to weak Geisha comps, so it's still possible that he goes with this. But in terms of this comp here, Wax Artist is very good. I think I don't really know. I mean, Naiad I think is not good. Naiad's weak to Anti and Acrobat. This ban pick is so good for GR. I don't think they could have gotten a better possible ban pick. I actually don't know what Dongshen can play. I mean, he only needs to tie. So you could technically play, Wax, you could play Anne, technically, if you really wanted to just secure a draw. You play Bloody Queen here. Those are all potential possibilities. I actually think BQ is quite nice. But yeah, Clerk, Naiad are both very weak right now. Let's see what he opts to go with. He's playing Geisha into Acrobat and Antiquarian. So this is a direct counter comp, and he still goes Geisha. Wow.
Well, that's a really interesting pick onto Dongshen's side. Definitely not something that we've expected. You know, we've kind of removed all possible hunters to go against, and once again, GR's team comp itself is very strong, and it is a direct counter to his Dongshen. Antiquarian wise, Acrobat wise, I believe chasing Priestess might be possible at this point in time. Looking at his team comp itself, we're seeing the spawn locations. Geisha will be spawning at the Geisha area. I think it would be the Geisha area. Acrobat right next to the hunter. That's right. And yes. Just looking at this spawn locations, Eli, do you think Priestess might be the possible chase, like going all the way there, or chasing the Antiquarian might be possible? Acrobat might be quite hard though. The graveyard is right next to him.
Yeah, I mean, technically, believe it or not, his best target is actually Priestess, but you see she does spawn in 2-story here. So I think he'll probably just go Acrobat chase first, but Acrobat, the reason why Acrobat's so good against Geisha is for a few reasons. One, if you pick up a butterfly, you get an infinite skill check, you hold down your charge bomb, and you just look at the Geisha and she can't dash. Also, you typically don't want to pallet spam Geisha, but Acrobat can, because what you do is you throw it on the pallet, and you see Acrobat has Flywheel, Antiquarian has Flywheel. Both these characters are such hard chase targets, and he doesn't even have Blink. He has Excitement, which means the Acrobat chase is even worse for him. So basically how it works now is that Acrobat, you throw down on the pallet, and then you hold down your bomb. If they dash to the other side of the pallet, you just bomb back over. And if they fail their dash or they break the pallet, then you just run away. So Acrobat is just very strong at kiting Geisha. So I actually don't think Acrobat's a good chase, but he may just go for it anyway because he's the closest survivor. Nope, he's going straight for the Priestess. This is absolutely correct from Dongchuan. This is the best chase target for him. And Priestess actually does not have flywheel as well, so this works out really nicely. If he does find her, but if he doesn't check two-story, he doesn't check two-story.
Oh, I believe Dongxuan doesn't know that this spawn location would spawn the Priestess at the double story area. Dongxuan is just trying to find Shadow at this point in time, but can't find him. Will be changing targets to Seaside, the Acrobat, at the Graveyard area, which is a difficult chase, especially when he has this skill, Excitement. So let's see how it's going to play out.
So this is probably the hardest target for him to go for. Because he does have Excitement, he doesn't have Blink to deal with this Acrobat. We're going to see go for the bomb, misses that swing there, and he is able to kite out this first dash. He's going to vault this pallet. He's going to pick up the butterfly, which means he can hold down the skill check with one. He's going to throw this pallet down. You just pallet spam Geisha. As an Acrobat, you can just do this. As soon as he goes for a dash, you can just go for the bomb here. He's going to drop this next one. Goes to the dash. He can bomb back. He's going to flywheel to avoid that hit. He can bomb through here. He's going to slow down. He's going to Excitement through the slow bomb, which actually is a really good play for Dongchuan because it sort of acts as like a blink almost to guarantee that hit. And we're going to see Seaside make it back to this window. Is he going to bomb back over? He has a portal set up. He's going to bomb to the portal. Can he make it to the portal? He does get through, and a second portal is going to keep his kite alive even longer. And now things get really challenging for Geisha.
An amazing transitioning on Acrobat's side with the help of the Priestess portals. We're seeing him trying to prolong his kite to this 11 area. A little bit of mind game over here, but will he be able to get this hit? No, we're rotating outside in fact. So Seaside is making his kite count and is almost 2 minutes in. Let's see how it's gonna go. Will he be able to down Seaside very soon though?
He has the firebomb. Oh, he tried to bomb back over, but he registers the hit there. And he actually gets the down without it being a 3-cypher kite, so he can technically tie, but it's still hard because you see 2 ciphers down, you see a 73 cipher and another cipher with already 30%, so they're already past 3 ciphers in terms of overall decoding, and you still have Antiquarian available for support. Now, he will have Excitement back. The problem is Acrobat also has another bomb, so Acrobat can still rebound. That's just first kite. Rebound is still possible. He's just at full presence now. And again, you see why Geisha is so weak into this team comp. First officer's going to come for this first rescue here. Going to use that pocket watch now. Actually, no, you didn't get hit by the trim. Okay, he's just going to take that hit there. Acrobat's going to go ahead and just sort of rotate away. Still has a firebomb to work with. Is he going to take it? Use it now? He's going to take the vault. Does take the hit. He's actually going to save it. Which is actually also very smart because Antiquarian can support and they can go for a very long second rebound kite. That rescue Tide Turner is just wastes a little extra time, but he does feed full presence in the process.
Yeah, and ciphers are actually looking really good. Seems to be that GR is just focusing on the ciphers right now because once the Hunter actually uses Excitement, the usual kind of playstyle we see from Chinese mainland teams is that the Antiquarian will come immediately for that support, waste, and then just force out possibly another Excitement or something, or because that at the period of time, Geisha is weak completely. He has no Excitement. He has nothing to counterplay with the Antiquarian. But right now we're seeing Hart coming for the second rescue. Will he be able to though?
Looks like he is gonna, I mean, he has the Tide Turner effect, so he still can get that save off. You see the last Cypher, 85, he has to body block this hit or kite for the next 10%. He has Flywheel. Flywheel's the swing. He has the Firebomb here. Cypher Machine, 95% of the way down. He can't dash through this if the red bomb's in the way. He cancels the dash. That's enough for the Cypher to be primed. They are going to have it ready here. He's gonna switch to Blink when the Cypher's ready. And now that's impossible for Dongchuan to get a tie. He thought he could get the down before the Cypher was ready, but GR had it primed. Goes for the swing there. Dungeon is in the area as well. He's no bumps to work with, and no flywheel, so it's gonna be very hard for him to actually make it here. But Antiquarian coming over this board, they know he no longer has Excitement. She can potentially escort him all the way to the gate here.
That's right, and AK is just trying to help Acrobat at this point in time. Will he be able to, though? He has one more butterfly. The portal is set up in a very wrong position. Seaside, will he be able to kind of survive this? Doesn't have flying, he doesn't have any ball anymore. Oh my goodness, and will down Seaside over here, and everybody is forced to escape. And this will secure this 3 escape against Dongxuan, experienced very strong hunter, and it will be a 5-3 against Dou in Dou's map selection.
Yeah, going to be placed on the rocket chair there. And that is going to be, that means that GR is winning this round here. And yeah, this is the way they can come back, is they have to win each round, even if it's a little by little. I mean, in terms of points, obviously Dou still has a 8-point lead, which is an incredibly large lead. However, if they're able to win on rounds, that's exactly what happens. Rounds comes first in terms of point calculation. So it's really important that they are able to take this round and slowly work their way back into this match.
Yeah, and definitely a great comeback on the GR Survivor side. You know, we've mentioned how GR Survivors are great at this map, and it definitely did show with this 3 escape. Focusing on Cypher seems to be the correct choice, and anti-Korean support during the end game might have helped a little bit, but ultimately still securing that 1 kill. That's Dongxuan. Dongxuan, at a very unfavorable kind of conditions, can still secure that 1 kill, and I would say that it's still a good job, well done. But like you mentioned, still an 8-point lead onto those side. GR has to focus on getting round wins instead of kind of catching up with small points. It's very unlikely that they can come back with small points. So BO3, it will be GR selection map selection. So how do you think they might be able to play this out?
I think that now I want to before we get into that, I just want to revisit real quick. I think it would have been better for him to play Bloody Queen. I understand that this is not a very good Bloody Queen map, but in this situation, like, the Bloody Queen is very good here. You can chase Antiquarian. If you can break 7, you can chase Antiquarian. Acrobat's a decent chase. You can chase Priestess as long as you bait out the portal first, then go for the mirror. I mean, obviously it's still not great, but in a situation where you need to tie, I just think that Geisha here is just not strong against this comp. It's just not strong, and you see exactly why. But yeah, now that GR has the lead and they have map selection, they have a little bit of breathing room to work with. Not a lot because they're still down 8 points, but they do need to start winning rounds here. If they can win 3 out of 5 rounds here, that's the key for them. So they need to win 2 out of the next 3 rounds. Has to go for GR for them to ultimately secure a victory over Dou here. So yeah, now that GR has map selection, I think we'll probably see them just have a similar approach as last round. Again, the GR survivors are what's going to be winning for them. But again, as we get into the later rounds, it becomes even better for Dongxuan. So I don't know if, the fact that they're down on points and we're getting into later rounds, this is where things get better for Dou. And the hunter pools sort of start to get stretched because we're in a best of 5 situation. Dongxuan, way stronger later rounds than Super Rich will be. So it's still really not looking good for them. Even though they do take this round, they have to do so. It's still difficult.
Yeah, definitely difficult for GR, but it's looking pretty interesting because in BO1 it was GR selection map, Dou got the advantage, and in BO2 it was Dou selection map, but GR got the advantage. So it's looking like a opposite kind of situations that they're probably expecting. And Dou this time around with the map selection, GR with the map selection in this BO3, there is a lot of options, but we will be heading into a short break with this highlights. We'll see you right back. And we are back with more fans pictures. We're seeing that little bag of merchandise over there. Hashtag COAVI6 global support at Game Identity 5. Come on, GR, it's been 3 years. And it's time to get back to the top again. Leave towards the sun and never surrender. Your goal is victory. And we've seen how GR actually got 3 times championed in this COA. So definitely would be a very strong comeback if they do make it all the way to finals. And honestly, it's achievement already that they're reaching all the way to top 4. Do give your encouragements to them. They definitely do need it. And moving on to this next cosplay over here, cosplay photo, it's a bloody queen. So hashtag COAVI6 global support at a game at 55. Come on Dou, break the winds, the waves, and march ahead. Dongxuan, take your championship. So many fans supporting Dongxuan, and we can definitely see it through your fan support over here. Eli, looking into this BO3, what could GR potentially pick for them as their map selection to gain further advantage against Dou?
Well, they need to they need to kind of turn things around. They're at a disadvantage right now. That's kind of the big problem, is they need to work out of this deficit, right? So I think it's really important for GR to I mean, they may just go for the same approach again. They have to win 2 out of 3 of the rounds. So I think it makes sense for them to, because they're probably not going to be getting any sort of 10-0 in return. They need to at least win rounds little by little. We saw a little bit of a comeback in the last round with a win there, but they need to continue to work out of this. So yeah, the goal right now is just I don't really know, because again, as you get into later on, it's so challenging to play against Dongxuan here. So for GR, they're going to have to try to go for 3 survivor escapes, and Super is just going to try to tie things out, because I don't think that Dou is going to give Super Rich any sort of win potential hunters. Characters like Axeboy and Clerk are either going to be banned or countercomped, so it's going to be really hard for Super Rich to actually win. So the goal here for GR survivors is they have to be winning every round from here on out.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're probably gonna be hoping to see that, if everybody's, most of us are, rooting for GR, definitely that's what we want to see. And also LPZ, an ex-leader of GR and also a player, definitely do want to see GR, come back again, even though it's the OG members have already left, except for PPX. But PPX is not playing, and right now we'll be moving on to this map selection. GR with this Arms Factory pick. And GR survivors, in fact, will be going against Dongxuan right up.
Yeah, looks like that is going to be the case here. So Dou is opting to go Hunter first, which we do see this with sort of Hunter, Hunter strong teams. They have to lead with their Hunters. So that's going to be the case here. And Arms Factory is, I think we're probably going to see, we could see a Dreamwitch Clerk ban here. I think that would be fine. And then obviously he doesn't have, because the problem here is that Dongxuan Geisha here is not strong. Looks like they're gonna go Anne instead. So they give Bloody Queen and they give Clerk. So they're gonna go counter comp Clerk, and then they're gonna go Dreamwitch and Anne ban. And you can't play Wax Artist because it's arms, and you cannot play that other character that I literally just said and I forgot, Geisha, because it's arms. So yeah, so I don't really know. I guess they're gonna he still has Bloody Queen. That probably will be his best bet, I think, here. But I think they're gonna try to counter comp both those Hunters.
Yeah, I think just looking at this, Psychologist versus Forward, these two can really create a strategy amongst themselves. Forward coming for this harassment, and then Psychologist healing up Forward if the harassment, during the harassment, Forward actually gets this free hit. We're seeing Prospector as well as Anti-Current being banned, so eliminating all other OB characters, and once again, Patient.
And yeah, Patient, and then for this last pick, for the last ban here, probably, I'd imagine something like Dancer would make the most sense, because Dancer is still open. You don't want to give that character. Yeah, I don't think he's going to ban anything other than Dancer here. Maybe Mechanic, theoretically, but I kind of doubt it. Unless he's trying to play Bloody Queen, he may ban a BQ counter. Actually, Entomologist. Huh. So, that's very interesting. Because BQ is open, you don't really need to ban Ento, because Ento doesn't really do much against a Bloody Queen. But we are going to see Weeping Cloud as the last survivor here. So not a character we see every day. This is sort of a late round character pick. It is technically meta for later rounds. So in a best of 5 situation like this, it definitely does make sense. And it's also not really chaseable for a Bloody Queen. So this comp is anti-BQ and pretty much anti-Clerk. I actually would not be surprised if Dongxuan still obstacle Clerk here. Because again, in terms of Bloody Queen, Patient, hard counters BQ, you just hook away to avoid the mirrors. Psychology can take 3 hits. Clown can dash away. Forward can dash away. So while Clerk is not really great against this comp, I actually think it's better than it's better against this comp than it is against some of the other ones we've seen in this series.
Yeah, that's right. So just waiting for personas to be locked in GR's Survivor side. Seeing Weeping Clown, right, Eli? You know, he does have a clerk. He can pick a Bloody Queen, but like you mentioned, banning the entomologist when you could possibly go for a Bloody Queen is not the most ideal, because you kind of eliminated a possible hunter selection that you might pick, and also a possible weak point that GR survivors will pick. So looking at this itself, a clerk or Bloody Queen, which one do you think might be slightly better and leaned more towards Dongxuan, possibly getting a tie situation or if not a win?
Well, I mean, obviously we see Clerk here, but yeah, Bloody Queen obviously, you know, like I said, is you can't play against this comp because everything, Patient you hook, Psychologist 3-hit, both the other two characters will just dash away from mirrors. So still, yeah, Clerk I think is the best pick, and that is what he's going to go with here. And the Entomologist ban is just there for because he's trying to ban pick for Clerk, and then he's just going to pick a character based off of the comp. Obviously, again, Clerk into this comp is not very strong. However, it's not too bad compared to some of the other comps we've seen. There's no Barmaid, there's no Dancer, again, there's no Entomologist, there's no Antiquarian, there's no Prospector. So again, Clerk here is not too bad, and because it is an Arms Factory, one of the better Clerk maps, I think it's okay to play this Hunter right now.
Yeah, it seems to be so. Not picking the female dancer, we'll see whether that's going to bite them in the back, and whether Weeping Clown would be you know, what kind of interesting plays we'll see from Weeping Clown. So this is not the first time we've seen them pick that, and we'll see how it's going to play out. Dongxuan will be spawning at the small gate area center. We have the forward, and right next to the forward we have the Weeping Clown as well as Patient. So just waiting for the personas to be picked. Eli, just looking at this, which potential chase would be first?
He might go for He might go for forward first and then change targets after forward's use some football, or maybe just commit to forward early, I'm not sure. Patient, I mean, see, again, all these characters are kind of good counters, but the coding progress is a little bit slow with Clown and forward here, so I don't know. You can technically chase. I think any of them are all not great chase targets for Clerk, but they're all targets that he has to commit to one of them anyway. And we see triple flywheel, so they were not ready for this. They're actually playing to counter BQ. So they did not actually expect Dongxuan to ultimately play Clerk here. I felt like it was maybe a little obvious that he was going to play Clerk just because this comp is such a hard counter to BQ anyway that it's unlikely he's going to play it in reality. So he's sort of forced to play Clerk right now, or maybe Naiad, I guess. Maybe the flywheels are for Naiad. But yeah, I mean, we've seen Dongxuan play Clerk into bad Clerk comps before, so I feel like I don't know, I just feel like it might have been obvious that he was going to go for that, but I guess to GR, not so much, and it actually ends up working out really nicely for Dongxuan first. So let's see if he opts to go for forward first. It looks like that is going to be the case here, at least waste some football, or maybe just commit to the chase overall.
Yeah, and just changing targets to Weeping Clown. So just changing targets once again to forward, and we'll be rotating towards the factory where I believe the Psychologist is at. Like, you know, he's looking down for that speed boost and just wasting a forward's ball, and he does see the Psychologist though. Will he chase? No, he will not, and will just continue his chase on to forward. Getting that pellet slam, very well done mind game over here, and Cyphers are being pushed by all three survivors.
Yeah, but he's already found a good target early here. He's going to force out a lot of football from this forward. So yeah, already in a good spot. His forward's not in a good kiting area at all. So Dongxuan actually is in a really good position this early. We might see him go for it. No, he's going to go for a Cordy here. This way the forward cannot throw this pallet down. He's forced to run through. He's forced to go for a mind game. He's just going to wait. He's just going to keep waiting. He walks straight through the pallet and gets the hit onto the forward, and he does not flywheel the swing as well, which means he has an early hit. Forward's almost out of football, and he still has Blink of It. We're going to see the Weeping Clown potentially come in here, try to push the forward away here. He's going to get a chip recording. He's going to use the chip to try to prevent them from avoiding this, but he uses the speed boost to avoid the chip there, so nice play from the Clown. But it's not going to matter because he can just still blink. He's already caught up here. He can just blink through this area, get the down on the floor, goes to the blink right away. Flywheel to the pallet. A body block from the Weeping Clown is actually okay because he still has the Psychologist heal to work with. And Weeping Clown actually has cooldown on the rocket, so if DX can get the down right now, this is going to be really good. Goes for the pallet drop, and he actually throws it on himself instead.
That's right, and Weeping Clown again able to use his rocket to establish so much distance back to the front gate. This wouldn't be an instant on at all, and he doesn't have any blink anymore. I think, what do you think? Was it a great choice for Dongxuan to change targets, knowing that forward does not have tight turner since he used the flying wheel in front of him?
I think it's better to chase forward because forward doesn't have more football left, and Weebly Clan obviously has rockets, so it's very easy for this character to potentially keep kiting here. And let's see, he does have another rocket ability. He's going to go for it to get through this pallet. Forward is going to camp, but he predicts the pallet camp, getting the hit onto the forward now. I think it's fine for him to change targets here, as forward doesn't have any football, obviously, and Weebly Clan has a lot of distance with that rocket, so... yeah, looks like he's going to go change targets onto forward here. Decent Cypher progress, but not a whole lot. Psychologist is going to camp the pallet here. And let's see, does he predict this? He does. He gets the recording on the site, and he gets a pallet pickup in the process. So Darkshot not getting baited at any point here. He's going to go for the window block onto the forward here. Has a little bit of football left. He may try to use it right here to avoid the swing. No, he's just going to go down here. And pretty... I mean, obviously not a fast down, but not enough Cypher progress to win here for GR.
Yeah, it seems to be so. The first Cypher, we're seeing 64% is at the open air area, and which is in front of Shaq, and then 90% is in the deep sandbags. The fifth Cypher, in fact, is being worked on at this point in time, 40%, and Weeping Clown will be coming for this first rescue with Titana, but no tools.
Yeah, looks like no items as well for Ford. He just has a little bit of football left. He's going to take that early hit there, going to get that rescue off. But yeah, Ford doesn't really have many places he can go. It looks like Weeping Clown is actually going to body block here. So they're going to try to... he doesn't get the body block off. It's going to be Monkey with the pallet. Throws the pallet down on the Ford. Flyable to swing. Able to get the vault off here, but he doesn't have a speed boost. Ford's going to go for the swing, and he hits the Weeping Clown instead. So this actually allows Ford to rebound kite, and he may change onto the cloud here. Looks like he is going to do that. And he's going to go for the chair. But this is first chair for Weeping Clan. They have Cyphers at 80 and 50% here. So GR is actually in a pretty good position now.
Yeah, and Patient might be the one coming for this rescue. A bit of exchange of person decoding the 3-pallet cipher, and Dongshan will be hitting there straight away, knowing that Patient will be the possible rescue over here. And will he be able to kind of... No, he's just going to change targets back to the cipher, focusing on the 76% one. Psychologist is pushing for that cipher on the left side, as we can see, and it will pop very soon. Feeling that blink, unfortunately.
He footballs the blink. He does not... He's still going to go down, though. He doesn't actually have any flywheel left, so... he is going to get that down there, but yeah, on the last Cypher machine, we have 76% of the way down. They need 2 survivors to pressure it down. It is going to be that middle 3-pallet Cypher, or well, now 2-pallet technically, but 2-pallet Cypher. He's going to go ahead and look at the Cypher machine here, trying to catch one of the survivors decoding, and it looks like, no, they're both off it. They're going to get off the Cypher. He's going to go straight for the Cypher instead, and his trait is on cooldown. Because he wasted that blink, he doesn't have any options to go for abnormal switch or anything like that. So now he's just going to go for Psychologist here. Does have a flywheel to work with. Is able to fly with that swing. They're able to avoid the hit. And yeah, they're just going to heal up and play this game slow. So yeah, GR's created a really strong position now. Dongshan really on the back foot.
Yeah, they should definitely... And also we're seeing Psychologist whistling the Weeping Clown, in fact. So Psychologist will be down, and there will be 3 full... Oh my goodness. Alright, so that actually happened, and nothing too crazy happened from there onwards. Dongshan does know where the Psychologist is down, and is recording Seaside, decoding that 3-pallet cipher. So... Oh, this is looking really good for GR Survivor side. They could potentially go for a 4-minute detention period, but Dongshan will be carrying this Psychologist all the way back to this 3-pallet area.
There's no way he makes this, right? He's just going to body block he's going to force a swing there. Yeah, this allows them to struggle free. There's no way he can make that. They're going to try to pop the Cypher right here. Can he get the recording before the Cypher pop goes off here? It is 99 perfectly primed. Does he have a decode recording? I don't think he does. It looks like he's... They're going to go for the pop. Flywheels the swing. Almost gets a detention hit there. Such a risky play from GR, but it actually works out. Still has an illusion to work with here in the end game as well. If he can down this forward quick enough, there's still a chance for a potential tie. If he can record the gate, he does actually block the gate there. Ford has an illusion to stay alive a little bit longer, though. And now the gate is continuing to be decoded. He needs to pull back the recording to stop the gate, which he does do. But it is already 50% of the way done. Ford should go down here as there is no more flywheel available. But... he has no recordings. It is on cooldown. There's a bunch of survivors on the gate here that can just sort of trade off here. And this should be a 3-survivor escape at this point. What? Oh wait, no, trade's back. Trade's back. He can potentially still teleport this. Let's see if he makes it in time.
Oh, Patient though. Will they be able to make it? They all make it. Wow. A 3 escape onto Survivor side. GR is making a comeback in this map again, and well done to GR Survivors. This is what a match, man. I mean, we were seeing how like Cyphers weren't really enough, but then do you think it was a great idea for Dongshan to kind of change targets and also just focusing on the 3-pallet cipher all of a sudden, you know, just leaving forward for them to heal up and everything?
I mean, I think he had to, because if he doesn't, then Cypher's just going to pop anyway. So I don't really know. But yeah, I think it's probably the best. It's his only chance to potentially tie. So yeah, I mean, GR, you know, they're able to get a win against Clerk here, which is actually really strong considering that it's one of Dongxuan's probably the best Clerk player in the world, and he still couldn't do anything against his team composition. So it looked really good for him early. He found an early chase target. Ford was already out of football. I think one of the game changers is that he changed targets to the Weeping Clown, which is actually his mistake. And that sort of cost him because he could have still down Ford relatively quick. But yeah, switching to the Clown there just did not work out in his favor. And that allowed for the Cypher to be enough and the Kite to be long enough. And then also the Weeping Clown getting the body block on the rescue was also very important. And he wasn't able to down the Ford at that pallet, that one area after the first rescue. That was also really relevant. He downs Ford there. I think he still easily tie the game from there. But yeah, it ended up working out really nicely for the GR survivors.
Yeah, I believe that Failed Blink definitely did play a huge role into GR getting this 3 escape. And that little ball by AK though, that was really fast reaction on his side as well. And it was a great prediction. I would just say this round MVP definitely got to give it to AK, even though Hart did a great job establishing that huge distance between Dongxuan as well as the kiting individual, whether it be AK or Hart.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, just like that. It looked like, I mean, obviously the team comp is nice for countering Clerk, but they didn't have any broken windows. It was heavy flywheel. And so that was just really, it's really not good against Clerk. You want to have heavy broken windows for that transition kiting. Flywheel is usually not too good, but the flywheels did have an impact in extending kites. You saw, again, as you talked about the blink onto the Ford in the first kite, he was able to extend with that flywheeling back to the pallet, and Looping Clown was able to go for the body block to extend the Ford's kite even longer. And then on top of that, I think there was one other point that I'm not thinking of where flywheel is pretty important. So yeah, overall, just GR, they're slowly working back into this one. If those survivors can get a 3 escape here, I think they can. It's GR then has to win 2 rounds in a row. Yeah, so basically, GR survivors still, GR Hunter side still needs to secure a tie here. Doe's still, even after a 3 escape, still in a good position. Even if they drop this round, as long as they're able to tie out the rest of the rounds or win one of the rounds after this, they're still looking pretty good here. So it really comes down to if Doe survivors can get 3 out the gate here, it's looking very good for them.
Yeah, that's right. But then again, we're just looking at this from Hunter's perspective right now. GR Super Rich will be coming up for the second half against those survivors. We've seen him struggle. We've seen him get the 4 escape in BO1 Red Church. We see this tie situation when he played Bon at Ever Slipping Town. The difficulty of him getting a possible tie situation to kind of get his advantage in this opponent's map selection, in their own map selection seems to be kind of difficult. It does not seem as easy as it looks. So if you're looking from those survivor side, what could be the potential 2 Hunter bans that they would make that could kind of eliminate a potential tie situation that Super Rich wants?
Yeah, because they are trying to go for since Doe is actually now trying to get a 3 escape here, I think they should ban Bon for sure. I don't know. It's kind of interesting because this is a situation that is actually better for Super Rich. Super Rich is very consistent. He gets a lot of ties. He has a lot of good tie hunters. You got Naiad, you have Bon, Bloody Queen. But then you also have to be worried about things like Clerk and Axeboy. Because you don't want to actually fall to those as well. So I think he also potentially has Ann too, I believe. So it's hard for them to outban the tie hunters. I actually don't really know how they can approach this. I'm just trying to think. Probably Bon Bloody Queen most likely will get banned, although a lot of characters that counter Bloody Queen are also good against Clerk. So you maybe will ban something like Axeboy and Bon and just play multiple hit characters like Barmaid, Psychologist, that's very strong against BQ, very strong against Clerk. But yeah, I mean, if those survivors want to get a 3 escape here, it might make the most sense just ban Bon and Bloody Queen, but then you open up Naiad. So it's actually looking, that 3 escape is actually looking pretty nice here for GR, and they're actually working back into this.
Yeah, if GR do turn the tables around and get this round win once again, GR will be having more advantage, even though in small points, Dou is technically winning. So just looking at this itself, we're seeing Super Rich will be coming in for the second half. I know many of us might be expecting PPX or possibly him coming out anytime soon, but I believe, from group stages, from qualifiers in fact, we did see PPX for for a couple of times, but afterwards it was just switched to Super Rich from there onwards. And Super Rich has not been showing consistency and also very limited character pool as well. We'll see how this is going to play about. And also, we'll see whether the survivors are trying to... Definitely, we're trying to see whether they're going to go for a 3 escape or if not a 4 escape to get this advantage back on their side. Right now, it's kind of a tight situation. BO1, DO1, BO2, GR1. And right now, we're seeing this band pick selection happening. Female Dancer, Mercenary, as well as Seer being banned on Super Rich side. And a X-Boy as well as Bloody Queen being banned on Survivor side.
Yep, so X-Boy and BQ. So they're going BQ here just because, again, eliminating one of those tie hunters. And then, yeah, it looks like they're still scared of the X-Boy, so they're just going to sort of play around that. They don't want to give him any sort of win potential. And it looks like they're going to accept a potential Bonbon or Naiad here. Maybe just try to counter-comp both, I guess. Looks like we're going to see Officer and Antiquarian. Officer, obviously, a very stable rescuer against something like a Bonbon. You can get that guaranteed rescue off, and then Antiquarian is going to be very good against Naiad, and of course just very good at supporting kites as well. Now for Super Rich's next ban here, I think we'll probably see Dancer's already banned, so we'll probably see... I don't really know. It depends. If he wants to play Bonbon, he could ban pick for Bonbon, or he could ban pick for Naiad here. If he wants to ban pick for Naiad, we'll probably see something like Psychologist and some other character. If he wants to ban pick for Bonbon, we might see Mechanic get removed early. I don't know. Does he give Mechanic, or does he? Yeah, no, he's going to take it out right away here, and also Prospector as well. So Prospector, of course, he's going to be very effective for allowing him to play Bonbon or Naiad.
Yeah, it seems to be so. We're seeing a very strong rescuer on those side. Harasser also being confirmed, and right now a Psychologist which can tank 3 hits, so for sure it wouldn't be an early down, but then again, if Super Rich were to pick a Bonbon to kind of tie things up, that could be possible. Yeah, and just leaving on to this last ban over here, what could Super Rich potentially ban in this last one, Eli?
I'm not really sure. I mean, it's just really okay. Acrobat. I mean, it doesn't really matter. He kind of already has. The team comp's already sort of laid out here for Dowu. This last pick, they could go technically something like Embalmer if they wanted to play around Bonbon, but Embalmer's not very good on a map like this. Character like Coordinator is also not good because it's a small map. So yeah, for the last one, looks like we're gonna see maybe Professor. Professor is strong against Naiad. Technically, if you go into the open area, you can use the bubble to potentially get yourself to a kiting area. And you may have the argument of, oh, the swing is so fast, but Professor does, of course, have the ability that slows down the swing, and players at this level will always be able to instant bubble that swing. So Professor is just here mainly for that reason, and it's also not a bad character against Clerk as well, because obviously Clerk being a single hit hunter doesn't have much that he can do to play around the Professor. So this comp kind of counters Clerk. It's pretty good against Naiad as well, but against Bonbon's not too bad here, I think.
Yeah, I think I definitely have to agree with you. Bonbon seems to be a great choice. Looking at his team comp, and also, but no, we're seeing an N at Arms Factory.
That's right. Yeah, that's actually good.
That's actually good. So maybe Eli, you can explain a bit why is it so good against this team comp and also at this map.
Yeah, so Ant's obviously a very small map. It's very easy for Ant to approach Cypher machines. It's very difficult to kite out cats on this the Arms Factory map in general. And against a team composition like this, Professor and Antiquarian struggle heavily against Ant. Professor obviously has 0 abilities for countering Ant because you can't use the bubble while you're stunned. Antiquarian, again, you can't use your stick while you're stunned. So both these characters are countered by Ant. Psychologist is a good kiter here, but with the lack of Entomologist, which I think would have been a better pick then Professor, actually, again, it plays right into the strategy of Anne. We've seen Anne be very strong in Arms Factory in the past with Shama, so I think that here it's really good for Super Rich. A difficult comp. The only relatively hard chase target is Psychologist, and it's not even that hard. There's no Prospector again. There's no counter. There's no Entomologist. There's no Anne counters at all. So this is actually, and even First Officer. Officer actually struggles against Anne. This is the one hunter that Officer does not really, besides Stream, which is the one hunter that Officer is not a great rescuer against. So Anne here, I think they kind of just overlooked that.
Yeah, that's right. And I think this is looking extremely good for Super Rich. I have the confidence in Super Rich to kind of do this. He needs this tie, and he needs it now. Looking at this spawn location, like you've mentioned, First Officer could be the potential first chase, and also eliminating the possible tide turner. And securing this possible tie situation for his team is very crucial. We're seeing the persona right now, 3-9 broken windows on all 3 kiting survivors, and for him, a very standard build. Detention trump card as well as the trade blink. So we're just gonna hit right into the match between the survivors versus GR's Hunter. BO3, second half. This is your caster Cho and Eli O bring you the live commentary of this match.
All right, let's see which target actually opts to go for first. Looks like immediately rotating towards the middle, which is the location of the first officer. I don't think he'll commit to that. Obviously, officer has a long chair time, so you don't really want to have to deal with that. But if you do eliminate that character first, you don't have to worry about any sort of rescue, so it's very easy to tie from that sort of position. So officer chase isn't necessarily bad, but it looks like he's actually going to rotate into Antiquarian instead. And I think he's caught sight of the trail here. He does know that a survivor's in the area. Can she dodge his first set of cats? Is able to avoid the first set of cats, so she can, of course, kite this out now. Does have this pallet to work with. Looks like he does have fast pallet breaking speed, so I believe it was, what, trump card detention, right? So trump card detention with fast pallet breaking for this build.
Yeah, that's right, and Silverchu will be taking this cat like you mentioned. Eating that cat this time around, but the distance there, which is great. There is this window over here that he needs to vault, and will he be able to jump accurately to get this hit? Oh no, it seems to be not, and Antiquarian will be using this window once again. Because there's no broken windows, Antiquarian can infinitely loop over here. He can stun the Hunter over here as well. Let's see whether disarmament will happen.
Oh, dodges that first one. Has the cats to work with here. Does get the stun onto the Antiquarian here. He's trying to... Oh, she actually stuns to stop the ability there, the jump from the Ant. Gonna get the pallet thrown down. Is gonna use that blink for that first hit. Beautifully timed stun there from Antiquarian. Is gonna be able to vault this, get a broken windows speed boost, and transition farther away. And there's a good chance she's gonna be able to cut out this next set of cats because she has such large distance here. He's gonna go for that jump. Does not have presence, does not have the cross to work with just yet. So this is already looking like a 3-cipher kite.
Yeah, definitely looking at 3-cipher kite. Silverchu is still trying to kite this out, and there is no basement over here. Even if she downs here, there shouldn't be any issue.
Oh, he misses
Missing
again.
the cat one more time. Oh my goodness, Silverchu is still trying to kite over here. Disarming Hunter one more time. How long will this kite last? It's almost 2 minutes in. Silverchu is still surviving and still has stick to use. It's disarming one more time. This is looking extremely terrible for Super Rich right now.
Yeah, so many missed cats here. Already a 3-cipher kite. Last 2 ciphers already with progress here. This is definitely a winning position for the survivors. Goes for the stick to try to cancel that jump, but it's not going to be able to get it that time. That is going to be the first down. BC cipher 50% of the way down. Another cipher at 20. So this is definitely enough for survivors to win here. First officer technically can get stuff to get in. If you're able to delay the rescue past the 5 seconds. So it is a possibility. It's unlikely, but it is possible. So that's really Super Rich's only out to potentially tying this match.
Yeah, and Antiquarian doesn't have any tools anymore, so this is looking great. Ihua getting this first stun, this very safe rescue happening as well. Oh, but Antiquarian, will still be rescued. And let's see if he knows. Yeah, he knows which one is Silverchu and will be chasing the Antiquarian continuously. Will he miss his kill one more time?
Yeah, he is able to get the cat. He's going to try to go for the pallet stun. Isn't able to get it. Good discipline from Super Rich to get that second hit. But again, ciphers are pretty much almost primed here. You could have Psychologist rescue. You could have Officer rescue. This Professor is on the last cipher machine. So definitely a lot of options for survivors to work with here. Trait will be available for endgame, so it's still possible to go for a late game teleport here. But it looks like Officer's actually going to search a chest. And so he's going to leave a potential item somewhere on the map for this Antiquarian to pick up for an endgame kiting.
Oh yeah, and it seems to be he's bringing it all the way to Shag a perfume, but I think the first officer watch will be given to this Antiquarian. This rescue though, it is crucial. Cypher is prime, but the rescue seems to be that it will be happening regardless.
Yeah, of course this is a Psychologist, so she does have multiple hits to work with. Trying to get the hit onto the Antiquarian here, and again, it's not too important which survivor he hits here, but it is better. It actually does get the Antiquarian hit there through the Psychologist here. And it looks like she was able to pick up the pocket watch here. She's going to go for it early. Going to go for the jump. Does go for the watcher. Goes for the cat, but he gets the stun onto the Antiquarian. That was a very, very big play from Super Rich. He does still have trade swap available. The exit gate is now open. Only 2 survivors there. Where's the third one? Psychologist. Oh, he teleports to the gate. Psychologist, she has dungeon. Is she able to make it in time? Does he see the Psychologist? Looks like no. That is going to be a 3 escape here for Dowu out the X gate, and that is going to be a tie for this round, which is a perfect result for the Dowu team.
Yeah, definitely. Getting this clutch 3 escape, teleporting to the back gate, kind of predicting that Psychologist might possibly open that gate, but Psychologist also quick thinking, knowing exactly where the dungeon is, just going to that direction and aiming for that 3 escape. Well done onto Tohu Survivor side as well. Tohu Survivor is definitely tanking, even though Dongxuan did not perform as well in the first half with that 1 kill only. 4-4 in this BO3, and Tohu still has a huge point advantage moving on to BO4.
Right, exactly. So this is exactly, again, now GR has to win 2 rounds in a row, or they can technically win this one of the rounds, tie one of the rounds, but then they have to win it. They're still at a 8-point deficit, right? So even if they tie a round and they win another round 8-1, that's still not enough because they're still down 1 point, because 8-1 is only a 7-point round. So if they tie one of the next 2 rounds, and then they don't 10-0 in the following round, then they lose. So basically the only situations where GR can work out of this is they can win the next 2 rounds in a row, or they can tie a round and then win the other round 10-0. That's the only that's the only win condition here for GR.
All right, so it's wait, sorry, that was a little bit too fast. All right, so it's either BO4, they get this advantage round win, and then BO5 get a tie, GR will win.
No, so GR has to win 2 rounds. The next 2 rounds they have to win both of them, or they have to tie one and then win the other one 10-0.
I thought it's by round wins, not points, though. Because right now.
Okay, so we have let me explain this. Okay, so we have Doe won the first round, right? So that's 1-0 in their favor. GR won the second round, so that's 1-1. And then we're tied, and then this round's a tie, so it's still 1-1. So if they tie the next round, it's still 1-1. And then if they, you're right, if they do tie, it is ultimately.
Yeah, GR would
best of 5 is really weird. Okay, so they can technically tie and then win, and they'll still be really far behind on points, but they'll still end up winning on rounds. Okay, you are right about that. So the win condition is still there, but as long as they're able to, if Doe is able to tie out the last 2 rounds here, then it's then they still are able to win, or if they win any of the rounds, then it is over. So yeah, so that's basically the win condition for GR is tie a round and win a round, or win both of them. So then they would ultimately win on rounds. Yeah, I forgot ties don't count towards anything. That makes sense.
Right. Yeah. So definitely this will definitely move on all the way to BO5 for sure, whether it be a tie next round, a win next round, it will definitely go to BO5. That's correct? Right.
Let me just make sure we have this right. If Doe wins the next round, if Doe wins the next round by more than 2 points, then we won't have a round 5. Because it's impossible for GR to come back. Even if they win the last round by a 10-0, they still will be short. So if Doe wins by more than 2 points in the next round, then there will be no round 5. That's basically.
All right, so we'll look closely at that later on. Definitely we'll be seeing that elimination kind of thing at the bottom of our screen. So let's wait for that. And also, BO4 right now will be moving on to Doe having this map selection, which is looking favorable. Hopefully for Tohu, because yes, just now we got a tight situation in GR's map selection. So, if Tohu wants to seal the deal, is this round in BO4, and we'll see how this is gonna turn out. We still do have quite a lot of maps to choose, but before that, we'll be heading right into a short break. We'll see you right back. We are back with not a fan face, but a face of a cute dog on a person, but a Tohu supporter for sure. We're looking at that shirt. Come on, little blue lightning, Tohu go. I believe this might be possibly one of the players' doggies, or a dog that's living with them at the esports place. So really cute fan pick over here, I would say. And And looking at this, Dou definitely still needs their encouragement. Even though they're having point wins right now, they definitely do want to seal this deal early and fast. So moving on to the next one, a fan photo with a mask on. Live towards delight and never surrender. Come GR, be the champion. So GR definitely needs this more than Dou for sure. Dou is leading. GR is currently losing some of the points. And hopefully GR can make a fast and furious comeback in this BO4 match, even though it's Dou's map selection.
Yes, Fast and the Furious. That is their win condition. So, okay, talk about the win condition right now, just so everybody is clear. So this is not too confusing. So right now, there was a tie in one of the rounds, which was the last one. Okay, so pretend that never happened. Okay, so now we're at 1-1 in terms of rounds, right? And ultimately, rounds come first. Okay, so if GR wins this next round and then ties the last round, then they're up 2-1, so they win in rounds. Or if they tie the round and win, whatever, right? Okay. And then if Dou ties both of the rounds, then we're still at 1-1 because ties count as nothing. But Dou has more points, so they win. Okay. If Dou wins any of the next 2 rounds, they probably will just win on points because they're up so many points. So basically, the win condition for GR is they have to tie a round and win a round. That's it. Tie around and win around. That's GR's win condition. Anything else is almost 100% just Dou wins.
All right, so just looking at the stats itself, we're seeing from BO1 to 3, Dongxuan at least, in the very least, leaves one survivor eliminate. Why are you smiling? Leaves one survivor in the being sent back to the mana. So looking at this, a 1-3, I think GR might possibly stand a chance, a slight chance. But why are you smiling once again?
Do you know what Fast and the Furious is?
Is that there's a show on it, right? Like a movie?
Oh, it's not a show. It's a movie series. Never mind. Okay, continue. Sorry.
It's
go
a
ahead.
car thing, right? Okay. Anyways.
Okay, that's good.
I know. Okay. I'm.
What? You're what? What? You know stuff. Okay. Anyways.
I'm Gen Z, but like I'm my own gen because I don't know a lot of things. So yeah. I'm just kind of outdated among all the casters in terms of music. Outdated in a sense, not recent music, but oldies music. But we kind of digress a little bit. So let's just get back into this. BO4, Dou's map selection, very crucial for Dou to kind of seal this deal, like we mentioned. If they want this to end, it's now. And if Dou, okay, any team that wins will go all the way tomorrow and play for the finals to kind of play against GG for that champion title. But any team that lose over here would compete for the 3rd place. And we've seen FPX.ZQ lost against GG in the first match today. That means that is the confirmed competitor right after this. So excited to see how it's gonna play out. Definitely a lot of bets on Dou, bets on GR. A lot of apples are on the line over here. But Eli, you didn't manage to kind of place your apples today. So Dou and GR, I think a lot of people are, kind of having hopes for Dou to win, especially the apples being on the line. And yesterday, there was a lot of situations with me and apples, so no more betting for me.
We can talk about that if you want, or no? Okay. For those of you who don't know, Chocho betted 12,000 apples and lost all of them. So, anyways, that's another win for Eli O. So that's Eli 2, Chocho 0 now. We're just going to point that out. But anyways, back to our match here. Looks like we are going to have Leo's memory for Dou's map selection. Actually, Chocho, we've seen them do this quite a lot, where they actually pick Leo's memory. And it's sort of become a staple map for this team, for this Dou team. So going into this match, what do you think Dongxuan actually has to play as an option for Leo's memory?
Honestly, it's hard to say. Dongxuan has a huge character pool, and he plays the weirdest characters, like we've mentioned right from the get-go. He plays Dream Witch at Leo's memory before, even though it might not be a favorite map for Dream Witch. But, right now we're seeing GR Super Witch first. So I think we kind of have to prioritize what Super Witch has at hand at this point in time. Right now, it's a total of seven characters banned over here. Female Dancer, Antiquarian, Toy Merchant, and Seer, just eliminating all possible strategies on Dou's side. But just looking at this, I think survivors of Dou has a higher chance. They know Super Rich has a limited character pool. They know what hunters are favored in Leo's memory. So looking at this itself, a possible I believe Nayet could be possible. If they respect ban his X-Boy, like we've seen before, F4 kill in this map, X-Boy might be banned, and also Bloody Queen.
Right, so it looks like for his remaining hunters, so basically the idea of Leo's memory is there's certain hunters that are good here, and there's certain hunters that are just not. And Bloody Queen and Knight are both strong, because Bloody Queen obviously is just the mirror image is a very strong ability. Even if you get inside factory, you can still mirror image and trap the star between the mirror and the and the main body in the upstairs area. And then Naya obviously can loop off entire areas and block off kiting routes. And then Axeway we've seen, typically Axeway wouldn't be very strong on Leos, but the narrow upstairs area is difficult to dodge flames. And also we saw Super Rich actually 4-kill with Axeboy on this map before. So I think they're just trying to play around all of those things. They're really just not wanting to give that Axeboy as an option, because again, they tie out these rounds, Do ties out these rounds, they will win. So I think that's probably the main idea here. And then Bonbon is not good here. Bonbon and Clerk are not very good on Leos. The factory loop in Leos is very hard for both those hunters to deal with. Geisha is technically strong, so if Super Rich has Geisha available, we could see that come out, but most likely we'll see the Survivor side counter Geisha. We already see that with Prospector here. We'll see if they go Acrobat next. That could also be a nice option. Toy Merchant is... Okay, Toy Merchant is banned. I was going to say Toy Merchant's not good against Geisha, but it is banned here. Looks like Barmaid is actually interesting, because Barmaid is weak to Blink Geisha, but it's strong against Clerk. So I guess they're going to countercomp Clerk because they are worried about that win potential, but they do open up potential Geisha options.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Super Rich will be banning a possible entomologist. I guess entomologist against Geisha or Clerk is definitely something that you don't want to deal with. But no, we're seeing a Professor ban over here. Dou was the team that brought out Professor in BO3, if I remember correctly.
Right.
But we don't see a lot of effects or impact that he has made. But Dou has picked a better to kind of go against Super Rich. So there is definitely a strategy that we might be seeing outside, inside of factory, but the outside stairs area with this better pick over here.
I think it's mainly for Geisha. So basically you ban Professor because he wants to play Geisha here. Professor's a direct hard counter to Geisha. But the problem is if you go Batter, Batter is direct hard counter to Geisha, even more so than Professor. Because Professor and Batter are actually like the two hardest counters to Geisha in a way. Because Professor, obviously, you just can absorb a dash, you can absorb a hit with the scales, you can do it twice as Professor, and you give scales to your teammates, right? And then Batter hard counters Geisha for two reasons. One, if you pick up Butterfly, you hold the ball down while looking at the Geisha, you can't dash because it's an infinite skill check. And then also, every time she dashes, you just hit her back and you just cancel the dash. Every time. It destroys Geisha, whether that's kiting, whether that's supporting, harassing. It's really, really good. Batter support on the factory area is not as good because it's a 2-story, so it's unlevel, like the level uneven, whatever, I don't know. It's like it's hard for Batter to do much there. But Prospector, this is where Prospector shines, because Prospector can help survivors struggle free if they die in the upstairs area. So Prospector is going to be very good against other characters such as Bonbon and actually just any character in general in terms of helping struggle free. And then Batter's here just a hard counter for Geisha.
Yeah, I believe that we might be seeing a possible kind of situations. But then again, this is a very strong harassing as well as kiting team comp that will go against Super Rich if he picks a if he picks a Geisha. So let's see what Super Rich will be going for. Is gonna go hit on with that Dream Witch. I think it's Dream Witch. Will he go hit on with that Geisha, or will he be picking something else? We're not gonna be seeing that at all. So
I guess he doesn't want to play Hunter anymore. It's one of those moments where you're playing Hunter rank, and then they ban your main hunters, and then they counter comp your other hunters, and you're like, oh, I don't want to play rank anymore. I'm just gonna let them win, and then you disconnect. So maybe he's having one of those moments. I think here probably his best option might be Ann, but then we saw him have a really difficult Ann game on a good Ann map against a good comp for Ann, so I don't know if he'll actually play that again. And this comp's actually not great for Ann because Leo's Memory isn't the best Ann map, and then also Prospector directly counters. So I really don't know what he can actually go with. I mean, this ban pick is actually quite nice for Dou.
Yeah, it's looking really good, and yeah, I believe there might be some issues with possibly picking a hunter that he wants in game. That's why we're seeing this little break over here. Chinese mainland fans is just built different, bro. They can. No, today is day 3 already, and they are still here. watching this with everything that they brought over, it's just amazing. And also buying merchandises though, I mean, that's something that you gotta do when you're in offline stages. When you were in Thailand at the point in time, was there like offline merches that they were like kind of selling at the point in time?
I have a bad memory of things, so
I wouldn't know that. So
I think probably I assume probably they usually have them at most offline stuff, but I don't remember what it was specifically. I don't remember anything specifically, but I'm sure that there was somewhere.
Ooh, all right, okay. So I mean, like, since we have a little bit of time, we haven't really greeted all of our live audiences that's watching this. I'll be giving a little bit of shout outs to everybody that I can see on the live chat right now. Do not believe in humans. Hi Snotty, and hi Rusal, Aquarina, hi Cox, hi With You, hi Officially Mew, yeah, and hi Kino as well. You're still here, and everybody else is watching this. If you guys do want to shout out, do comment, and hopefully we'll be able to catch it. And also, really cute cosplays that we're seeing, the barmaid one as well as the psychologist one. So, Eli, so when will your wax artist when will your wax artist live stream be at? You know, we've been waiting for it 3 hours. So when will it be?
I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I mostly just play wax artist and Rick anyway, so just go to a 100 rank stream, and I'll probably mostly be playing wax. But yeah, anyways, yeah, but at some point after COA, I haven't had a lot of time because of COA. A lot of preparation goes into these matches, a lot of studying teams, a lot of studying strategies. So we gotta be ready here. But
what's that little pet behind his shoulder?
Who?
What the? Bro, you saw Prospector with his shoulder. There is this. There.
No. What are you talking about?
Dude's
are you
blind,
good?
bro. Dude's
are you
blind,
good, bro?
Oh. Wax artist.
Oh my god. Right when we started to talk about that, we actually have a wax artist character selection here. I think wax against this comp is really good. It's just Leo's memory is not great for wax. So, yeah. Okay, so basically how wax plays against this is wax is really good against batter, because batter, if he stuns while close to the wax, he still picks up wax in the process. And then on top of that, his pushback doesn't really do a lot because you can still just continue to wax him from a distance. Prospector is not great against wax because if he goes for an attract stun, he picks up wax in the process, and he goes for a repel, then you can get your attack recovery canceled if you go for a freeze and then go for a hit after that. And then barmaid's also very good for wax to chase because you can just wax the barmaid to a high amount, go for a basic hit, and she uses her drink, you just wax her right after. If she already has like 90% wax, so then you can just freeze him right after. So overall, wax is really good against this comp. It's just that wax is not particularly strong on Leo's memory. There's a lot of places to break line of sight, and then also inside factory is a difficult chase for wax.
Yeah, but seeing how Super Rich has confidently picked this one pallet, one window area as a spawn location, I think he might possibly go for this factory. He seems pretty confident. So, how is wax artist chase at the factory area, Eli?
Yeah, so it's not good. So basically, obviously the upstairs area, you can just factory loop against wax artist he's a slow hunter. He's not fast mobility, so it's very easy to just loop around the factory for long periods of time. It's hard for him to deal with. So that's why wax artist on Leos isn't necessarily the best. If you catch survivors in open areas, it's nice, but there's a lot of places to break line of sight. Whether that's if you look into the bottom right corner of the spawn, obviously no survivor spawns there, but in the bottom right, we call that God corner or God kiting. That's a very easy place to break line of sight. Very strong pallets there. If you look at the top right corner over at the Christmas tree gate, there's a lot. Again, same situation. There's 2 pallets there that you can just loop around, and wax you can't get wax through them. Shack is nice because you have the pallet at Shack. Factory is a very strong looping area. There's a lot of places to break line of sight. Now, we actually see this from pretty much every single batter player. As we see no borrowed time, we see broken windows and flywheel. This is very standard of batters throughout this tournament. Whether that's for harassment with the flywheel or the kiting. Batter does need kiting potential as well with the broken windows. We also have broken for barmaid, which is going to be nice, but Prospector having flywheel, so that actually works out better for the hunter side.
Yeah, and right now we'll be heading into the match. This is your caster Chocho, and Eli will bring you the live commentary of this BO4 first half. Super Rich heading straight into factory and will be spotting out this prospector at the second floor area. Seems to be that he will be committing to this prospector. Very unlike what we imagined, but he brought excitement this time around, so we'll see whether that is going to be this game-changing part or not. And possibly trying to rotate.
Yeah.
Opposite to what?
He's trying to block the window so he can cut off the loop, but the problem is the reason this is, you might think, oh, Waxstars can be really good because you can do that play, but it doesn't matter because he can just drop down the side, and that's exactly what happens. He's going to drop down the side. He's going to transition to Shaq. Now, he does force COIJ into the open a little bit here, which is actually pretty good. He's going to go for a magnet. Batter's going to go for a stun. That actually ends up allowing the Prospector to make it to Shaq. So that one push from the batter, wasting a little bit of time there, is actually a pretty important play. We're going to see him block the window off here, so he can't go back to that window, but it looks like Prospector's going to go for the stun. And he actually doesn't pick up Wax because the tree was large enough in width where it doesn't, he's not close enough to get any Wax from that.
Yeah, we're seeing this constant harassment by this batter over here. Oh, but changing targets to batter right now. Will he be able to get a possible free hit? Excitement is ready right now. Getting this free hit. Oh, but Flying Wheel, 97% Wax.
Yeah, that's actually really good. It's really good that he forces Flywheel because it forces him to get to 100, so he won't take a hit while at 90. We're going to see Batter going to go up to this two-story area. I don't think he can really do much. He has Excitement. He can just Excitement and go for a potential hit here, but he does have that vault. He does get the vault off in time here. He's got Excitement, so he can't get pushed back, and he can get it down onto the Batter here. Batter at that window is really good because you can actually cancel the Hunter's vault animation and force him to revault a second time with the ball there, but you see Superch does play around that with the Excitement. He actually gets the down fast enough to a point where he can still tie the game, and because he chairs on a Cypher machine, this is very good for the survivors. But now he chairs inside Factory. That's the only downside. Prospector can easily help this batter make it to the God Palette, and he can rebound Kite from this position because he no longer has Excitement, no trait to work with. So yeah, that's something you have to keep in mind as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing that Prospector is actually decoding Mercenary Cypher, so Mercenary will be coming for this soul rescue over here. Bomb is decoding this 40% Cypher, and Cypher's actually looking very fast. Getting this basic hit onto Mercenary, and Batter will prolong his Kite much further. That's the only
he misses the ball, and he misses the swing though. He can actually make it to the pallet. He misses the pallet stun, goes for the hit, and Batter doesn't throw the pallet down, and he's actually going to go down here. It's still not the end of the world. We do have the Prospector come in for the potential struggle free. Batter cannot get full presence. You do not want to give full presence right here, and he is going to go down before the full presence here. We do see the Prospector coming in though, and he doesn't have Excitement available, so Prospector can actually help Batter struggle free. Now the question is, Superch might just take the stun. He's going to take it on purpose because he knows if he drops, he's going to struggle free here. He doesn't have full presence just yet, so he has to go for a swing. He can't go for a hot wax play just yet.
All right, so we're seeing this two trying to body block, but Batter will be down regardless. Prospector is still full health. He does have a Flywheel and one more magnet to use, so let's see how this is going to play out. Stunning once again, but unable to, will be able to put down this Batter this time around, and will be carrying Batter without much disturbance anymore. Last two Cyphers, 30% as well as 60%, so, and this last Cypher is at the factory area. This is not looking really good. I believe it might be leaning more towards a tie, but Eli, how is it going to play out?
Yeah, because he dies on the Cypher, you cannot die on Cyphers against Waxstars because they're just going to block the Cypher over and over. So if he doesn't die on the last Cypher, this is a win for Survivors because he dies on the Cypher, Waxstars can just block it over and over. Now, I think if Batter didn't go for the stun after he got rescued, if he just ran straight to the pallet, he would have kited so much longer. But he tried to go for a hit there for some reason, and he didn't knock the Hunter back at all. We're going to see him try to go for a farm. Superch is full presence. He can switch to Hot Wax now. That way he can just kind of spray Hot Wax at all these Survivors, and they can't really do much. He's actually going to go for the hit. Batter Flywheels to the pallet. Double body block here. But someone has to do the Cypher. We're going to see Mercenary does get the pallet stun here. And he does still have his trait, so he could potentially, if he gets close enough, he can go for a blink. Prospector needs to try to get some distance. Goes for the stun, allowing Batter to kite even longer, but he is kiting on the last time. He's going to blink through the pallet. He waxes off the Cypher machine, not the pallet, so he actually makes it to the pallet. Mercenary's going to take the hit, which is actually perfectly fine. So I don't know why Superch went for that hit there. This just gives even more distance. Now his trait's on cooldown, and now he has no way to catch this this Batter.
Yeah, I think a little bit of desperation over there. He does know that Batter does not have broken windows. Broken windows, I'm talking about. Borrowed time, so that's possibly the reason why he's so onto this Batter, and Prospector is in the area trying to give that support. But Prospector does not have a magnet at this point in time, so let's see how this support is going to be given.
Looks like we're going to see... yeah, they're just trying to body block, trying to keep him alive until the Cypher machine is primed. Prospector can just stand in the pallet, and there's no way he can play around that without blink here. He has, again, Prospector can just take all the wax. Batter has no wax on him. Cypher machine is ready. Superch's only chance to win here, and keep in mind, Batter has no borrowed time, so Prospector needs to get a stun, and they need to pop. They need to get Batter into factory. Prospector gets the stun, and they need to pop now. Okay, yeah, because Batter, again, he has no borrowed time, so he's going to make it into the factory here, and borrowed time ends up not being important, and now he's chased onto the Prospector. This will be Prospector's first share, but a 3 escape is perfectly fine for Dou here. He has no trade, so Flywheels the swing, gets to the pallet here. He can last the kite even longer.
Yeah, that's right. And this is very clutch over here, but there's no dungeon here, unfortunately. So this kind of might have secured this one elimination that Spirit desperately needs. Oh my gosh, this mind game over here. But, oh, teasing the Hunter so much, but will be down in the Prospector finally with no Magnets and no Flying Wheel, guaranteeing this one kill. But then again, right now it's a 3-1. It's a 10-point deficit that GR have to come back from, and just looking at this round itself, a 3-1, GR survivors must get a 3 escape. If not, it's GG, right, Eli?
Well, no, they can technically get a 2 escape, but then they have to 10-0 in the last round. So yeah, that's probably not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's probably not gonna happen. So they desperately need this 3 escape, or if not 4 escape, to kind of come back from that situation. Situation's not looking good, definitely on to GR side, and we'll be having GR survivors as well as Dou, Hunter, Dongxuan coming up for this second half. But before that, any highlights you want to mention?
I just want to talk about the points first. So basically, what has to happen now is if Dongxuan ties, and that means that Dou wins this round. And that would be a 2-1, and then GR has to win the last round 10-0. If they win the last round 10-0, then we're tied in rounds and we're tied in points, which means we'll actually go to an overtime round. So the only condition for GR to come back is they have to get either a 3 escape now to tie this round and then win the last round, or they have to get a tie for this round and then they have to go 10-0 and then win the overtime round, or technically they can get a 4 escape, but the chances of that happening are pretty unlikely, I would say, especially because Dongxuan has so many bans to work with. So that's sort of the situation for GR, is that they have to either 4 escape win this round, they have to either tie this round and win the last round, or they have to get 2 out here and then 10-0 in the last one. So just not a lot of great options for them right now.
Yeah, it seems to be so, and pressure is on the GR survivor side. I mean, we've been seeing them in BO1, they got a 4 elimination, really unfortunately. But in BO2 and 3 though, they've been showing really good results, 3-1 against Dongxuan's Hunters consistently in BO2 and 3. So that might be the possible case that they're able to tie this round and move on to BO5. Chances are definitely there. There is this chance, but very difficult against Dongxuan, because right now Dongxuan's only goal is to just tie. Once he ties it up, that's pretty much securing it, because 10-0 in BO5, highly unlikely against Dou. So just looking at the stats itself, 196 seconds of supporting time by the Prospector and 127 seconds of kiting time by the Batter. Just amazing teamwork, amazing kiting. And even though there was kind of like a misstep at this dying at the Cypher, they're able to recover from it. And Super Rich side, the blink seems to be kind of rushed, right, Eli?
Yeah, so basically to simplify things for everyone, just so everybody's clear. If GR gets a 3 escape right now, they have to 3 escape and win the last round to win. Or they have to 4 escape now and tie the last round to win. That's GR's win condition. If they get anything less than that, then Dou basically wins. So if Dongxuan gets a tie here, Dou basically wins. As you can see on the board here, well, this is Dou can win now technically. We won't have a round 5 if Dongxuan gets a 3 kill. But if GR does not get a 3 escape or better, then Dou basically just wins. That's sort of the situation right now.
Yeah, and points, small points wise, yeah, is huge. But right now we're looking at round wins for GR for sure. So GR survivors, they did have a very good team comm in that ever slipping town match going up against Dongxuan. So hopefully they're able to replicate the exact same situation and ban out the necessary hunters against Dongxuan at this Leo's Memory map. But looking at this itself, Eli, 3 hunter bans onto Dongxuan at Leo's Memory. What could be the possible 3?
I think we'll see probably Dreamwitch get banned first. Probably Dreamwitch, Geisha. And because it's kind of interesting, because it's round 4 in a best of 5, because they can ban 3 hunters now. I actually think they can kind of outban Dongxuan's options here. I think they can go Dreamwitch obviously will be banned for sure. I think Geisha will 100% be banned, and then they can ban probably Clerk or Naiad as the last one, I would think here. Yeah.
but Dongxuan has actually played the N in this map before.
Yeah,
in the
like I know,
qualifiers, so.
I understand that he has been successful with Ann on this map, but realistically, Ann is just not that strong on Leos. So in terms of like, and I understand he's been successful. I think it's mainly because it's sort of like a surprise pick in the most part. A lot of people aren't really expecting you bring out Ann against a comp that Ann's good against, even though it is Leos. Remember, you can still get a win because of it. So maybe they'll just ban Ann if they're really worried about it. But Ann on Leos, it's still not that good. Like Factory is kind of hard for Ann to deal with in some places. So I guess they could technically ban Ann. You can go like Geisha ban. Oh, he still has Bloody Queen too. So it's really hard for GR here. But considering that they have to get a 3 escape, they also have to ban TIE Hunters too. So I guess you ban Geisha. I guess you ban Geisha, BQ. Oh yeah, because you could tie with Ann. Ban Geisha, BQ, Ann maybe. But then you open up Dream Witch. It's really hard for GR here.
Yeah, this is a situation where you kind of have to predict what Dongxuan might possibly want to pick in this map. He's done it over and over again, picking unfavorable hunters in unfavorable maps, but it still works out one way or another. So, GR servers definitely got to bring everything that they have into this match itself. This might potentially be their last match. The last match before they have to compete against the third place. I mean, against FPX.ZQ for the third place. So let's see how this might potentially turn out. Dongxuan is definitely ready. We do see the smiles on him, and we're seeing the Japanese. Oh, we're seeing Celia there as well, right? Bottom left.
Yeah, bottom left. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It is. Yeah, definitely very handsome for sure. But anyways, yes, you know, definitely we do have fans all over the world watching this, so we're seeing huge support from fans as well. GR definitely do need this. These are all GR fans. This pink one, 相关的champion, but it's GR's motto, and hopefully they live up to it and always never give up attitude to all these tournaments that they're having. And we might potentially be looking at last match. We're not seeing any smiles on GR servers. I didn't know this is it. This might potentially be it.
This could be the end of their championship possibilities. I mean, keep in mind, even if GR does lose here, they still will play tomorrow and play for that 3rd place spot. But yeah, if they want to become champion of the world here in this COAVI global tournament, they do have to get through this DOU team. And again, it's basically a 3 escape or nothing here, at least for GR. And even if they do get that, then they still have to win the last round.
Yeah, very, very difficult situation that we're seeing. But heading on to this ban pick phase, we're seeing a cycle, Barmaid, Mercenary as well, Seer being banned. So they're gearing up single hit hunters, right?
Well, so they're forcing. He's forcing them to ban characters like Dream Witch, Clerk, and Bloody Queen. Because if you ban all these characters, they don't have, and they're gonna go Geisha, Dream Witch, and Ann. So now he can just get a good comp for Clerk, because he's banning Clerk counters, he's banning Dream Witch counters. This is okay, so let me try to explain this. He's banning Dream Witch counters and he's banning Clerk counters. And what that does is that makes the survivors want to ban Clerk and Dream Witch, because now it's hard for them to counter comp it because he's banning all the counters. But they can't, because they have to go for a 3 escape, so they have to ban the TIE Hunters, such as Ann and Geisha, which opens up things like Bloody Queen, which opens up things like Clerk. And because he's banning all these counters, it's so much harder for them to counter comp it in return, because he's already banned most of the counters. So that's it's very difficult.
Oh yeah, it seems to be really, really difficult for them. They're taking this time to carefully pick it, but we're looking at the Toy Merchant possible setup strategy over here, and an Antiquarian as a possible harasser over here. Do you think they should be going for double harassers, or like, you know, just keep it safe, just focus on decoding? But looking at this, also banning out the forward as well as this officer, they kind of have no choice but to pick the Mercenary next. If not, they have pretty much nothing left for this rescuer role.
Right. We're gonna see Patient as well, so they're not gonna pick a rescuer. They're just gonna leave open. They'll either go Gravekeeper or Wildling. Dongxuan will ban one more rescuer. This last pick ban will be a rescuer. I'd imagine it's gonna be either Grave or Wildling. It depends on which one he's more worried about. So it looks like it's gonna be Wildling, and they can end with Gravekeeper here as their single rescue character. So I think that we're probably gonna see. I guess this comp is still pretty good against Clerk, so he may just not play Clerk at all here, because again, Patient Factory loop is so strong. You can hook into Factory. Toy Merchant and Factory is very good. Antiquarian counters Clerk. But he can still play things like Bloody Queen is still open. He still has Naiad open. He could technically go Clerk if he wants to. So any of those characters should be pretty strong here. Patient obviously being a counter to BQ, but BQ can still chase Merchant. He can still chase Antiquarian. Clerk is not great, obviously, but Naiad can chase... I guess Naiad's not great here either. He might just go Bloody Queen and just go for a tie, I think.
Yeah, that could be the possible case, but tie Queen, whenever you're aiming for a tie, you might get even just a 1 kill only, so Dongshuen's definitely not looking into that. He wants a tie to kind of secure a possible situation for his team. Looking at this itself, a Shadow with Toy Merchant, AK with Antiquarian as usual, Caesar with this Patient, and Heart as the rescuer role over here. Dongxuan, like you mentioned, has things up his sleeve. We've always been seeing that. He has done miracles with things that you might think is impossible. He has done 4K Bloody Queen at Lakeside before. And I don't think Dongxuan wouldn't surprise us with something potentially might be more than a tie kind of hunter. So let's see how this is gonna play out. There is a knight, like I've mentioned, so do you think that could be possible? But Dongxuan seems to be quite confident, though. We're seeing that little smiles from him.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's got such a great lead to work with. Even if he still gets a 1 kill here, Do's still winning. Like, even if he gets a 1 kill, Lizard?
You see, this is exactly what I'm saying. He's gonna shock us with something that we've never seen before. A reptilian. Wow.
What?
Yeah.
I don't even...
Right.
I think here,
let's go.
Lizard, I guess Lizard's technically good on Leo's memory, theoretically, because you could jump into Factory. If characters like Toy Merchant and Patient try to use their abilities to get up the stairs, you can jump onto the stairs and continue after them. So Lizard technically is actually good on this map, but Lizard's one of the worst hunters in the game, so it's not something you really ever see in competitive.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, I think, RC Shota bringing this Evil Reptilian against GG in their first match, and it did not work out well. It did not ride well. It did not turn out well at all. So we'll be seeing Dongxuan this time around with Evil Reptilian for the very first time in this COA 6. So I'm excited to see how it's going to play out. I mean, jumping around in this map at the factory area is actually pretty good for Evil Reptilian. So I think we're all caught off guard with this pick, so I'm excited to see how it's gonna play out. Shadow at the check area, Patient at the factory area, and Eli with this Evil Reptilian spawn location as well as pick. Who do you think could be the potential chase in this team comp?
Well, so normally we'd actually see Merchant or Patient spawn middle because they can just put themselves up on the stairs with the catapult or the hook. But because it's a Lizard, you actually can't do that because Lizard can just jump onto the stairs. So it's kind of weird now. So I don't really know. I guess the Antiquarian's a counter to Lizard in terms of chase because you can just, as soon as they drop down, you just stun them and they can't hit you. But you can chase Patient. Oh, Gravekeeper has broken windows as well, so no tie turner here from Grave.
I
guess they're worried about Grave getting chased. I guess Grave can technically get chased with this sort of team comp in this meta, so I guess it sort of makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, I think the chat is pretty much firing up with this Evil Reptilian pick. A big shocker for us for sure, but heading right into the match without any more delay. This is your caster Chocho, and Eli will bring you the live commentary of this possible last match for Dou.
Alright, so it looks like he does have that up-down confined space and detention with Blank. Merchant already has the catapult set up, but yeah, going for Merchant first. She has no flywheel. Doesn't see the Merchant hiding behind Shaq here, it looks like. Does now catch the trail of the Merchant. He's going to jump to close the distance here, right on top of the Merchant. She does have that pallet to work with. You see the fast pallet breaking speed. But yeah, no broken windows and no flywheel, so it's going to be difficult for her to kite in this area. You can just block up the window right away. And we'll see Merchant try to transition. You see how she's using this inside of Shaq because it's hard to jump in here. She's able to make it to the catapult. Can he get the hit before she takes the catapult? Is able to avoid that first swing there. But he's just going to take down the catapult first. This is definitely the right place. She's going to set up a second one. Gets the hit before the jump onto the catapult there. And he can just jump to catch right up. And he has Blink available in 10 seconds.
That's right. And just making use of this area, like you've mentioned, this is a bad area for Dongxuan to kind of chase. But Shadow has got that free hit on. And still can use the catapult for the second time.
He loses sight of him here, and so this actually allows us to make some distance. We're going to see him catch up, goes for the drop, gets the swing, able to avoid that hit here, and he does have the blink online in a few seconds. Misses that one as well. He's going to be forced to use the blink to secure the down here. And the only tide turner here is the patient, now that the merchant has been eliminated. He may try to drag her all the way to basement here, or he may just chair. He's going to chair near Shack so he can take down the catapult. And they do have enough ciphers to win the game, but you have to consider Lizard's camping ability. We talked about that. Lizard has a very large hitbox when it comes to the lethal crash ability, so he can potentially stuff a rescue or double hit. If he's able to find this patient from a distance, this could be big here, but it looks like Patient is able to make it up. Now the question is, can Patient actually dodge the stop here?
Oh, but Antiquarian, I think she is coming for this double rescue, so will she be unable to get that hit? Onto CZai, and we'll see this mind game over here. Will he be able to get this terror shot? No, but
he gets the attack recovery, but he does get the rescue with Tide Turner, and this is going to allow for a rebound kite for this toy merchant here. No more stick available for the Antiquarian as it is on cooldown. He's actually going to jump the window, but the Antiquarian is here for the body block. Can he go for the hit through the Antiquarian here? The hitbox, he gets the hit through the Antiquarian. Unbelievable.
The crowd goes wild with seeing this amazing hitbox that Dongxuan has been trading for this for sure, and we're looking AK for this possible harassment, but missing it completely. Swinging feels, and the hit registers, the hit connects. Flying wheel will not be used at this point in time. AK perfectly timed flying wheel.
He's going to get the flywheel out. She's going to come back and continue to harass us. He can't pick up right away. She can just potentially jump forward to get the stun. Gets the stun, but he gets the drop. He got the drop off. He actually timed that perfectly. And he's going to be able to get Antiquarian to the chair here. The toy merchant to the chair here. Not going to go for basement, as Lizard's basement camp is not that strong, but he does chair on the last Cypher machine. Dongxuan does not have trait swap, so there's no way that he can have normal the Cypher or anything like that. He's going to push the Survivor away here. And there's no more Tide Turners. Keep in mind, Gravekeeper does not have Tide. He does have the broken windows. He's gonna get the Antiquarian down. She drops into basement. It's just a distraction to get the free rescue off here, but there was no attack recovery, so it ends up not even wasting that much time. I think she should have just forced an attack recovery instead of the drop down. We're gonna see the jump here. Goes for the drop. We're gonna see the body block from the Gravekeeper. Missing that first swing. Goes for the second swing. Missing it again. Can he get the hit? And he gets it through the Gravekeeper. She's down. The Cyphers are not ready. He can't force seal this. That Cypher's only 50. And he can just share him here. Antiquarian's going to try to come up, but she doesn't have any stick left. And this is looking like it's at least going to be a tie game, and he is chair by the last Cypher machine. It's only 50%. It's not ready.
That's right, it's not ready. Antiquarian's half health patient as well. Gravekeeper has started his 6th Cypher. We're seeing that happening, but Dongxuan though not leaving the Cypher, spotting out the CZai at this area. Does have 3 hooks to use though, but will CZai be able to dodge this out though?
Oh, what a drop. What a perfectly timed jump from the Lizard there on top of the Survivors. Gonna be able to get the down here. Keep in mind, he only needs to get a tie. If he gets a tie here, then Dou has a 10-0 lead going into the last round. He could even still win from this spot. He has Blink ability. He doesn't have trump cards, so it's gonna be very hard for him to win from here, but he does potentially. Can he cut off the Gravekeeper from a distance? He sees the shovel. He can actually cut him off. He's gonna swing and knock him out of the shovel here. If he can hit the stomp, he can stuff the rescue and win the game. He has to hit this stomp right here. He's gonna blink. Can he potentially jump the rest of the way to the chair? The Cypher machine's not ready. There's the jump onto the Gravekeeper. Goes for the crash. He's able to avoid it. But the Cypher's gonna he can wait for it to be ready here. He's gonna go for the break here. He needs to use his shovel now, so this way he can wait until the stomp until the Cypher machine's primed. But it's still possible for him to win from here. But I think it's gonna be really close. Let's see.
Yeah, it's gonna be really, really close. Antiquarian will be priming that Cypher. It is primed by now, and getting up. Will he be able to get this rescue before
he forces attack recovery. He forces attack recovery. That's an excellent job from the Gravekeeper. He needed to force attack recovery there, or else this would have been a loss. But he forces the attack recovery out, which means they do get the pop here. Grave's going to try to cut this. He misses the jump. Can he get the hit? Misses the swing onto the Gravekeeper, and that should secure the draw here, at least for the Survivor side. Keep in mind, Giro has to get 2 out to even force a 3rd round. It looks like he is going to change targets on to the Patient here. Goes for the Stomp. Patient using that hook to avoid the crash there from the Lizard. But yeah, he's just going to trap him in this area. Patient still has 2 hooks, but no flywheel or any sort of cutting abilities to work with. Misses the
swing. But then he will be getting this, no drop down hit, but getting this basic hit down. Both gates have been open. This secures the tie, and GR will be moving this on falsely with this BO5, but then a 10-0 lead. But Gravekeeper still possibly not into gate yet, but
he has shovel. He can make it out. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
So that is going to be a 2-2 for this round, but he's able to. He's going to try to get the dungeon instead.
But he needs to get up.
He can just combo. No, okay, he makes it anyway.
Yeah.
Unless we did our points, unless we calculated our points wrong, this should still be
BO5,
one more
BO5.
round. Yeah,
That's right.
So I'm
but
not
this
sure.
BO5, Dongxuan is waving like he won already, but technically he still hasn't. But 10-0.
Statistically speaking, they have won. But the only chance for GR again, GR has to go 10-0 perfectly in this last round. And that's just to tie. If they go 10-0, they tie up the points. And that will force an extra round. They have to 10-0 just to force a tiebreaker round, which is, yeah, the likelihood of that is next to nothing, yeah.
Yeah, highly unlikely. So we'll be seeing the statistics as well as all the scores at the bottom of our screens that we're seeing. But right now, a tie situation against Dongxuan's Evil Reptilian, a surprising pick, an interesting pick, a pick that all of us never expected from Dongxuan, and him able to still secure that tie. And also though, Hart able to kind of still get that rescue under all that pressure that Dongxuan gave to him. A job well done for sure. And GR able to kind of recover from the kind of possible losing situation. I would say good job to GR.
Right. Yeah, I mean, they still managed to put themselves in a position where they force an extra round, but a tie here for Dongxuan is essentially winning. Now that here's the win condition, again, just so everyone's, so we're clear on everything. Basically, GR has to 10-0. If they do that, then we have a tiebreaker round 6. If they don't 10-0 in this last round, then Do wins. And so that means that basically they have to have a 4 survivor escape and a 4 hunter kill. That's the only possibility for GR here.
Yeah, it's the only possibility that GR could potentially turn the tides around. And if GR do get a 10-0, this will be prolonged further into a BO5 overtime match, BO6. So just looking at the statistics itself, Shadow kited a 85 seconds. We see the support from the Korean for 92 seconds. Hart able to kind of get that rescue and contain a little bit of time. It was important for Hart to not down at that 3 pallet area when the Cypher popped already. If not, Patient is at the small gate, it could potentially become a losing match, a 3 kill potentially on the Dongxuan side. But luckily though, Hart getting over that pallet with that vault, so good job to GR regardless though.
Yeah, the MVP of this particular match is the Gravekeeper, because in that situation, a lot of players would have failed rescue. Because think about it this way, there's so many ways where Dongxuan could have just won straight up in that round. Because it's 3 kills, it's over. Okay, so if he cuts off Gravekeeper from a distance, he hits Gravekeeper out of shovel, he blinks him for the second hit, and then if he stomps him or he hits him before the Cypher is primed, then he gets a 3 kill and he wins the game. If he gets to stop with no attack recovery on Gravekeeper when he goes for that rescue with the shovel, he wins the game. So, because there would have been no attack recovery, they pop the Cypher Machine, he hits him down anyway, it's still 3 kill. So he has to, everything had to go perfectly right for Gravekeeper, and he actually played really, really well to get that rescue with the Cypher pop. And then if Gravekeeper dies at that pallet, vaulting the pallet after the pop, it's still a 3 kill, because then he just jumps to the gate, kills Patient, Patient's dead on Sherry, chose Grave, it's a 3 kill. So, yeah, Gravekeeper did an excellent job staying alive there and at least keeping GR into a potential the possible 5th round here, which again they have to go 10-0, which is very hard. But yeah, Lizard getting a tied game almost to win. It looks like a potential 4 kill with up down blink Lizard. It's absolutely incredible. We're gonna get a short break here. We will be back in a moment for round number 5.
And we are back. So we're seeing AK's professional official photo from COA, in fact, IVL in fact. So hashtag COA6 global support. No, my English is bad. Prairie fire can destroy the grass. Yeah, it shoots up again with the spring breeze blows. Your 6 elimination is great. Jiro, take back the glory that belongs to you. 6 eliminations, I'm not too sure what it is, but definitely a support for GR, a GR fan for sure. Give your support for GR. They need this 10-0 to kind of prolong further into a BO5 overtime. And oh, a fan photo over here. Though I've been supporting you for 3 years, a time will come to ride the wind and cleave the waves. Follow your dreams and leave towards the sun at Game Identity 5. Definitely though needs the support, even though they might not need it as much as GR right now because they do have that lead. 10-point lead in fact. So, you know, I saw it in our chat, you know, one of our amazing viewers actually asked, what does 10-0 mean? 10-0 means the hunter of GR side Super Rich gotta get a 4 elimination, 4 kill, and GR Survivor side gotta get a 4 escape. And that's extremely difficult to do. Okay, if you look at this Survivor side, 4 escape seems more probable because this is Survivor side meta. But looking at this from Super Rich perspective, it has been only day one, okay, he got this 4K against ACT with that X-Boy, and as well as Bloody Queen. That's the only time. And it's so rare, especially when Dou has a goal so clear. They just need to 1 escape or 1 kill. That's the only thing. They have 2 chances at this. So, wow, this is just looking extremely difficult. I'm not sure how GR will be able to tank this. We're seeing all smiles on Dongxuan's side. Loving the smiles, but stress is definitely on the GR side.
Yeah, so Dou has 2 chances to secure this. They just need one point in any of these, this first or second half. Dongxuan can just win right here, just get a single kill, and Dou will be advancing to the grand finals. Or if they do manage to get a 4 escape against him, then we will have to see, of course, Super Rich get a 4 kill in return. I mean, they have to ban, because since you have to 4 escape, they have to ban Ann. They have to ban, I think Ann and Geisha 100%. I don't know after that, but Ann and Geisha have to 100% be banned because Ann and Geisha are very good. Just play Blink, Geisha, Blink, and very easy to get 1 kill. Probably Bloody Queen, but the problem is then you open up late round Stream Witch and Clerk, and it's so bad. So I really don't know how they can deal with this, but we should 100% see Geisha and Ann ban. But after that, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, we gotta just wait it out for this ban pick phase. For sure, from the ban pick that from the bans that Dongxuan's gonna make at the get-go, he's gonna force survivors to ban certain hunters so that it's easier for him to possibly play a hunter that can just get a 1 kill. And you know, we've mentioned it at the start, we'll mention it again. Dongxuan has made it a point that even in the worst match possible, he will get at least a 1 elimination. And we're seeing no smiles on GR side again. We're seeing GR with the map selection, Moonlit River Park, a survivor-sided map. For sure, leaning more towards them. But Dongxuan again, he just needs that 1 kill. That's his only goal, only motive right now to secure his place to go against GG tomorrow for that championship.
Yep.
Eli, this is just really difficult for GR. I'm not too sure how it's gonna turn out.
So Moonlit's a good map for getting 4 escapes because it opens up a few options. One, if you get a situation where the hunter teleports to the gate, you have the roller coaster on that gate, and then you have all the stop signs hit, you can just take it all the way across the map and escape to the other gate. So Moonlit's actually good for 4 escapes. Also, it combos very well with Embalmer. 100% Geisha and Ann will be banned. I don't know about anything after that, but looks like Dream Witch as well. So they're gonna ban Wax Artist, so he's gonna play Ann then. But basically, you can take Coaster all the way across the map, and then if all the stop signs are hit, and then you can get the other exit gate. So you can get a 4 escape very easily, and then also again with Embalmer, if you set up Coffin on a gate, it's very good. You can take Coaster across the map early game or late game or whatever, and then Coffin back to the other side. You can get an extra escape that way because Embalmer's very good on big maps. Also 2-story maps as well. So Moonlit's a very good map for 4 escapes, similar to Sacred, but it's very hard to 4 kills a hunter because it's such a large map. So it's, I guess they're basically just giving the best opportunities to the survivors here. Looks like we're gonna see forward. Lucky Eye? What?
a lucky guy. Did they manage to have enough time to select the second survivor? But we're definitely seeing this lucky guy pick over here. Not too sure what the game plan is. That maybe there is a secret strategy or a game plan strategy that we don't really know or haven't.
I think basically with Lucky Guy is like, obviously Lucky Guy is not a strong character by any means, but in a situation like this where you have to get a 4 escape, Lucky Guy can technically get any item that he or at least wish for, because they have to get lucky in this game, right? Realistically, so obviously he's not guaranteed items, but he needs to get. We're gonna see Thief as well. Either they've already surrendered this match, or they're actually going for some unique strategy, I guess. Because again, a Lucky Guy, like if you wish for an item and you get a useful endgame kiting item, such as like elbow pad or illusion or some item that can help you kite to gate or dungeon, then Lucky Guy can kind of be good, and you can also get items to give to teammates for kiting endgame. So I guess technically that's the idea, but I'm not really sure. For the last pick, if Bomber is banned, looks like we're gonna see Batter as the last character, so that's good for also for endgame kiting and also for supporting teammates' kites as well. So I guess the Thief is just like a clerk counter, but I think Anne here is just pretty much should secure 1 kill without a problem.
Yeah, it seems to be. Yeah, we're seeing like 3 out of 4 non-meta characters over here. Lucky Guy, Thief as well as Batter. Forward, not too much. Forward, we're not really seeing it in the stage as much as Antiquarian as well as Prospector, but we're not seeing Antiquarian being banned, in fact, and they've decided to just go for this forward instead. So hopefully it works out for the best. And Shadow will be picking this Lucky Guy, and Heart with this Thief. So I'm excited to see how this might possibly turn out to a hopefully 4 escape for GR side. And right now, Dongxuan, his goal, like we've mentioned, is simple: 1 kill. He just need to focus on 1, tunnel into 1 survivor, and get that 1 kill. Whether it be before detention or during detention, just get it, and the game's over. That's it. Right. They confirms their spot tomorrow for that championship. So let's just wait and see what Dongxuan might be possibly picking. We might be seeing it.
Yeah, he's just gonna play Anne. Anne is the best 1 kill hunter in the game. Against a comp like this, Anne's very good. Anne can deal with Ford easily, and can chase Lucky Guy, can chase Thief. None of those are problems. So yeah, so and obviously Anne's not good on Moonlit, but he just needs 1 kill. Anne is the best hunter in the game for a single kill, because you can't body block Anne if you have the stuns with the cross or with the cats. It's very hard to kite Anne because of her very strong chasing abilities, and then it's very hard to rescue against Anne because of her very good camping. She's very good at hard tunneling 1 survivor and securing a kill on 1 survivor. That's why I was like very confused why we didn't see Anne banned. I feel like it's obviously Wax Artist is very good for that too on a map like Moonlit, but in a situation like this, Anne is just so much. Anne is the most consistent 1 kill hunter in the game, whereas Wax Artist you could technically still 4 escape. So but yeah, they're gonna take their chances here with the Anne, but for Dongxuan, I think this is perfectly fine for him.
Yeah, and we're seeing that Lucky Guy will be situated at the 2nd stop. 4th stop, we have the Thief. Over at the bridge area, we do have the Batter, and forward will be near the 1st stop. So Hunter will be spawning right on top of Lucky Guy, if I see that correctly. So an easy chase right from the get-go. We do have Lucky Guy, and Lucky Guy will be spawned 2nd stop. And the nearby chest is actually right below second stop. So will he have enough time to open up a chest though? Oh, sorry, we're seeing this in the wrong direction already. Lucky Guy is at 3rd stop, and the nearest chest next to Lucky Guy is I believe at the Dead Carousel. I think that's the Dead Carousel.
It's like one of those things where we should know, but then we just don't know.
Because we don't play Lucky Guy to know where the chests are. But then again, Lucky Guy does have this tool where he can actually get it's a gift wrap thingy that he has to get a free thing without having to open the chest. So hopefully that thing.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Oh, and they triple flywheel, but they know it's gonna be Anne. So anyway, so basically, Thief actually ranks tied. So that's interesting. Basically, Lucky Guy spawns here because you can just rotate around bridge. So he's just going to rotate around bridge and then use that, and then he's going to stay. He's always just going to stay one step ahead of the and rotate all the way around the bridge, and then rotate to this 2-story. By the time he makes it to the 2-story, he can vault the window and then go to the coaster, which the survivor at first stop will have brought 2-second stop, so he can then take it and use that to kite. So watch, you're going to see Lucky Guy go this way. He's going to go around bridge, and he's either going to go straight to first stop and take the coaster right away, or he's going to go through 2-story and he's going to take coaster from second stop across the map because the thief brought it to second stop. Those are the 2 set of options. It looks like he's going for the first one, which is run straight to first stop. And as for chest spawns, there's one outside of 2-story on the bridge side, there's one glide kite, and there's one near second stop, and then there's probably one more that I'm not thinking of, but it looks like he's going to go straight for this play, going straight to the roller coaster. We've already seen, he has to take a hit first. He cannot immediately take it, because Ant's just going to take it with him. But I think it's okay. I guess he's going to take it with him, and then he's going to take a hit, and then he's going to loop 2-story, and then he's going to go, he gets an item, gets a flare gun. He actually gets a flare gun, which you cannot get a flare gun from a chest in tournament server, but you can get it as your wish item.
Oh, and that's the only thing that but Lucky Guy can do and the other teammates cannot. So yeah, silencing both Batter as well as Lucky Guy, and will change targets to Batter, which is the harasser over here. Getting that hit, and Batter does not have broken, what is it? Borrowed time. So yeah, we're seeing this kite prolonged. Oh, but baiting him downwards. Wow.
Yeah, he vaults into the end. Can he make it to, he misses the ball. Can he make it to the coaster? Dunshun has blink available. He's going to try to take it, and he does make it in time. So this start, if anything, this is a good start for GR. He still has blink available. It looks like he's going to continue after the Batter here, but Batter does have a lot of distance. Dunshun at this point, he just needs to close the distance and go for a blink.
Yeah, that's right, and able to get that cat onto Cizai, silencing him so he can't do anything with the Batter balls to harass the Hunter during this kite. We're seeing the Cyphers are looking pretty okay. 2 minutes in though, this is not the Cypher progress that we might be seeing, hopefully, but Cizai is making this kite count. He does have 2 balls to use, flying wheel in fact as well, so let's see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, he has broken windows too. He knows Blink's incoming. Lucky I could technically go for the gun now to allow for some distance. Is he going to go for it? He is going to go for the flare gun now. Keep in mind, Lucky Guy's flare gun stun is a lot shorter than Coordinator. So Ant is going to recover relatively fast there, but it does buy enough distance for Batter to continue to kite. And now we're going to see Batter. He has this ball available. He does miss the silence, actually, so he can still go for the stun. He's going to go for the blink. Nope, he tries to fly with the blink, but he does bait out the flywheel, and he does secure the down onto the Batter here. Excellent patience, excellent discipline from Dunshun to swing first, to bait blink, to bait flywheel out, and then go for the blink afterwards.
Yeah, and it seems to be that Dongshan might already know that Batter does not have borrowed time. Lucky Guy is starting on that 6 Cypher, and Cyphers are actually looking quite okay, but not enough for that 4 escape. So Hart will be coming for this rescue, the Thief in fact, so getting that free rescue.
Yeah, he's gonna get the rescue off there, but again, they're behind on Cypher progress because there was a lot of support. Again, I think the support early is very good. It's just that they have to 4 escape, so Batter has to be up endgame because Batter's gonna borrow time. It's very difficult to, and you're gonna see he's not gonna give full presence here, but you don't want to give the double jumps. Oh, misses the swing, actually avoids giving full presence. He's gonna force the cats here. Obviously, Ant can just cat the forward. He's just gonna cancel the forward's abilities now, and then he's just gonna go for a chair because he doesn't have to play aggressively. He just needs to get 1 kill. And again, Batter doesn't have borrowed time. We may see forward try to go for the stun as soon as the silence wears out. No, it doesn't wear out in time. So yeah, AK unable to do anything there. And again, yeah, Batter has no borrowed time. This is standard of Batters in this sort of situation to go flywheel and broken and not go borrowed time. But it is difficult because then you get in a situation where you won't have borrowed time for the endgame pop. He just farms him. He just farms him. Ford has to go for a stun here, or else it's over. He misses the stun. He gets the drop here. He's gonna force heal. Gets terror shocked. He needed to pull off of the survivor there. They're gonna go on top of each other. He picks up the forward, which is not the right survivor. Thief's gonna now force heal. He goes for the stun onto the Thief here. He puts the cross back up. He's gonna stun the Thief again. He picks him up. Thief has to somehow get this stun off or the game is over. Can he get it? And no, Batter hits the rocket share, and that's it. Do is going to be advancing to the grand finals.
That's right, and Cyphers are looking so healthy, but that moment though, Dongshin's able to kind of pressure them in the kind of situation where it was so close, but Then again, congratulations to getting that 1 kill, and Hart will be getting this rescue, even though it's a confirmed win for Dou. GR definitely are still playing this out, and this kind of concludes Dou confirming their spot for that championship against GG tomorrow. And GR though, not to lose heart on them, they do have a 3rd place to fight for tomorrow.
Yeah, and we are going to see him probably wait. He can't get the stun here, so he's probably going to cancel. He's going to cancel the cats. This turns off Thief's ability. We know he doesn't have flywheel, so he is going to go down to that hit there. Still his teleport. If he wanted to, he could technically just teleport to the gate and try to get even more kills here, but he looks like he's just going to secure 1 survivor down. We do see the forward actually hiding out center map here in case he does go for that teleport, which he is going to go for here. Looks like Lucky Guy is going to be the next target. Does have an ult pad to work with here. Is going to use that, but he doesn't use the cats early. He actually waits in prediction of this Lucky Guy here using the ult pad and does secure the down here. And the game's actually not over. It's not a secure draw. He's going to chair bridge here. And he does actually have enough time to make it to these survivors before they can get that gate open. So he can actually still win from this position.
Yeah, that's right. Both of them are actually half health as well, and just split up in this area. AK is at the deep carousel. GR Hart, in fact, is at behind double story. Let's see Dongshin will be able to sniff out forward over here. He seems to be that he sees him, but he will not focus onto him. He knows, someone knows that Hart is over here as well. Tinus is popped off as well. This is looking still not really good for GR's side. Dongshin though, I mean, with that teleport, he has nothing to lose anyways. He has already guaranteed that 1 kill, which determines his win. So winning condition already. So getting that
he gets the down.
Stunning Shadow.
Yeah, Lucky Guy's stunned as well. He has another jump. He can just down the Lucky Guy right after. Does a follow. So the pallet here goes for the cross here, trying to stun the Lucky Guy. He needs to get out of this area, or else he will be stunned, and he is going to be knocked down here. And this most likely will be a 3 survivor elimination for DX. Here we're going to see Thief is going to be placed on the rocket chair. I believe he is eliminated right now. Let's check. I don't know if this is before or after. It looks like he actually still has 1 more chair to work with. So, and Lucky Guy does still have self heal. So we're gonna see GR still play this out, still trying to at least get a tie. Put them, get as many points as possible in mind as well. We're gonna see Forward use this football to transfer away. Misses the jump here actually, and now it's no longer available for Forward to save. So now he can just go for the down on the Lucky Guy. Actually, yeah, he has to push Forward away here. And now he's going for the Lucky Guy.
And, just able to cam this out successfully, making sure that Thief is at a blood health that he can't really do anything. And, will Shadow be able to jump this dungeon behind? It's stunning him, but
presence, yeah, just going to secure the down there. And that is going to be a 3 kill. Only needed 1, but it is going to be a 3 elimination ultimately. And Dou will be advancing to the grand finals to face GG tomorrow.
That's right, and I just really appreciate this kind of fighting spirit by GR Survivor side. Even though they did know that they lost already, they still try to fight for as many points as they can, even though it does not matter anymore. So congratulations again once again to Dou, and also for Dongshin's amazing performances. I think we gotta give it to Dongshin as well for the Evil Reptilian, surprising all of us and giving us such a show as well. So congratulations though, but before that, do you think there's any spectacular plays in that match, or do you want to guess the potential MVP for Dou this time around?
Well, I think obviously it's gonna be the Hunter, because I mean, we watched the survivors of Dou obviously played quite nicely throughout the majority of this event, but I don't think there was anything too much that stood out. I think for the most part, they had 2-3 escapes and 2 draws, I think, right? So it was sort of just a very standard survivor match there. But the Hunter side, Dongshin incredibly strong. We saw a 4 elimination in the first round. We saw a tied game, almost a 4 elimination with Lizard. We see a 3 kill here with Ann on Moonlit. Obviously, it probably would have been a tie, but they did have to extend for a win there. So, but I think definitely, Dongshin will 100% be securing an MVP here.
Yeah, so excited to see whether your prediction will most likely be correct. And just looking at this as a whole, I think even though GR lost, I think going against such a strong team like Dou all the way till BO5, and it really comes to show how important BO1 can really be. Just giving that 10-0, that pressure onto GR now is definitely biting them in the back. GR had that map selection advantage in BO1, but unfortunately getting that 10-0, something that is just very deadly, as we can see right now. If only situations were actually in their favor. They got the advantage in BO1. Situations in this BO5 would be completely different. Pressure-wise, not too much. So, yep, I'm excited to see how tomorrow's match is going to be. Today we did see how GG played against FPX.ZQ. Exciting match as well. So, GG versus Stow tomorrow. A huge match to kind of behold and watch as well, so do catch it tomorrow. Tomorrow's match will actually start much earlier compared to today. Tomorrow's match will actually be 11 a.m. for UTC plus 8.
It's 1 hour earlier because a lot of the English viewers I think are most likely from other time zones, but it's going to be 1 hour before the normal start time. So the normal start time that we've had throughout the majority of this tournament is going to be 1 hour before that.
Yeah, don't follow today's one. Today's one started much later, so the usual one, 1 hour before.
1 hour before the usual, yes.
Yeah, and do try to catch it. And tomorrow will be a battle between FPX.ZQ versus GR for the first match, battling out whether who will be third place, who will be fourth place. And the last match of the day would be between GG versus Dou. Both matches will be in BO5 format, so do try to catch it and do have your snacks, popcorns, and everything next to you because it's gonna be a long day tomorrow.
Yep, we do have 2 more best of 5s, yeah, so we're going to see who is going to secure that 3rd spot and who is going to secure the world champion for Identity 5 for this year for Call of Abyss 6. Will it be Dou or will it be GG? We will have to find out. I think a lot of people's sort of brackets did not really work out the way that was predicted. I think for the most part, I would say at least 90% of people probably had Zeta versus Wolves finals, just exactly what we had last year, but obviously that was not the case. We do have Dou versus GG, which I think are the 3rd and 4th best teams. So I think in terms of like sort of power rankings in this tournament, I think Wolves is probably number 1, Zeta being number 2, Dou being number 3, and then GG being number 4. So we sort of like the 3 and 4 finals almost in terms of like rankings going into this event. With the way this GG and Dou team have played, I think they've really moved themselves to the top here and do definitely deserve to be in the grand finals.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. And yeah, just looking at this as a whole, this playoffs itself has been so intense, so close, and so surprising at the same time. Wolves versus GG, I mean, there was a lot of debate whether it should be Wolves, people's apples on Wolves, me, and people's apples onto GG, and ultimately GG did win with a very slight victory. And then after that, Zeta versus GW, a huge surprise as well. People thought that this time around Zeta might possibly win the championships, but getting defeated by GW, it was such a huge shocker for everybody. Brackets wise, definitely not, and I think most of us might not have predicted this at all, but still though, you're still able to get your apples regardless if you do bet in game. You can actually bet from as little as 100 apples all the way until 10k apples, so do bet wisely, don't be like me, and hopefully you guys get the apples that you guys need to get your accessories exchange in that shop. So
yeah, don't bet 12,000 on one team and then lose them all in one game. Like
yo, it was split between 10k and 2k. Okay, who would have thought?
Oh, right. Yeah.
The max is 10k for each team, so
yeah,
I got no choice.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta take the underdog, you know, and it kind of works out. So you gotta think about the odds, you know, because certain teams you're gonna get more back. For the team that's less favored to win, if you bet on them, you actually get more apples back in return. It's the odds, how that works with the betting thing. So
yeah.
But Chojo didn't really understand that. She just put
I don't understand.
One team and then they just lost.
Yeah, like I saw someone saying that they have what 40 apples or something in the live chat. Like I don't dare to go into game, but I finished betting like yesterday and I only had 31 apples left. I didn't dare to go back in game yesterday, so I have 31 apples. From what I remember, so don't be like me.
Bro's in the negatives. Yeah.
I started in 29k and I'm left with
29. So. Oh my god.
Yeah, so don't be like me. Like never bring someone like me to a casino or something like that. Like never. Like girl sucks. I suck. Oh, but just looking at this match results itself, 13-25, a huge victory on Dou's side. Spectacular play today. All the way till BO5 in fact. Actually today's both matches actually ended in the first half of BO5, GG versus FPX.ZQ. We had GG with that, sorry not GG, Xiaoma with that 4 kill wax artist in BO5 first half. So today is kind of like a mirror match. I would say like both matches actually ended in BO5 first half. So kind of like an early night in the office, but For us, for me it's 9 p.m. So everybody, I hope you guys already had your dinner, showered, eat, and also do hydrate yourself as well as to rest sufficiently enough for tomorrow's matches. Tomorrow is going to be a long day, like I mentioned, and hopefully apples. You guys still do have your apples still in check for tomorrow's betting.
Yep. Yeah. So make sure. Keep in mind. Oh.
It's not Dongxuan. It's Silver Zhi. All right. I think we can kind of justify Silver Zhi for giving the MVP for sure. I mean, in the first BO1 Red Church, he did pick the Princess, and with that 2 long portals, it turned the game from a possible 1 kill to a 4 escape. So very well done on Silver Zhi's side, and also he picked the better as well in Leo's memory and did a great job kiting. So I think overall Silver Zhi do deserve this regardless, though won ultimately, so they are definitely happy with whatever results as well as this best action MVP players. And right now we're moving on to a short Chinese interview section where Dongxuan as well as I believe Silver Zhi will be taking this interview. So right now introducing themselves, and huge cheers from the fans right now. Congratulations from tanking all the way till the championships for tomorrow. And right now you guys are left the last step. How are you guys feeling right now? We will continue working harder and we will play even better. And just saying how to, from all the way from qualifiers, it's not easy. You guys have been training relentlessly. Any things that you want to say, Silver Zhi? Silver Zhi feels that the offline stages is definitely more intense compared to online ones. What she says is really intense, very exciting. Yeah, and he's agreeing that the cheers as well as the applause from these fans definitely a factor to them playing so well. Alright, so she's saying how like the survivors can actually compete with Dongxuan with this MVP MVP player. So she's saying how they've really paved the way for themselves, destroying every single team that came their way from the qualifiers. She's mentioning the evil reptilian right now. What was the discussion like? Oh, since my teammates played really well, I just wanted to play one match, so I picked the evil reptilian. Yeah, so it was a personal choice on his side. And mentioning how the antiquarian, which was AK, the pressure was definitely there on to Dongxuan. Oh, then Dongxuan is saying how my teammates, which is Silver Zhi's antiquarian, was also very good. So she's complimenting that not only the opponents but also my teammates are playing really well. How do you play so well? Like the condition is so good. How's the VC like during training? Also, we will compliment each other when things do go well in the match. She's saying how the first match was very important. It kind of determined their winning. That they are definitely winning with the 10-0 in BO1. So she's saying that for the survivor side, our mercenaries still attacked her, no? And yeah, the long portal, and then just wasted Hunter's attack animation pages that he had, then got that rescue. How was the communications like? Oh, so they had the mercenary go and feed the Tinnitus first? And then the two of them was actually at the back gate, the other two. So yeah, they just took their time, waited for the tension to end. There's still tight turner, and then a long portal happened. Interesting how tomorrow will be the last match already. Any expectations and how confident are you for tomorrow? Dongxuan say, yes, I'm confident. We will definitely get the champion. Anything you want to say, Silver Zhi? How about tomorrow? Oh, he's saying that he's also very confident. He's saying that they will definitely win tomorrow. And she's asking the fans to give them applause as well as cheers, encouragement for tomorrow's match. Saying how the fans really accompanied them all the way, and congratulating Do once again. And right now back to us, casters, and yeah, I mean, Eli, you've mentioned how humble Dongxuan is, even in the face of a victory, also complimenting his own Survivor teammates as well, opponents as well. He's just so humble, and I think that's the main reason why so many people are fans of him and loved him so much as we can see right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you saw after he got, I think it was after the end game where they secured the win. There's no attitude, no excessive celebration, anything. I think there's just a nice wave to the fans as he walked off. I mean, absolutely, definitely a great person, a gentleman, I would say. So very nice to see a successful performance from Do today. And yeah, they will be advancing to the grand finals against GG. Of course, GR is not out of this tournament just yet. They still have one more match tomorrow, and that will be against FPX.ZQ to determine who will follow up in that third spot. There'll be a third and fourth place prize separately. So we do have that Constellation Championship for third place first, and then we do have the grand finals after that, which again, GG versus Do, both a best-of-5 series.
Yep, best of 5 series, and very exciting matchups like we mentioned. Later, I mean, or tonight, do take note of the time of tomorrow's matches, and do come for the respective matches. The first match will be for the third place and third and fourth place, and then for the last match, which is the second match, will be the most intense, most anticipated, and the one that will leave everyone at the edge of their seats, I would say.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep, the match between GG as well as Seoul. The champion will be determined in just less than 24 hours. It's just crazy.
Yeah, also feel free to join the stream early as well. I believe they will have announcements for the new updates, the new adjustments, to whether that's tournaments or to the game. We usually have an announcement section where the creator of the game actually goes out and does a presentation announcing the new crossovers, the new skins, the new tournament adjustments, everything new that's going to be occurring in Identity 5 throughout this year, and we will see most likely have that before the semifinals match tomorrow, right before the stream actually gets into the matches. So make sure to be there for that. But yeah, as you mentioned, take note of the time tomorrow. It will be 1 hour before the standard start time. Not today. Today was a weird start time, but the normal start times we've had throughout the majority of this event will be 1 hour before that. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is 11 p.m. Eastern time zone, for those of you who are in the US. And then besides that, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's 1 hour before the normal start time. And then for other time zones, I have no idea. So good luck with that. But
good luck with that. You guys can always check it. I mean, right after this, we'll probably see the schedule for tomorrow. So we're just gonna wait for that. And also, in the meantime, since we haven't really greeted, and actually will be ending soon, the people that have come for this stream and also really supported your favorite teams and give positive comments as well. Just gonna say a quick shout outs to Erica, Hi Fukami, Nana Lim, Venus, you've been here for a long time, Official Mew, Jochi Mochi, Mika as well, Ors, Divorced, and Ark. Alright, so everybody that you guys have been here, thank you for coming, thank you for listening as well. You can always watch back the VOD if you've missed any of these matches. And just looking at the stats itself for today, we have GG that won in BO5 first half against FPX.ZQ, and Do who won against GR in the first half of BO5 as well. There is no overtime today, so today is an early night in the office. Everybody can just rest up early. Do rest early today because tomorrow, like I've mentioned, is a long day. It's gonna be intense. Okay, alright, so... Alright, so... Oh, and I see now as well on the chat as well. Hey, by the way, just now on chat, I saw someone's name called Eli's Toilet, so... I don't know who in particular, but I definitely did see someone.
Probably Seer, I think they're referring to. But yeah, we do have the brackets here. So you can see all the way up into the finals here. Again, looking in the bottom right corner there, that Zeta versus GW match, not exactly going how people predicted, and some others that have been a bit surprising. FPX.ZQ taking down Weibo, and then of course GG taking down Wolves. And we do have our final match here. You do see UTC +9. That is going to be at noon UTC +9. So take note of that. If you want to translate in your own time zone, feel free to go ahead. And then we have the grand finals match 3 hours after that. That will be around 3 p.m. UTC +9. So there you go. GR versus FPX.ZQ in the third place Constellation Championship. And the finals, Dou and GG. Again, 3 p.m. UTC +9.
That's right. And yep, excited to see how this match possibly turn out. And yep, tomorrow all of us casters that you've been seeing in this playoffs will be seen tomorrow as well. So hopefully we'll see you guys, and also possibly the shoutouts will be given to you also. So yeah, I think we might be going really, really soon, and hopefully you guys have enjoyed today's stream as well. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Eli, any last words?
Yeah, I mean, thank you again, everyone, for watching as well. We had a very very close, very exciting matchup today. But overall, both teams who did win had very strong performances. Dou and GG, not a lot of mistakes at all. Just very clean gameplay, very strong Hunter gameplay. And I think tomorrow's match, it's going to be a battle of, you have a very strong Hunter on the side of Dou with Dongxuan versus a very strong Survivor team again like GG. And typically in a Survivor-sided meta that we've seen in this tournament, good Survivors usually beat good hunting, but that's not really been the case for Dongxuan. We've seen him take down GR in a matchup. Again, a good Survivor team of GR versus a good Hunter side. The Hunter side actually came out victorious, and we have the same situation tomorrow. Although Xiaoma on the side of GG has been very strong throughout the majority of this tournament, has been very consistent, winning a lot of games with characters you typically wouldn't win with, such as Bonbon. So the Dou survivors really have their work cut out for them. They have, again, been a bit inconsistent, although in this series they did play quite well with the 4 survivor escape to start things out. So they're really going to need to bring that sort of skill, that sort of preparation into tomorrow's match. Again, very close, a survivor team versus a hunter team. That is going to wrap it up for today. Thank you guys so much for watching. Don't forget UTC +9 at noon tomorrow. So we will see you all then for a final day.
Bye.
And starts to catch, to spark the rising up. Fear is afraid of the dark side of me. I'm not gonna stop, I'm not gonna break, no. I'm a fire.